Fundamental Education by Samael Aun Weor. Chapter 1 Free Initiative. Millions of students throughout the world go to school and university daily in an unconscious, mechanical, and subjective way, without knowing why or for what purpose. Students are forced to study mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, etc. Students' minds are receiving information daily. However, in life it never occurs to them to think for a while the reason of such information and its objective. Why and for what purpose do we feed ourselves with that information? Students really live a mechanical life and only know that they have to receive intellectual information and store it in their unfaithful memory, that is all. It never occurs to students to think about what education really is. They go to school, college and university because their parents say so. It never occurs to students or teachers to ask themselves, why am I here? What have I come here for? What really is the true secret motivation which brings me here? Teachers and students live with their conscience asleep. They really act as machines, going to school, college, university, in an unconscious and subjective way, without really knowing why or for what reason. It is necessary to stop being machines, to awaken conscience and discover for ourselves what does it mean, this utterly terrifying struggle, of passing exams, living at a certain place to study daily and spend the whole year going through worries, anguishes, and painful moments, practicing sports, going through arguments, fighting with fellow students, etc. Teachers should become more conscious in order to help students to awaken their conscience, be it at school, college, or university. It is regrettable to see so many machines seated at desks, in schools, colleges, and universities, receiving information that they have to memorize, without knowing why or for what purpose. Young people are only worried about getting through and finishing the school year. They have been told they should prepare themselves to earn a living, get a job, etc. They study building up 1,000 fantasies about the future without really knowing the present moment, without knowing the true reason for studying physics, chemistry, biology, arithmetic, geography, etc. Modern girls study to prepare themselves to find a good husband, to earn a living and be duly prepared in case they are abandoned, widowed, or never marry. Pure fantasies of the mind, because, in fact, they do not know what the future holds for them nor at what age will they die. Life at school is very vague, incoherent, and subjective. Children are forced to learn certain subjects which are worthless in everyday life. Nowadays, what is important at school is getting through the year's course, and that is all. In the past, there was at least something ethical in passing a year's course. Now, such ethics do not exist. Parents can secretly bribe teachers. Even if a boy or girl is an extremely bad student, he/she will inevitably pass the year. Schoolgirls often sweeten male teachers with the purpose of passing the school year, and the result is usually marvelous, even when they have not understood anything about what was taught by the teacher. By all means, they do well in their examinations and pass the school year. There are students who are very clever at passing a school year. This is a matter of tricks and astuteness in many cases. For a student who successfully passes a certain examination, some stupid examination, it does not mean that he has a true objective conscience about the subject in which he was examined. A student repeats in a mechanical way, like a parrot, the subject he studied and which he was examined in. That does not mean we are conscious of that subject, but that means to memorize and repeat like a parrot or chatterbox what we have learnt, and that is all. To pass an examination and get through a year does not mean we are very intelligent. In everyday life we have known very intelligent people who never did well in examinations at school. We have known magnificent writers and great mathematicians who were very bad students at school and never did well in grammar and mathematics examinations. We know a case of a very bad student in anatomy who was only able to do well in anatomy examinations after much suffering. Today, that student is the author of a popular book on anatomy. To pass a school year does not necessarily mean we are very intelligent. There are people who have never passed a school year and they are very intelligent. There is something more important than passing a school year and studying certain subjects, that is precisely to have full objective conscience, clear and luminous, about those subjects being studied. Teachers should exert themselves to help students to awaken their conscience. They should direct all their efforts to the conscience of students. It is imperative for students to have a full conscience about the subjects they study. To learn by heart, like parrots, is simply stupid in the most complete sense of the word. Students are forced to study difficult subjects and to store them in their memory to pass a school year. Afterwards, in everyday life, these subjects are not only useless, but are also forgotten because the memory is unfaithful. Young people study with the purpose of obtaining a job and earning their living. Later, if they are lucky, they get their desired job. If they become professionals, doctors, lawyers, etc., they will only repeat the same story as always. They marry, have children and suffer. They die without awakening conscience, without having conscience of their own life. Girls marry, have their homes, children, argue with their neighbors, husband and children, divorce, remarry, become widows, grow old, etc. In the end, they die after having lived asleep, unconscious, repeating the same painful drama of existence as usual. Teachers do not want to accept the fact that all human beings have their conscience asleep. It is imperative for teachers to awaken their conscience so that they can help to awaken the student's conscience. It is useless to fill our heads with more and more theories and to quote Dante, Homer, Virgil, etc., if our conscience is sleeping, if we do not have a clear and objective conscience about ourselves, the subjects we study in everyday life. What is the use of education if we do not become creative, conscious, and truly intelligent? Real education does not mean knowing how to read and write. Any stupid person, any fool can know how to read and write. We need to have intelligence, and it only awakens within us when the conscience awakens. Mankind has 97% of subconsciousness and 3% of conscience. We need to awaken conscience, in order to turn the subconscious into conscious and achieve 100% of conscience. A human being not only dreams when his physical body sleeps but also dreams when his physical body does not sleep, when he is in a state of wakefulness. It is necessary to stop dreaming, to awaken conscience, and that awakening process should begin at home and school. Teachers' efforts should be directed to students' conscience and not just to the memory. Students should learn to think for themselves and not only repeat others' theories like parrots or chatterboxes. Teachers should struggle to put an end to fear in students. Teachers should allow their students freedom to disagree and healthily criticize, in a constructive manner, all theories that are studied. It is absurd to force them to accept in a dogmatic way all the theories taught in school, college and university. It is necessary and imperative for students to abandon fear to be able to think for themselves and analyze theories which they study. Fear is one of the barriers to intelligence. Students with fear do not dare to disagree and blindly accept, as articles of faith, whatever different authors say. It is useless for teachers to talk about fearlessness if they are fearful. Teachers should be free of fear. Teachers who fear criticism, what people say, etc., cannot be truly intelligent. The true objective of education should be to awaken conscience and put an end to fear. What is the use of passing examinations if we continue being afraid and unconscious? Teachers have the duty to help students at their school desks, to become useful in life, but as long as fear exists, no one can be useful in life. A person full of fear does not dare to disagree with other people's opinion. A person full of fear cannot have free initiative. Clearly, every teacher's duty is to help each of his students in school to become completely free of fear so that they can act spontaneously without the need to be told or ordered. When students, by their own free and spontaneous initiative, can freely analyze and criticize the theories they study, they will stop being mere subjective and stupid, mechanical entities. It is imperative for free initiative to exist so that the student's creative intelligence emerges. It is necessary to give to students the freedom of spontaneous creative expression, without any type of conditioning, so that they become conscious of what they study. Free creative power can only manifest itself when we do not fear criticism, what people say, teachers' authority, rules, etc. The human mind is degenerated by fear and dogmatism, and it is imperative to regenerate it through spontaneous free initiative, devoid of fear. We need to become conscious of our own life, and that process of awakening should begin at school desks. School will be of very little use to us if we leave it in an unconscious and asleep state. Free initiative and the removal of fear will give rise to spontaneous and pure action. Through free initiative, students in every school should have the right to discuss in assembly all the theories they are studying. Only in this way, through liberation from fear and freedom of discussion, analysis, meditation, and health criticism of what we study, can we become conscious of subjects and not be merely like parrots or chatterboxes that repeat what they accumulate in their memory. Chapter 2: Imitation. It has already been totally demonstrated that fear stops free initiative. The bad financial situation of millions of people is, beyond any doubt, due to fear. A fearful boy seeks his dear mother and becomes attached to her in search for security. A fearful husband becomes attached to his wife and feels that he loves her even more. A frightened wife feels attached to her husband and children and thinks she loves them much more. From the psychological point of view, it is strange and interesting to see how fear often disguises itself in love's shothings. People who have very little spiritual values within, who are internally poor, always seek something external to make themselves complete. Internally poor people are always worried about foolishness, gossip, bestial pleasures, etc. Internally poor people live from fear to fear, and as it is natural, become attached to their husband, wife, parents, children, to old and degenerated traditions, etc. Every sick and poor psychologically old man is usually full of fear and clings with infinite anxiety to money, family traditions, grandchildren, memories, etc., as if seeking security. This is something we can all see by carefully observing old people. Whenever people are afraid, they hide behind the protective shield of respectability, by following a tradition of race, family, or nation, etc. Actually, every tradition is merely a senseless repetition, empty and without true value. All people have a marked tendency to imitate others, and this imitating is a product of fear. People with fear imitate all those to whom they become attached. They imitate husbands, wives, children, brothers, friends who protect them, etc. Imitation is the result of fear and totally destroys free initiative. In schools, colleges, and universities, teachers make the mistake of teaching through imitation. In painting and drawing lessons, students are taught to copy images of trees, houses, mountains, animals, etc. That is not creating, that is imitating, taking a picture. Creating is not imitating or taking a picture. To create is to translate and vividly transmit with a brush, a tree that enchants us, a beautiful sunset, a dawn with its ineffable melodies, etc. There is true creation in Chinese and Japanese Zen art, both abstract and semi-abstract. Any Chinese painter of Chan and Zen is not interested in imitating, taking pictures. Painters of China and Japan enjoy creating again and again. Painters of Zen and Chan do not imitate, they create, and this is their work. Painters of China and Japan are not interested in painting or taking a picture of a beautiful woman. They enjoy transmitting her abstract beauty. Painters of China and Japan would never imitate a sunset. They enjoy transmitting in abstract beauty all the enchantment of sunset. What is important is not to imitate, to copy in blank or white. What is important is to feel the deep meaning of beauty and know how to transmit it, but for that, it is necessary not to have fear, attachment to rules, traditions, fear of what people might say, or fear of the teacher's reprimand. It is imperative that teachers understand the necessity for students to develop creative power. It is clearly absurd to teach students to imitate. It is better to teach them to create. Unfortunately, human beings are unconscious, sleeping machines, who only know how to imitate. We imitate other people's clothes, and out of that imitation emerge the different trends of fashion. We imitate other people's customs even when they are mistaken. We imitate vices, we imitate all that which is absurd and that which is always repeated throughout time, etc. It is necessary for teachers to teach their students how to think independently. Teachers should give their students all possibilities, in order that they stop being mechanical imitators. Teachers should provide the best opportunities available for students to develop creative power. It is imperative for students to know true freedom so that they learn to think independently and without fear at all. A mind which lives enslaved to what people may say, a mind which imitates, because of fear of violating traditions, rules, customs, etc., is not a creative mind, neither a free mind. People's mind is like a house, closed and sealed with 7 seals. A house where nothing new can happen, where the sun does not shine, where only death and pain reigns. The new can only take place when fear does not exist, when both imitation and attachment to things, money, people, traditions, customs, etc., do not exist. People live enslaved to plotting, envy, family customs, habits, the insatiable desire to conquer positions, climb to the top, make themselves felt, etc. It is imperative for teachers to teach their students the necessity of not imitating this degenerate and out-of-date order of time-worn things. It is imperative that students learn to create, think, and feel freely in school. Students spend the best part of their lives at school acquiring information, and yet they do not have time left to think about all these things. 10 or 15 years at school living a mechanical and unconscious life, they leave school with their conscience asleep, yet believing themselves to be awake. The human mind lives bottled up between conservative and reactionary ideas. Human beings cannot think with true freedom because they are full of fear. Human beings fear life, death, what people say or might say, they fear gossip, losing their jobs, breaking regulations, or someone taking away their partners, etc. At school we are taught to imitate, and we leave school after having been transformed into imitators. We do not have free initiative because from our school desks, we were taught to imitate. People imitate because of fear of what other people might say. Students imitate because teachers terrorize them, they threaten them with low marks, specific punishments, and expulsion, etc. We really want to become creative in the most complete sense of the word. We should become conscious of all those imitations which unfortunately have us trapped. When we are already capable of knowing all those imitations, and have very closely analyzed each of them, we become conscious of them, and as a logical consequence, the power to create is spontaneously born within us. It is necessary for students at school, colleges, and universities to free themselves from all imitations so that they become truly creative. Teachers who erroneously assume that students need to imitate in order to learn, are mistaken. Whoever imitates does not learn, but becomes a machine, and that is all. It is not a case of imitation what authors of geography, physics, arithmetic, history, etc., say. To imitate, memorize, repeat like chatterboxes or parrots is stupid. It is better to consciously understand what we are studying. Fundamental education is the science of the conscience which allows us to discover our relationship with human beings, nature, and everything. A mind which only knows how to imitate is mechanical, is a machine which functions, incapable of creating, it does not truly think, and only repeats, that is all. Teachers should be concerned about the awakening of conscience in each student. Students only worry about passing the school year, and later, once out of school in practical life, they become ordinary office clerks or child-making machines. 10 or 15 years of studies so as to come out transformed into talking machines. The subjects studied are forgotten little by little until at last, nothing remains in the memory. If students become conscious of the subjects they studied, if their studies were not only based on information, imitation, and memory, matters would be different. They would leave school having acquired conscious, unforgettable, and complete knowledge, which would not be subjected to their unfaithful memories. Fundamental education will help students by awakening their conscience and intelligence. Fundamental education takes young people along the path of true revolution. Students would insist that teachers give them true education, fundamental education. It is not enough for students to sit at school desks to receive information about a king or a war, but something else is needed. Fundamental education is needed to awaken conscience. It is imperative for students to leave school mature, truly conscious and intelligent, so that they do not become simple automatic parts of social machinery. Chapter 3. The authorities. The government has authority. The state has authority. The police, the law, soldiers, parents, teachers, religious leaders, etc., have authority. There are two types of authority, subconscious and conscious. Unconscious and subconscious authorities are useless. We imperatively need authorities with conscience. Unconscious authorities have filled the world with tears and pain. Unconscious authorities abuse authority at home and at school, precisely because they are unconscious. Today, unconscious parents and teachers are only blind leaders of the blind, and as the sacred scriptures say, they will all end up head first in the abyss. Unconscious parents and teachers force us to do absurd things which they consider logical during infancy. They say it is for our own good. Parents are unconscious authorities as it is demonstrated by their treatment of children as trash, as if parents were the superior species of mankind. Teachers end up hating certain students and pampering or spoiling others. They sometimes severely punish any hated student even if he and she is studious, and reward with magnificent grades students who are spoiled and do not really deserve it. Parents and teachers dictate norms to children and young people. Authorities who do not possess conscience can only do absurd things. We need authorities who have conscience. By this we mean that they should have integral knowledge of themselves, total knowledge of all their inner values. Only he who truly possesses complete knowledge of him is awake in an integral form and has conscience. Everyone believes they know themselves, but it is very difficult to find someone in life who truly knows himself. People have totally mistaken concepts about themselves. To know oneself requires great and awesome personal efforts. Only through the knowledge of oneself do we truly achieve conscience. The abuse of authority is due to unconsciousness. No authority with conscience would ever abuse authority. Some philosophers are against all authority, they detest authorities. Such a way of thinking is false because within everything created, from a microbe to a sun, there are levels and levels, degrees and degrees, superior forces that control and direct and inferior forces which are controlled and directed. In a simple beehive, the authority lies with the queen. In any ant's nest there exist authority and laws. The destruction of the authority principle would lead to anarchy. The authorities of these critical times as which we live, are unconscionable, and it is obvious that due to this psychological fact, they enslave, shackle, abuse, and cause pain. We need masters, instructors, or spiritual guides, government authorities, parents, etc., who have full conscience. Only in this manner can we truly create a better world. It is stupid to say that spiritual masters and spiritual guides are not needed. It is absurd to be unaware of the authority principle in all creation. Those who are self-sufficient and proud have the opinion that masters and spiritual guides are not necessary. We should recognize our own nothingness and misery. We should understand that we need authorities, masters, spiritual instructors, etc., but with conscience so that they can guide and help us wisely. The unconscious authority of teachers destroys the creative power of students. If a student paints, the unconscious teacher tells him what he should paint, which tree or scenery he should copy. Fearful students do not dare spit outside the mechanical rules of teachers. That is not creating. It is necessary for a student to become creative, to be capable of stepping out of the unconscious norms of unconscious teachers, so that he or she is able to transmit all that he feels in relation to all the enchantment and deep meaning of life which circulates on a tree's trembling leaves. Teachers with conscience would not oppose free creativity of the heart. Teachers with conscious authority would never mutilate the minds of students. Unconscious teachers destroy the mind and intelligence of students. Teachers with unconscious authority only know how to punish and dictate stupid rules so that students may behave well. Teachers with conscience teach their students with extreme patience, helping them to understand their individual difficulties, so that by understanding they are able to transcend all their errors and advance successfully. Authority with conscience would never destroy intelligence. Unconscious authority destroys intelligence and causes serious damages to students. Intelligence only comes to us when we enjoy authentic freedom. Teachers with conscious authority truly know how to respect creative freedom. Unconscious teachers believe that they know it all and ruin students' freedom by castrating their intelligence with lifeless norms. Teachers with conscience know that they do not know and even give themselves the luxury of learning by observing the creative capacity of their students. It is necessary for school, college, and university students to go from the simple condition of disciplined machines to the brilliant position of intelligent free beings so that they are able to face all the problems of existence with success. This requires competent teachers with conscience, who really become interested in their students. Well-paid teachers so that they may never have monetary problems of any type. Unfortunately, every teacher, parent and student, believes to have conscience and to be awake, but that is their gravest error. In life it is very rare to find an awakened person with conscience. People dream when their body sleeps and dream when their body is awake. People drive cars dreaming, they work dreaming, walk in the streets dreaming, live all the time dreaming. It is very natural for a professor to forget his umbrella, a book, or wall in his car. All that happens because the professor has his conscience asleep, he dreams. It is very difficult for people to accept that they are asleep. The entire world believes that it is awake. If someone was to accept that his conscience is asleep, it is obvious that he would begin to awaken from that very moment. A student leaves his book or notebook at home, which he has to carry to school. Forgetfulness of this type seems very normal, but it indicates the state of sleep in which the human conscience is. The passengers of any urban transport service often miss the street where they should have got off. They were asleep, and when they awake they realize they have missed their street and have to walk back a few blocks. A human being is rarely really awake in life, and when he does awake for a brief moment, as in cases of infinite terror, he momentarily sees himself in an integral form. These moments are unforgettable. It is very difficult for a person who returns home after having traveled through an entire city, to remember in detail all his thoughts, incidents, people, things, ideas, etc. On trying to remember, the person will find huge gaps in his memory which correspond precisely to the most profound states of sleep. Some students of psychology have set out to live on alert from moment to moment, but suddenly fall asleep, perhaps on meeting a friend in the street, on entering a store to buy something, etc., and hours later, when they remember their decision to live on alert and awake from instant to instant, they realize they had fallen asleep when they entered such and such a place, or met such and such a person. Conscience is something very difficult to achieve, but one can reach this state by learning to live on alert and vigilance from moment to moment. If we want to achieve conscience, we need to know ourselves in an integral form. Every one of us has the ego, the self, which we need to explore to know ourselves in order to achieve conscience. It is imperative to observe ourselves, analyze and understand each of our defects. It is necessary to study ourselves in the field of the mind, emotions, habits, instincts, and sex. The mind has many subconscious levels, regions, or departments that we should know through observation, analysis, in-depth meditation and profound understanding. Any defect can disappear from the intellectual region and continue existing in other unconscious levels of the mind. The first thing needed is to awaken, in order to understand our own misery, nothingness, and pain. Afterwards, the ego begins to die from moment to moment. The death of the psychological ego is imperative. Only by dying, a truly conscious being is born within us. Only our being can exercise true conscious authority. Awakening, death, and birth are the three psychological phases that lead us to true conscious existence. We must be awakening in order to die, and must die in order to be born. Whoever dies without having awakened becomes a stupid saint. Whoever is born without having died, becomes an individual with a double personality, the very just and the very perverse. The exercise of true authority can only be exercised by those who possess conscious being. Those who do not yet possess conscious being and have got no conscience, tend to abuse authority and cause great harm. Teachers should learn to rule and students should learn to obey. Those psychologists who pronounce themselves against obedience are in fact very mistaken, because no one can rule consciously if he has not first learned to obey. It is necessary to know how to rule consciously and to obey consciously. Chapter 4: Discipline. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities give too much importance to discipline, and we should study this matter in detail in this chapter. All of us who have gone through school, college, or university know very well what is discipline: rules, ferals, scoldings, etc. Discipline is that which is called the cultivation of resistance. School teachers delight in cultivating resistance. Resistance is taught to us, to build something against some other thing. We are taught to resist the temptations that laziness brings, temptations of not studying, of not going to school, of playing, laughing, ridiculing teachers, violating rules, etc. Teachers have the mistaken concept that through discipline we can understand the need for respecting school rules, for studying, maintaining our composure before teachers, behaving well with our classmates, etc. There exists among people the mistaken concept that the more we resist, the more we reject, then the more we make ourselves understandable, free, complete, successful. People do not want to realize that the more we fight against something, the more we resist, the more we reject, the less is our comprehension. If we fight against the vice of drinking, this vice will disappear for a while, but since we have not understood it profoundly in all the levels of the mind, it will return later when we neglect our vigilance, and we will drink at once for a whole year. If we reject the vice of fornication, we will be chaste in appearance for a while, even though in other levels of the mind we will continue being frightening steers, as our erotic dreams and our wet dreams demonstrate. Then we will return with more strength to our old ways of unredeemable fornicators, due to the concrete fact of not having profoundly understood what fornications is. Many are those who reject greed, who fight against it, discipline themselves against it following strict norms of conduct, but since they have not truly understood the whole process of greed, it turns out they covet deep down the state of not being greedy. Many are those who discipline themselves against anger, who learn to resist it, but the former continues existing in other levels of the subconscious mind, even when it has apparently disappeared in our character and at the slightest neglect of our guard. The subconscious betrays us, and then we thunder and flash filled with anger, when we least expect it and perhaps for some unimportant reason. Many are those who discipline themselves against jealousy and finally firmly believe that they have extinguished it, but since they did not understand it, clearly it appears once more in a scene precisely when we thought it was truly dead. Only in the full absence of disciplines, only in real freedom, will the burning flame of understanding emerge in the mind. Creative freedom can never exist in a framework. We need freedom to fully understand our psychological defects. We urgently need to demolish walls and break steel shackles to be free. We have to experience for ourselves everything that our school teachers and parents have told us as good and useful. It is not enough to memorize and imitate. We need to understand. All teachers' efforts should be directed to the conscience of students. They should exert themselves so that students enter the path of understanding. It is not enough to tell students that they should be this or that. It is necessary that students learn to be free so that they can examine, study, analyze for themselves all the values, all the things that people have told them are beneficial, useful, noble, and not just accept them and imitate them. People do not want to explore for themselves. They have closed, stupid minds that do not want to investigate. Mechanicals' minds that never investigate and only imitate. It is necessary, urgent, indispensable for students to enjoy true freedom, to discover themselves, to inquire, to understand from their earliest years until the moment they leave the classroom, and not to be limited by the abject walls of prohibitions, scoldings, and disciplines. If students are told what they should and should not do and they are not allowed to understand and experience, where then is their intelligence? What opportunity has been given to their intelligence? Then, what is the use of passing exams, dress up smartly and have many friends if we are not intelligent? Intelligence only comes to us when we are truly free to investigate for ourselves, to understand, to analyze independently without the fear of scoldings and without the ferule of disciplines. Scared, frightened students submitted to terrible disciplines can never know. They can never be intelligent. Today the only thing that interests parents and teachers is that students have a career, that they become doctors, lawyers, engineers, office employees, living machines, and that they later marry and also transform themselves into child-making machines, and that is all. When boys or girls want to do something new, something different, when they feel the need to escape from this framework of prejudices, antiquated habits, disciplines, family or national traditions, etc., then the parents tighten the shackles of prison more and they tell the boy or girl, "Do not do that. We are not willing to support you in that. These things are madness," etc. Thus the boy or girl is formally imprisoned inside the prison of disciplines, traditions, antiquated customs, decrepit ideas, etc. Fundamental education teaches the conciliation of order with freedom. Order without freedom is tyranny. Freedom without order is anarchy. Freedom and order wisely combined constitute the basis of fundamental education. Students should enjoy perfect freedom to find out for themselves, to inquire, to discover what they really and truly are in themselves and what they can do in life. Students, soldiers, police, and in general all those people who have to live subjected to rigorous disciplines, usually become cruel and insensitive to human pain, merciless. Discipline destroys human sensitivity, and that has already been totally demonstrated by observation and experience. Due to so many disciplines and rules, people of this age have totally lost all sensitivity and have become cruel and merciless. In order to be truly free, one needs to be sensitive and humane. In schools, colleges, and universities, students are taught to pay attention in classes, and the students pay attention to avoid a scolding, a pulling of ears, a beating with the ruler, etc., but unfortunately, they are not taught to really understand what conscious attention is. Out of discipline, the student pays attention and many times wastes creative energy in a useless way. The creative energy is the most subtle type of energy fabricated by the human machine. Eating, drinking, and all the processes of digestion are, deep down, transformation processes in which gross substances become useful substances and energies. The creative energy is the most subtle type of matter and energy made by the organism. If we know how to consciously pay attention, we can save creative energy. Unfortunately, teachers do not teach their students what conscious attention is. Wherever we direct our attention, we spend creative energy. We can save that energy if we divide attention, if we do not become identified with things, people, and ideas. When we identify ourselves with things, people, and ideas, we forget ourselves and lose creative energy in a most pitiful way. It is imperative to know that we need to save creative energy to awaken conscience, and that creative energy is living potential, it is the vehicle of the conscience, an instrument to awaken conscience. When we learn not to forget ourselves, when we learn to divide the attention between subject, object and place, we save creative energy to awaken conscience. It is necessary to learn to use attention to awaken conscience, but students do not know anything about this because their teachers have not taught them. When we learn to use attention consciously, discipline becomes unnecessary. A student who pays attention in the class, to his lessons and to order, does not need discipline of any type. It is imperative that teachers understand the need for intelligently reconciling freedom and order, and this is possible through conscious attention. Conscious attention excludes that which is called identification. When we identify ourselves with things, people, and ideas, fascination takes over, producing the sleep of the conscience. We must know how to pay attention without identification. When we pay attention to something or someone and we forget ourselves, it results in fascination and the sleep of the conscience. Observe carefully a moviegoer. He is asleep, unaware of everything and of himself. He is empty within and looks like a zombie. He dreams with the movie and the hero he is watching. Students should pay attention in classrooms without forgetting themselves so that they do not fall into the terrible sleep of the conscience. A student should see himself in action when he is taking an exam, or when he is at the blackboard as told by the teacher, or when he is studying or resting or playing with his classmates. Attention divided in the parts, subject, object, place, is in fact, conscious attention. When we do not commit the error of identifying ourselves with things, people, and ideas, we save creative energy and we accelerate within us the awakening of conscience. Whoever wants to awaken conscience in the superior worlds should begin by awakening in the here and now. When a student commits the error of identifying himself with things, people, and ideas, he commits the error of forgetting himself and falls asleep through fascination. Discipline does not teach students to pay attention. Discipline is a true prison for the mind. Students should learn to use conscious attention from the very desk at school so that later on, in the real world outside the school, they do not commit the error of forgetting themselves. A man who forgets himself in front of a person who insults him identifies himself with that person, becomes fascinated, falls into the deep sleep of the conscience, hurts or kills and inevitably goes to prison. He who does not become fascinated with a person who insults him and does not identify himself with that person, does not forget himself. He who knows how to pay conscious attention, would be incapable of giving any importance to the words of an insulter, or would be incapable of wounding or killing. All the errors that human beings commit in life are because they forget themselves, they identify, become fascinated and fall into sleep. It would be better for young people, for all students, to be taught how to awaken their conscience instead of being enslaved with so many absurd disciplines. Chapter 5. What to think, how to think. At home and at school, parents and teachers always tell us what we should think, but never in life do they teach us how to think. To know what to think is relatively easy. Our parents, teachers, tutors, authors, etc., each of them is a dictator in his own way. Each of them wants us to think about their dictations, demands, theories, prejudices, etc. Dictators of the mind are as common as weeds. Everywhere there is a perverse tendency to enslave, to bottle up other people's minds, to force them to live within determined norms, prejudices, etc. Thousands of millions of dictators of the mind have never wanted to respect the mental freedom of anyone. If someone does not think like them, he is classified as perverse, renegade, ignorant and so on. Everybody wants to enslave everyone. Everybody wants to violate the intellectual freedom of other people. Nobody wants to respect other people's freedom of thought. Everyone feels sensible, wise, marvelous, and as it is natural, wants others to be like him, to make of him a hero, to think like him. The mind has been abused too much. Observe businessmen and their advertisements on newspapers, radio and television, etc. Commercial advertising is made in a dictatorial way. Buy such and such a soap. Such and such shoes. Buy it now. Immediately. Do not leave it for tomorrow. It has to be done immediately, etc. The only thing left for them to say is that if you do not obey, you will be put in jail or killed. A parent forcefully wants to push his own ideas into his child, and a schoolteacher reprimands, punishes, and gives low grades if a boy or girl does not dictatorially accept the teacher's ideas. Half of humanity wants to enslave the mind of the other half of humanity. This tendency to enslave other people's minds stands out at first sight when we study the dark pages of Black history. Everywhere there have existed and still exist bloody dictators determined to enslave countries, bloody dictatorships that dictate what people should think. Unfortunate is he who tries to think freely. He inevitably goes to a concentration camp, Siberia, prison, hard labor, he is hung, shot, exiled, etc. Neither teachers, nor parents, nor books want to teach how to think. People enjoy forcing others to think in the way that they believe is right, and it is obvious that everyone is a dictator in his own way when it comes to this situation. Each of us thinks we have the last word, that everyone else should think in our way because we are the best. Parents, teachers, and bosses scold their subordinates over and over again. That horrible tendency of humanity to be disrespectful to others, to violate other people's mind, to cage, lock up, enslave, and chain other people's minds is frightening. A husband wants to force into his wife's head his doctrine, ideas, etc., and a woman wants to do the same. Many times, husband and wife divorce because of incompatibility of ideas. Marriage partners do not want to understand the need to respect each other's intellectual freedom. No partner has the right to enslave the other partner's mind. Each of fact deserves respect. Each has the right to think as they like, to practice their religion, to belong to whatever political party they want to. School children are forced to think about certain ideas but are not taught how to use their minds. Children's minds are tender, flexible and ductile, while those of elderly people are hard, fixed like concrete in a mold. They do not and cannot change. Children's and young people's minds are capable of many changes and their minds can change. Children and young people can be taught how to think. It is difficult to teach elderly people how to think because they are the way they are and die in this way. In life, it is very rare to find an old person interested in changing radically. People's minds are shaped from childhood. That is what parents and school teachers prefer to do. They enjoy shaping the mind of children and young people. A mind in a gold is in fact, a conditioned mind, an enslaved mind. It is necessary that school teachers break the fetters of the mind. It is imperative that teachers know how to guide the minds of children towards true freedom so that they are not enslaved anymore. It is indispensable that teachers teach their students how to think. Teachers should understand the need to teach students the path of analysis, meditation, understanding. No understandable person should ever accept anything in a dogmatic way. It is urgent to first investigate, understand, and inquire, before accepting. In other words, we shall say that there is no need to accept, but instead, we should investigate, analyze, meditate, and understand. When understanding is complete, acceptance is unnecessary. It is useless to fill our heads with intellectual information if on leaving school we do not know how to think and continue like living machines, repeating the same routine of our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. To always repeat the same thing, to live the life of machines, from home to work, and from work to home, to marry and become little child-making machines, is not living. If that is what we study for, if that is why we go to school, college and university for 12 of 15 years, we would be better off by not studying. Mahatma Gandhi was a very unique man. Many times Protestant pastors sat on his doorstep for whole hours trying to convert him to Protestant Christianity. Gandhi did not accept the teaching of pastors, neither did he reject them. He understood and respected them, and that was all. Many times Mahatma said, "I am Brahmin, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, etc." Mahatma understood that all religions are necessary because they contain the same eternal values. Accepting or rejecting any doctrine or concept reveals a lack of mental maturity. When we reject or accept something, it is because we have not understood it. Whenever understanding exists, accepting or rejecting is unnecessary. The mind that believes, the mind that does not believe, and the mind that doubts is an ignorant mind. The path of wisdom does not lie in believing, not believing, or doubting. The path of wisdom consists in inquiring, analyzing, meditating, experimenting. Truth is the unknown from moment to moment. Truth has nothing to do with what one believes or stops believing, neither does it have anything to do with skepticism. Truth is not a matter of accepting or rejecting, it is something to experience, live, and understand. All the efforts on the part of teachers should, in the ultimate synthesis, take students into experiencing what is real, what is true. It is urgent that school teachers abandon old-fashioned and damaging tendencies which are always directed at shaping the pliable and ductile minds of children. It is absurd for adults, filled with prejudices, passions, old-fashioned preconceptions, etc., to damage children's and young people's minds in trying to shape their mind according to their rotten, dumb, old-fashioned ideas. It is better to respect the intellectual freedom of their students, respect their mental quickness, their creative spontaneity. Teachers do not have the right to confine the minds of students to a cage. What is essential is not to dictate to the minds of students what to think, but rather, to teach fully how to think. The mind is the instrument of knowledge, and it is necessary for teachers to teach their students how to use that instrument wisely. Chapter 6. The Search for Security. When chicks are afraid, they hide under the loving wings of a hen in search for security. A frightened child runs to find his mother because beside her he feels secure. This demonstrates that fear and the search for security are found intimately associated. A man that fears being assaulted by assailants finds security in a gun. A country that fears being attacked by another country buys cannons, planes, warships. It will arm armies and prepare for war. Many people who do not know how to work, are terrified when faced with misery. They search for security in crime by becoming thieves or assailants. Many women who lack intelligence are frightened when faced with the possibility of misery and become prostitutes. A jealous man who fears losing his wife, searches for security in his gun. He kills and afterwards ends in jail. A jealous woman kills her rival or her husband and, in this way, becomes a murderer. She fears losing her husband and wanting to secure him, she kills another woman or resolves to kill him. A landlord fearful that people will not pay him the rent demands contracts, bonds, deposits, etc., wanting to insure himself. If all the landlords of a city do the same, a poor widow with children who cannot fulfill those heavy requirements will have to sleep on the street or in the city's parks with her children. All wars have their origin in fear. The Gestapo, torture, concentration camps, Siberias, horrible prisons, exiles, forced labor, firing squads, etc., have their origin in fear. Nations attack other nations because of fear. They search for security in violence, thinking that by killing, invading, etc., they can make themselves secure, strong and powerful. In the secret police offices of counter-espionage, both East and West, spies are tortured, because the government fears for the state security. All crimes, wars, and transgressions, have their origin in fear and in the search for security. In bygone days there was sincerity among people. Today, fear and the search for security have done away with the wonderful fragrance of sincerity. Friends distrust friends. They fear that their friend will rob them, swindle or exploit them, and they even use in a stupid and perverse way, proverbs such as this one, never turn your back on your best friend. Hitler-like people used to say that this proverb was golden. Now a friend fears a friend and even uses proverbs to protect himself. There is no longer sincerity among friends. Fear and the search for security have done away with the delightful fragrance of sincerity. Castro Ruz in Cuba has sent millions of citizens to the firing squad, fearful that these citizens would be the end of him. Castro seeks security in firing squads. He thinks that in this way he can find security. The perverse and bloodthirsty Stalin plagued Russia with his bloody purges. That was his way of finding security. Hitler organized the Gestapo, the frightening Gestapo, for the security of the state. There is no doubt that he feared that he would be overthrown, and because of this he founded the bloody Gestapo. Every bitterness of this world has its origins in the search for security and fear. School teachers should teach their students the virtue of courage. It is unfortunate that children are filled with fear in their own home. Children are threatened, intimidated, terrorized, and beaten. It is the custom of parents and teachers to terrorize children and teenagers with the purpose of forcing them to study. It is common to tell children and teenagers that if they do not study they will have to beg for money and they will wander the streets starving or will work in humble jobs such as shoe shining, carrying bales, selling newspapers, etc., as if work was a crime. Deep down, behind all the words of parents and teachers, there exists fear for children and the search for security for children. The serious thing about all of this is that the child or teenager develops complexes, he becomes fearful and later on in life, becomes a person filled with fear. Parents and teachers who have the bad taste of frightening children and teenagers in an unconscious way, take them down a path of crime. As we have already said, every crime has its origins in fear and the search for security. Nowadays, fear and the search for security have turned the planet Earth into a horrible hell. The whole world fears and wants security. In bygone days one could travel freely, but now borders are filled with armed guards, passports and certificates of every type are demanded to be able to go from one country into another. All of this is the result of fear and the search for security. He who arrives is feared, and security is found in passports and papers of all types. School teachers, college and university lecturers should understand the horror of all this and cooperate for the good of the world, by knowing how to educate the new generations and teaching them the path of real values. It is imperative to teach new generations not to fear and not to search for securities in anything or anyone. It is indispensable that every individual learns to be more confident in himself. Fear and the search for security are terrible weaknesses that transform life into a terrifying hell. Everywhere abound fearful cowards and weak people who are always in search for security. Life is feared, death is feared, other people's opinions, gossip is feared, the loss of a social or political position's feared, the loss of prestige, money, a lovely house, a beautiful woman, a good husband, a job, a business, a monopoly, the furniture, the car, etc., is feared. Everything is feared. Cowards, fearful people, weak people abound everywhere. However, nobody thinks himself a coward, everyone boasts of being strong, of being courageous, etc. In all social classes there exist thousands of millions of interests that one fears to lose, and because of this everyone looks for securities that become more and more complex, making life more difficult, complicated, bitter, cruel, and merciless. All gossip, slander, intrigues, etc., have their origins in fear and in the search for security. To avoid losing our wealth, position, power, and prestige, slander and gossip are propagated, murder is committed, and people secretly pay for murders to be committed. Powerful people on earth even have the luxury of having salaried and well-paid murderers with a loathsome purpose of eliminating anyone who threatens to eclipse them. They love power for the sake of power and assure themselves of it on the basis of money and much blood. Newspapers are constantly reporting news of many suicide cases. Many believe that anyone who commits suicide is brave, but really anyone who commits suicide is a coward who fears life and looks for security in the fleshless arms for death. Some war heroes were known as weak and cowardly people. When they saw themselves face to face with death, their terror was so frightening that they became terribly wild, searching for security for their life, and in making a supreme effort against death they were then declared heroes. Fear is often confused with courage. He who commits suicide seems to be very brave. He who carries a gun appears to be very brave, but in reality, people who commit suicide and carry guns are very coward. He who does not fear life will not commit suicide. He who does not fear anyone will not carry a gun on his waist. It is imperative that school teachers teach citizens in a clear and precise way what true courage is and what fear is. Fear and the search for security have turned the world into a dreadful hell. Chapter 7: Ambition. Ambition has several causes, and one of them is fear. A humble boy who in the parks of capital cities cleans the shoes of proud gentlemen, could become a thief if he begins to fear poverty, fear himself or his future. A humble machinist who works in an expensive store could become a thief or a prostitute overnight if she began to fear the future, life, old age, or herself. An elegant waiter of a luxurious restaurant or a grand hotel could become a gangster, a bank robber, or a very high-class thief if by misfortune he begins to fear himself, his humble position as a waiter, or his own future. An insignificant insect covets being elegant. A poor shop assistant who serves clients and who with patience shows us a tie, a shirt, shoes, making many bows with a plastic smile, covets something more because he is afraid, he fears misery, a somber future, old age, etc. Ambition is multifaceted. Ambition has the face of a saint and a devil, the face of a man and a woman, the face of concern and of indifference, of virtue and of a sinner. There exists ambition in he who wants to get married and in that hardened old bachelor who detests marriage. There exists ambition in he who desires with infinite madness to be someone, to take part, to climb, and there exists ambition in he who becomes a hermit, in he who does not want anything of this world, because his only ambition is to reach heaven, to liberate himself, etc. There exists worldly ambition and spiritual ambition. Sometimes ambition uses the mask of indifference or sacrifice. Whoever does not covet this miserable wretched world, covets the other, and he who does not covet money, covets psychic powers. The ego, the ID, the myself, delights in hiding ambition, putting it in the most secret nook of the mind and then says, I do not covet anything, I love my fellow men, I work unselfishly for the good of all human beings. The political old fox and he who knows it all, sometimes astonishes the masses with his apparent unselfish deeds, but when he abandons his job, it is hardly normal for him not to leave his country carrying out a few £1,000,000 or dollars. Ambition disguised with the mask of unselfishness often fools the most astute people. There exist in the world many people who only covet not being covetous. There are many people who renounce all pomp and vanity of this world because they only covet their own intimate self-perfection. The penitent that walks on his knees up to the temple and who, filled with faith, lashes himself, apparently does not covet anything and even gives himself the luxury of giving without asking anything back from anyone. However, it is clear that he covets a miracle, a cure, health for himself or for some relative, or indeed, covets eternal salvation. We admire truly religious men and women, but we lament that they do not love their religion with true unselfishness. The holy religions, the sublime sects, orders, spiritual societies, etc., deserve our unselfish love. It is very rare to find in this world someone who loves his religion, school, sect, etc., unselfishly. This is unfortunate. The whole world is filled with ambitions. Hitler hurled himself into war because of ambition. All wars have their origins in fear and ambition, and the most serious problems of life have their origins in ambition. The whole world lives fighting the whole world due to ambition. Some against others and everyone against everyone else. Every person in life covets being someone, and people of a certain age, teachers, parents, tutors, etc., motivate children and teenagers to continue down the horrendous path of ambition. Elders tell students, you have to be someone in life, become rich, get married to a millionaire, be powerful, etc. The old, horrible, ugly, old-fashioned generation wants new generations also to be ambitious, ugly, and horrible like them. The gravity of this is that new generations let themselves be talked into and led down the horrible path of ambition. School teachers should teach students that no honest job deserves contempt. It is absurd to look disdainfully at a driver, a shop assistant, a peasant, a shoe shiner, etc. Every humble job is beautiful and necessary in social life. Not all of us were born to be engineers, governors, presidents, doctors, lawyers, etc. In society all jobs and trades are needed, no honest job can ever be distasteful. In everyday life each human being serves a purpose, and the important thing is to know what purpose one serves. It is the duty of teachers to discover the vocation of each student and guide him or her in that direction. He who works in life in accordance with his vocation will work with true love and without ambition. Love should replace ambition. Vocation is that which we really like, that profession which we happily fulfill because it is what pleases us and what we love to do. Unfortunately, in modern life people work unwillingly because of ambition, since they perform jobs that do not coincide with their vocation. When someone works at something that he likes, with true vocation, he does it with love because he loves his vocation and because his abilities in life are precisely those of his vocation. It is precisely the task of teachers to know how to guide students to discover their abilities and to orientate them along the path of a real vocation. Chapter 8 Love. Starting from school desks, students should understand fully that which is called love. Fear and dependency are often confused with love, however they are not. Students depend on their parents and teachers, and it is clear that they respect and fear them at the same time. Children and teenagers depend on their parents for clothing, food, money, shelter, etc., and clearly they always feel protected. They know they depend on their parents and for this reason respect and even fear them, but this is not love. As proof of what we are saying, we can verify exactly that any child or teenager trusts more his school friends than his own parents. Really and truly, these children and teenagers talk with their school friends about intimate things that they would never discuss with their own parents. This is showing us that there is no real trust between children and their parents, that there is no true love. It is urgent to understand that there is a radical difference between love and that which is fear, respect, dependency. It is urgent to give due respect to our parents and teachers, but not to confuse this respect with love. Respect and love should be intimately joined, but we should not confuse one with the other. Parents fear for their children and want the best for them, a good job, a wonderful marriage, security, etc., and confuse this fear with true love. It is necessary to understand that without true love it is impossible for parents and teachers to guide new generations wisely, even though they might have good intentions. The path that leads to the abyss is paved with good intentions. Let us look at the case known worldwide as rebel without a cause. This is a mental epidemic that has spread throughout the world. Hundreds of rich kids, said to be spoilt, cherished, and loved by their parents who attack defenseless pedestrians, beat and rape women, steal, stone, hang around in gangs causing damage to everything. They are disrespectful to teachers, parents, etc. The rebels without a cause are the result of lack of true love. Where there exists true love, there cannot exist rebels without a cause. If parents really loved their children, they would know how to guide them intelligently, and there would be no rebels without a cause. Rebels without a cause are the result of bad guidance. Parents have not felt enough love for them to really dedicate themselves to guiding their children wisely. Modern parents only think of money and of giving their children more and more, the latest car, the latest fashion in clothes, etc., but they do not really love. Parents do not truly love, they do not know how to love, and the result is the rebels without a cause. The superficiality of this era is due to a lack of true love. Modern life is like a shallow pond, no depth to it. In the profound lake of life many creatures can exist, a lot of fish, but a puddle by the side of the road is soon dried up by the rays of the sun, and then the only thing left behind is mud, poverty and ugliness. It is impossible to understand the beauty of life in all its glory if we have not learned to love. People confuse respect and fear with love. We respect our superiors, fear them, and then we think we love them. Children fear their parents and teachers, respect them, and then think they love them. The child fears the whiplash, authority, bad grades, scolding at home or in school, etc., and then thinks he really loves his parents and teachers, but actually he fears them. We depend on the job, on the boss. We fear the misery of staying unemployed, and then we believe that we love the boss, and we even watch out for his interests, take care of his interests, but that is not love. That is fear. Many people are afraid of thinking for themselves about the mysteries of life and death. They are afraid to inquire, investigate, understand, study, etc., and then they exclaim, "I love God," and that is enough. They believe that they love God, but in reality, they do not love, they fear. During a war, a wife feels that she adores her husband more than ever and hopes with infinite anxiety that he returns home, but in reality, she does not love him. She is simply afraid to be left without a husband, without protection, etc. Psychological slavery, depending on someone, is not love. It is merely fear, and that is all. A child at school depends on his teacher, and it is obvious that he fears expulsion, low grades, reprimands, and many times believes that he loves the teacher, but what happens is that he fears him. When a wife is pregnant or in danger of death because of whatever illness, her husband believes that he loves her much more, but what is really happening is that he fears losing her. He depends on her for many things, such as food, sex, laundry, caresses, etc., and is afraid of losing her. That is not love. Everyone says that he adores everybody, but that is not the case. It is very rare to find someone in life who knows how to truly love. If parents truly loved their children, if children truly loved their parents and teachers truly loved their students, no wars could exist. Wars would be 100% impossible. What happens is that people do not understand what love is, and every fear, every psychological slavery, every passion, etc., is confused with love. People do not know how to love. If they did, life would be a paradise. Lovers believe that they love, and many would swear with blood that they love. However, they are only impassioned. Once that passion is satisfied, the sand castle falls to the ground. Passion tends to fool the mind and the heart. Everyone with passion believes that he is in love. It is very rare in life to find a couple truly in love. Impassioned couples abound, but it is very difficult to find a couple in love. All artists sing of love, but they do not know what love is and confuse passion with love. If there is something very difficult in life, it is to avoid confusing passion with love. Passion is sexual 100%. Passion is beastly, but sometimes it is also very refined and subtle. It is always confused with love. Teachers should teach students and teenagers how to distinguish between love and passion. Only in this way will many tragedies in life be prevented later on. Teachers are obliged to encourage responsibility in students, therefore they should properly prepare them so that they do not fall themselves into tragedies of life. It is necessary to understand what love is, for it cannot be mixed with jealousies, passions, violence, fear, attachments, psychological dependence, etc. Love, unfortunately, does not exist in human beings, and it is not something that can be acquired, bought, or cultivated like greenhouse plant. Love should be born in us. It is only born when we have thoroughly understood the hatred, fear, sexual passions, psychological slavery, and dependence we carry within. We should understand what these psychological defects are, and how they are processed within us, not only on the intellectual level of life, but also in other hidden and unknown levels of the subconscious. It is necessary to take out all those defects from the many windings of the mind. Only in this way is love born within us in a spontaneous and pure form. It is impossible to try to transform the world without the flame of love. Only love can truly transform the world. Chapter 9: The Mind. By experience we have been able to prove that it is impossible to understand what love is, until we have completely understood the complicated problem of the mind. Whoever supposes that the mind is the brain is completely mistaken. The mind is energetic, subtle, and can become independent of matter. It transports itself to very remote places to see and hear what is happening in those places under certain hypnotic states or during normal sleep. In laboratories of parapsychology, noteworthy experiments are made on individuals in a hypnotic state. Many people in a hypnotic state have been able to give minute detail about events, people, and situations that have been taking place during their hypnotic trance in very remote distances. After these experiments, scientists have been able to verify the reality of the information concerning the facts and accuracy of events. With these experiments in laboratories of parapsychology, it has been totally demonstrated through observation and experience that the brain is not the mind. Indeed, we can truly say that the mind can travel through time and space, independently of the brain, to see and hear things that happen in remote places. The reality of extrasensory perception has already been completely proved, and only a crazy person or an idiot could think of denying the reality of extrasensory perception. The brain is made to elaborate thought, but it is not thought. The brain is merely an instrument of the mind, however it is not the mind. We need to study the mind in depth if we truly want to know fully that which is called love. The mind of children and young people are more elastic, ductile, quick, alert, etc. There are many children and young people who enjoy asking their parents and teachers about this, that and the other. They want to know something more, that is why they ask, observe, see certain details that adults do not appreciate or do not perceive. As the years go by and we become older, the mind sets itself little by little. The minds of old people are set, fixed, and would not change for anything in the world. Old people's minds are already fixed, and like this they die, they do not change. Everything is elaborated from a fixed point of view. The nonsense of old people, their prejudices, set ideas, etc., all appear like a rock, a stone that does not change in any way. That is why people commonly say, "That's the way I am, always have been and always will be." It is urgent for teachers who are in charge of forming the personality of students, to study the mind in depth so that they are able to intelligently orientate new generations. It is painful to understand how the mind becomes fixed little by little as time goes by. The mind is the killer of what is real and true. The mind destroys love. Whoever arrives at old age is no longer capable of loving because his mind is full of painful experiences, prejudices, set ideas like hard rocks. There are dirty old men who believe they are still capable of loving, but what is actually happening is that they are full of senile sexual passions and confuse passion with love. Every dirty old man or woman passes through tremendous lustful, passionate states before dying, and they believe that this is love. It is impossible for old people to love because the mind destroys it with its nonsense, set ideas, prejudices, jealousy, experiences, memories, sexual passions, etc. The mind is love's worst enemy. In supercivilized countries, love no longer exists because people's minds only smell of factories, bank accounts, retail's products, etc. There are many traps for the mind, and the mind of every person is well bottled up. Some have bottled their minds in abominable communism, others have bottled it in heartless capitalism. There are some who have bottled their mind in jealousy, hate, desire to be rich and have a good social position, attachments to certain people, or attachment to their own suffering and family problems, etc. People love bottling up the mind. Few are those who decide to truly smash the bottle to pieces. We need to free the mind, but people love slavery, and it is very rare to find someone in life who does not have the mind totally bottled up. Teachers should teach their students all these things. They should teach new generations to observe their own mind, to investigate and understand it. Only through profound understanding can we prevent the mind from crystallizing, freezing, and becoming bottled up. The only thing that can transform the world is love, but the mind destroys love. We need to study our own mind, observe, investigate it profoundly, truly understand it. Only in this way, in becoming masters of ourselves, of our own mind, will we kill the killer of love and truly be happy. Those who live beautifully fantasizing about love, who live making projects about love, who want love to work in accordance to their likes and dislikes, projects and fantasies, norms and prejudices, memories and experiences, etc., will never be able to really know what love is. They have in fact become enemies of love. It is necessary to understand fully what the processes of the mind are in the state of accumulation of experiences. Many times a teacher justly reprimands, but sometimes he/she does so stupidly and without any true reason, without understanding that every unjust reprimand remains in the minds of students. The result of such a mistaken procedure is usually the loss of love for the teacher. The mind destroys love, and that is something that school, college, and university teachers should never forget. It is necessary to deeply understand all those mental processes that put an end to the beauty of love. It is not enough to be a parent, it is necessary to know how to love. Parents believe that they love their children because they have them, because the children belong to them, such as when someone owns a bicycle, a car, or a house. That sense of possession and dependence is usually confused with love, but can never be love. Teachers of our second home, which is school, believe they love their students because they are in charge of them, but that is not love. The sense of possession or dependence is not love. The mind destroys love, and only by comprehending all the mistaken functionalisms of our mind, our absurd way of thinking, our bad customs, mechanical habits, wrong way of looking at things, etc., can we come to live and truly experience that which does not belong to time and which is called love. Whoever wants love to transform itself into a piece of their mechanical routine, whoever wants love to walk upon the mistaken track of their own prejudices, cravings, fears, experiences of life, selfish way of looking at things, mistaken way of thinking, etc., do in fact put an end to love, because the latter never allows itself to be subdued. Whoever wants love to works as I like, I desire, I think, lose love because Cupid, the god of love, is never ready to let himself be enslaved by the ego. We have to annihilate the ego, the myself, the ID, so we do not lose the child of love. The ego is a bunch of memories, cravings, fears, hatreds, passions, experiences, selfishness, envies, lust, etc. Only by understanding each defect separately, by studying and directly observing it, not only in the intellectual region but also in all the subconscious levels of the mind, will each defect disappear as we die from moment to moment. Only in this way will we achieve the disintegration of the ego. Whoever wants to bottle love up within the horrible traps of the ego, loses it and stays without it, because love can never be bottled up. Unfortunately, people want love to behave according to their habits, desires, customs, etc. People want to submit love to the ego, and that is absolutely impossible, since love does not obey the ego. Couples in love, or better said, couples with passion for each other, suppose that love should keep faithfully within the limits of their own desires, concupiscences, errors, etc., and in this way they are totally wrong. Let's talk about us, say couples in love or sexually passionate for each other, who are plentiful in this world. Then we hear conversations, projects, desires, and goals. Each has something to say, he or she puts forward projects, desires, his or her way of looking at things of this life, and each wants love to move like a train on steel tracks forged by the mind. How wrong, how lost are these couples in love or with passions? How far away from reality they are! Love does not obey the ego, and when partners want to chain it down by the neck and submit it, it escapes, leaving the couple in disgrace. The mind has a bad habit of comparing. A man compares one girlfriend to another, a woman compares one man to another. A teacher compares one student to another student, as if all of them do not deserve the same appreciation. Truly, all types of comparison are abominable. Whoever contemplates a beautiful sunset and compares it to another does not really know how to understand the beauty he has before his very eyes. Whoever contemplates a beautiful sunset and compares it to another does not really appreciating the beauty he has before his eyes. Where there is comparison, there is no true love. A father and a mother who really love their children will never compare them to anyone. They will simply love them, and that is all. A husband who loves his wife never makes the mistake of comparing her to anyone else. He loves her, and that is all. The teachers who really love their students will never discriminate and never compare one with another. They truly love them, and that is all. A mind divided by comparisons and enslaved by dualities destroys love. A mind divided by the struggle of opposites is not capable of understanding the new, it becomes petrified and frozen. The mind has many depths, regions, subconscious areas, labyrinths, but the worriest is the essence, the conscience, which is in the center. When duality ceases to exist, when the mind becomes integrated, serene, quiet, profound, when it no longer compares, then the essence, the conscience, awakens, and this should be the true objective of fundamental education. Let us distinguish between objectivity and subjectivity. In objectivity there is awakened conscience. In subjectivity there is sleep conscience, subconsciousness. Only objective conscience can enjoy objective knowledge. The intellectual knowledge that is actually received by students attending schools, colleges, and universities is 100% subjective. Objective knowledge cannot be acquired without an objective conscience. Students should first achieve self-consciousness and then objective conscience. Only through the path of love can we achieve objective conscience and objective knowledge. It is necessary to understand the complex problem of the mind if we truly want to tread the path of love. Chapter 10: Knowing how to listen. In the world there are many orators who astonish with their eloquence, however. Few are those who know how to listen. To know how to listen is very difficult. When a teacher or lecturer speaks, the audience seems to be very attentive, as if following in detail each word of the speaker. Everything indicates that they are listening, that they are in a state of alertness, but in the psychological depth of each individual there is a secretary that translates each word of the speaker. This secretary is the ego, the myself, the ID. The job of this secretary consists in misinterpreting, in mistranslating the words of the speaker. The ego translates in accordance with its prejudices, preconceptions, fears, pride, anxieties, ideas, memories, etc. Students and people who together constitute the listening audience, are not really listening to the speaker. They are listening to themselves, their own ego, their beloved Machiavellian ego that is not willing to accept what is real, the truth and the essential. Only in a state of alert novelty, with a spontaneous mind, free from the burden of the past, in a state of full receptivity, can we listen without the intervention of that wretched ill-omened secretary, the ego. When the mind is conditioned by memory, it only repeats what it has accumulated. A mind conditioned by experiences of so many yesterdays can only see the present through the cloudy lens of the past. If we want to know how to listen, if we want to learn how to listen, to discover the new, we should live in accordance with the philosophy of the present moment. It is urgent to live from moment to moment, without the preoccupations of the past and without the projects of the future. The truth is the unknown from moment to moment. Our minds should always be alert, in complete attention, free from prejudices, preconceptions, so as to really be receptive. School teachers should teach their students the profound significance contained in knowing how to listen. It is necessary to learn to live wisely, refining our senses, refining our behavior, our thoughts, and our feelings. If we do not know how to listen, and we are not capable of discovering the new from moment to moment, it is useless to have a great academic background. We need to refine attentions, to refine our manners, refine our people, our things, etc. It is impossible to be truly refined when we do not know how to listen. Crude, rough, deteriorated, degenerated minds never know how to listen, never know how to discover the new. Those minds only understand in a mistaken way the absurd translations of that satanic secretary called the ego. To be refined is something very difficult and it requires complete attention. Someone can be a very refined person, in fashion, in suits, dresses, gardens, cars, and friendships, however, he will continue being rough, crude, and unpleasant within. Whoever knows how to really live from moment to moment, treads the path of true refinement. He who has a receptive, spontaneous, integral, alert mind, walks on the path of authentic refinement. Whoever opens himself to everything new, abandoning the burden of the past, preconceptions, prejudices, jealousies, fanaticisms, etc., walks victoriously along the path of authentic refinement. The degenerated mind lives imprisoned in the past, in preconceptions, pride, self-esteem, prejudices, etc. The degenerated mind does not know how to see new things, does not know how to listen, it is conditioned by self-esteem. The fanatics of Marxism-Leninism do not accept new things, do not admit the fourth characteristic of all things, the fourth dimension, because of pride. They love themselves too much, they become attached to their own absurd materialistic theories, and when we place them in the field of actual facts, and when we demonstrate the absurdity of their sophisms, they raise their left arm, look at their wristwatch and give an evasive excuse to leave. Those are degenerate minds, decrepit minds that do not know how to listen nor how to discover the new, that do not accept reality because they are imprisoned in self-esteem. Minds that love themselves too much, minds that do not know about cultural refinements, crude, coarse minds, rough minds, that only listen to their beloved ego. Fundamental education teaches how to listen, teaches how to live wisely. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should teach their students the real path of true vital refinement. It is of no use to spend 10 or 15 years in schools, colleges, and universities if on coming out, we are internally true pigs in our thoughts, ideas, feelings, and habits. Fundamental education is needed urgently because the new generations represent the beginning of a new era. The hour of true revolution has arrived, the moment of fundamental revolution has arrived. The past is the past and has already given fruits. We need to comprehend the deep meaning of the moment in which we live. Chapter 11 Wisdom and Love. Wisdom and love are the two main pillars of every true civilization. On one pan of the scales of cosmic justice we should place wisdom, on the other we should place love. Wisdom and love should balance each other mutually. Wisdom without love is a destructive element. Love without wisdom can lead us into error. Love is log but conscious love. It is necessary to study much and acquire knowledge, but it is also urgent to develop the spiritual being within us. Knowledge without the spiritual being well developed within us in a harmonious way becomes the cause of that which is called knavery. The being well developed within us but without intellectual knowledge of any kind gives rise to stupid saints. A stupid saint possesses very developed spiritual being, but since he does not have intellectual knowledge, he cannot do anything because he does not know how to. A stupid saint has the power of doing, but he cannot do because he does not know how to. Intellectual knowledge without the spiritual being well developed produces intellectual confusion, perversity, pride, etc. During the Second World War, thousands of scientists devoid of any spiritual elements in the name of science and humanity committed terrible crimes with the purpose of carrying out scientific experiments. We need to form a powerful intellectual culture, however, very well balanced with true conscious spirituality. We need revolutionary ethics and a revolutionary psychology if we really want to dissolve the ego in order to develop the true spiritual being within us. Unfortunately, for lack of love, people use the intellect in a destructive way. Students need to study science, history, mathematics, etc. It is necessary to acquire vocational skills with the purpose of being useful to our fellow beings. It is necessary to study. It is indispensable to accumulate basic knowledge, however, fear is not indispensable. Many people accumulate skills because of fear. They are afraid of life, death, hunger, misery, to what people will say, and for this reason they study. One should study because of love towards our fellow men with the desire of serving them better, but one should never study because of fear. In practical life we have been able to prove that all those students that study because of fear, sooner or later become rascals. We need to be sincere with ourselves in order to observe and discover in ourselves all the processes of fear. In life we should never forget that fear has many phases. Sometimes fear is confused with courage. Soldiers on the battlefield seems to be very brave, but in reality they move and fight due to fear. A person who commits suicide seems at first sight to be very brave, but in reality he is a coward who is afraid on life. All rascals in life appear to be very brave, but deep down they are cowards. Rascals often use their profession and power in a destructive way when they are afraid. For example, Castro was in Cuba. We never pronounce ourselves against the experience of practical life or against the cultivation of intellect, but we condemn the lack of love. Knowledge and experience of life become destructive when there is lack of love. The ego usually traps intellectual knowledge and experience when that which is called love is absent. Husbands and wives should always feel as if they were recently married, forgetting the past and happily living the present. Love and resentments are incompatible atomic substances. In true love, no resentments of any kind can exist. Love is eternal forgiveness. Love exists in those who feel true anguish for the suffering of their friends and enemies. True love exists in him who wholeheartedly works for the well-being of the humble, poor and needy. Love exists in him who, in a natural and spontaneous way, feels sympathy for the peasant who waters the furrow with the sweat of his brow, for the villager who suffers, for the beggar who asks for a coin, and for the humble dog in anguish and sickness which dies of hunger on the roadside. When we help someone wholeheartedly, when in a natural and spontaneous way, we care for a tree and water the flowers in the garden without anyone demanding it from us, then authentic generosity, true sympathy, and love exist. Unfortunately, people are not truly generous to the world. People are only concerned with their own selfish gains, desires, knowledge, experiences, sufferings, pleasures, etc. Many people exist in the world who possess only false generosity. False generosity exists in the astute politician, in the electoral fox who spends money with the goal of obtaining power, prestige, position, wealth, etc. We should not confuse false generosity with true generosity. True generosity is absolutely disinterested but can easily be confused with the selfish and false generosity of political foxes, capitalist crooks, and satyrs who desire women, etc. Generosity should come from our hearts. True generosity is not of the mind. Authentic generosity is the perfume of the heart. If people were generous, they would forget resentments accumulated in their memories, all the painful experiences of the many yesterdays and would learn to live from moment to moment, always happy, always generous, full of true sincerity. Unfortunately, the ego is memory and lives in the past, it always wants to return to the past. The past overcomes people, destroys happiness, kills love. A mind bottled up in the past can never fully understand the profound significance of the present moment in which we live. Many people write to us seeking consolation, asking for a precious ointment to heal their painful heart, but few are those who worry about comforting the afflicted. The ego abuses experiences and the intellect by using them to grow stronger. On disintegrating the ego, experiences and the intellect remain in the hands of the intimate being, and all abuse then becomes impossible. Every student should guide himself on the vocational path and study in depth all theories related to his vocation. Studies and the intellect do not harm anyone, but we should not abuse the intellect. We need to study to avoid abusing the mind. He who wants to study theories of different vocations, who wants to harm others with the intellect, who practices violence on another's mind, etc., abuses the mind. It is necessary to study professional and spiritual subjects in order to have a balanced mind. It is urgent to arrive at an intellectual and spiritual synthesis if we really want a balanced mind. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should study our revolutionary psychology in depth if they really want to lead their students along the path of fundamental revolution. It is necessary that students acquire spiritual being and develop the true being in themselves so that they leave school transformed into responsible individuals, and not stupid rascals. Wisdom without love is useless. Intellect without love only produces rascals. Wisdom in itself is an atomic substance, atomic capital that should only be administered by individuals filled with true love. Chapter 12 Generosity. It is necessary to love and be loved, but unfortunately for the world, people do not love, neither are they loved. Real love is something unknown to people who confuse it very easily with passion and fear. If people were capable of loving and being loved, wars should be impossible on the face of the earth. Many marriages could be truly happy, but unfortunately they are not, due to old resentments accumulated in their memories. If married couples were generous, they would forget the painful past and would live fully, filled with true happiness. The mind kills and destroys love. Experiences, disagreement, jealousy, etc., when accumulated in our memory, destroy love. Many resentful wives could be happy if they were generous enough to forget the past and live in the present, adoring their husbands. Many husbands could be truly happy with their wives if they were generous enough to forgive old errors and forget quarrels and unhappy situations accumulated in their memories. It is necessary and urgent that married couples understand the profound meaning of the present moment. Many people write to us about the miserable state they live in, but very few are those who break their only loaf of bread, which will satisfy their own hunger, to share it with others in need. People do not want to understand that a cause exists behind any effect, and that only by changing the cause do we modify the effect. The ego, our beloved ego, is energy which has lived in our ancestors and which has given rise to certain past causes whose present effects condition our existence. We need generosity to modify causes and to transform effects, to wisely guide the ship of our existence and to radically transform our own life. Real effective generosity is not of the mind. Authentic sympathy halts generosity of the heart and annihilates within us the delicious perfume of love. Fear is the root of all corruption, the secret origins of all wars, the mortal poison that degenerates and kills. School, college, and university teachers should understand the need to place their students on the path of true generosity, courage, and sincerity of the heart. The clumsy, rotten people of past generations, instead of understanding the lethal poison called fear, have cultivated it like an ill-fated flower in a greenhouse. The result of such an action has been corruption, chaos, and anarchy. Teachers should understand the critical times in which we live today and the need to build up future generations on a solid base of revolutionary ethics that is in tune with the atomic era, which in these moments of pain and suffering is dawning among the majestic sounds of thought. Fundamental education bases itself on revolutionary psychology and on revolutionary ethics in tune with the new vibrating rhythm of this new era. A sense of cooperation should totally displace the horrible battle of selfish competition. It becomes impossible to know how to cooperate when we exclude the effective and revolutionary principle of generosity. It is urgent to fully understand, not only on the intellectual level but also in the distinct unconscious corners of the subconscious mind, what the lack of generosity and the horror of selfishness is. Only by realizing what selfishness and lack of generosity really are can the delicious fragrance of true love and effective generosity, which is not of the mind, burst forth in our hearts. Chapter 13 Understanding and Memory. To remember is to try to store in the mind what other people have told us, what has happened to us, what we have heard, seen, or read, etc. Teachers want their students to store faithfully in their memory their words, their phrases, what is written in school books, entire chapters, heavy homeworks, etc. To pass tests means to remember what we have been told and what we have mechanically read. It means to verbalize memory, to repeat everything that we have stored in our memory like parrots. It is necessary that new generations understand that repeating everything in the memory like a record does not mean having understood anything in depth. To remember is not to understand. The memory belongs to the past, it is something dead that no longer has life. It is imperative and of great contemporary importance that all students in education really understand the deep meaning of profound understanding. To understand is something immediate, direct, something that we live intensely, something that we experience profoundly and which inevitably is transformed into intimate means of conscious action. To remember or to recall is something dead, it belongs to the past and unfortunately it becomes an ideal, a motto, an idea, that we want to imitate mechanically and follow unconsciously. In true understanding, in profound understanding, in intimate understanding there is only the pressure of the conscience, constant pressure born from the essence that we carry within. Real understanding manifests itself as spontaneous, natural and simple action, free of the depressing process of choice, pure without indecisions of any type. Understanding transformed into secret means of action is splendid, wonderful, edifying and essentially dignifying. Calculation is the action based on recalling what we have read, the ideal we aim at, the norm of behavior that we have been taught, of the accumulated experiences in memory, etc. It depends on depressing option, it is dual, based on conceptual choice which only leads inevitably to error and pain. To adapt action to remembrance, to try to modify action so that it coincides with memories accumulated in us, is something artificial, absurd, without spontaneity and can inevitably only lead to error and pain. To pass exams, can be accomplished by any fool who has a good dose of astuteness and memory. To understand subjects that have been studied and which one is going to be examined on, is something very different from memorizing subjects, it belongs to true intelligence which should not be confused with intellectualism. People who want to base all the actions of their life on ideals, theories, and memory of all types accumulated in the warehouses of the mind, always go around comparing, and where comparison exists, envy also exists. People compare themselves, their children and relatives, with neighbors, and neighbors' children and relatives. They compare their house, furniture, shothies, and all their material things with those of their neighbors and people in society. They compare their ideas, intelligence of their children, etc., with ideas and intelligence of other people. This results in envy which is transformed into the hidden cause of action. Unfortunately for this world, the whole mechanism of society is based on envy and acquisition. The whole world envies the whole world. We envy ideas, things, people, and we want to acquire more and more money, new theories, new ideas that we accumulate in our memory, new things so as to dazzle our neighbors, etc. In real, true understanding, there exists true love and not mere verbalization of memory. Things we remember, that which is confided to memory, soon is forgotten because memory is unfaithful. Students deposit in the warehouses of memory, ideals, theories, and complete texts that are useless in practical life because in the end they disappear from memory without leaving a single trace. People who only read mechanically and enjoy storing many theories in the storerooms of memory, destroy the mind, they damage it pathetically. We do not pronounce ourselves against true, profound, and conscious study based on in-depth comprehension. We only condemn antiquated methods of extemporaneous pedagogy, all mechanical systems of studying, all memorizing, etc. Remembering is superfluous where there exists true understanding. We need to study, we need useful books, teachers, spiritual guides, etc., but it is necessary to understand fully the teachings and not merely to store them in the storerooms of the unfaithful memory. We cannot be truly free as long as we commit the mistake of comparing ourselves with the stored recollections and ideals in our memory, and with what we covet to be or not to be. When we truly understand a teaching, we do not need to remember it nor convert it to an ideal. For as long there is comparison of what we are here and now, with what we want to be later on, as long as there is comparison of our practical life with an ideal or model to which we want to adapt, there cannot exist true love. All comparison is disgusting, brings fear, envy, pride, fear of not obtaining what we want, envy for others' progress, pride because we think ourselves superior to others. The important thing in practical life, whether we are ugly, envious, selfish, covetous, etc., is not to boast of being saints, but to start from absolute zero, and understand ourselves profoundly, the way we are and not the way we want to become or the way we would like to be. It is impossible to dissolve the ego, the myself, if we do not learn to observe ourselves, to perceive in order to understand what we really are here and now in an efficient and absolutely practical way. If we really want to understand, we would listen to our teachers, and true spiritual guides. Young people of this generation have lost the sense of respect, of veneration towards their parents, teachers, and true spiritual guides. It is impossible to understand teachings when we do not know how to venerate and respect our parents, teachers, or spiritual guides. It is impossible to understand teachings when we do not know how to venerate and respect our parents, teachers, or spiritual guides. The simple mechanical remembering of what we have learnt by heart without in-depth understanding mutilates the mind and heart, brings about envy, fear, pride, etc. When we truly know how to listen in a profound and conscious way, within us emerges a wonderful power, an extraordinary, natural and simple understanding, free from all mechanical processes, all reasoning and remembrances. If the brain of a student is relieved from the enormous effort of memory it has to exert, it would be totally possible to teach the structure of the nucleus and the periodic table of elements to secondary students and enable high school students to understand relativity and quantum physics. As we have talked to some teachers of secondary schools, we understand that they stick with true fanaticism to the old, antiquated, and extemporaneous pedagogy. They want students to learn everything by heart even though they do not understand it. Sometimes they accept that it is better to understand than to memorize, but they insist the formulae in physics, chemistry, mathematics, etc., should be recorded in the memory. It is clear such a concept is false because when a formula of physics, chemistry, mathematics, etc., is totally understood, not only at the intellectual level but also in other levels of the mind, unconscious, subconscious, infraconscious, etc., it is not necessary to record it in the memory, as it forms part of our psyche and it can manifest itself as immediate instinctive knowledge when the circumstances of life demand it. This integral knowledge comes to give us a type of omniscience, a way of conscious, objective manifestation. In-depth understanding at all the levels of the mind is only possible through profound inner meditation. Chapter 14 Integration. One of the greatest longings in psychology is the attainment of total integration. If the ego was one, the problem of psychological integration would be resolved with the greatest of ease, but unfortunately for the world, the ego exists within each person in a pluralized form. The pluralized ego is the fundamental cause of all our intimate contradictions. If we could see ourselves in a full-length mirror the way we are psychologically with all our intimate contradictions, we would arrive at the painful conclusion that we still do not have true individuality. The human organism is a wonderful machine controlled by the pluralized ego, which is studied in depth by revolutionary psychology. I am going to read the newspaper, says an intellectual ego. I want to go to a party, exclaims an emotional ego. To hell with the party, grumbles an ego of movement, "It is better if I go for a walk, I don't want to go for a walk," shouts an ego of conservation instinct, "I am hungry and I am going to eat." Each of our small selves which constitute the ego, wants to rule, wants to be the master. In the light of revolutionary psychology we can understand that the ego is a legion and the human organism is a machine. The many egos quarrel among themselves, they fight for supremacy, each one wanting to be the boss, the master. This explains the unfortunate state of psychological disintegration in which the poor intellectual animal mistakenly called man lives. It is necessary to understand what the word disintegration means in psychology. Disintegration is to ruin oneself, to disperse oneself, rend oneself useless, contradict oneself, etc. The principal cause of psychological disintegration is envy, which sometimes manifests itself in exquisitely subtle and delicious ways. Envy is multifaceted and there are thousands of reasons to justify it. Envy is the secret spring of the whole social machinery. Idiots delight in justifying envy. A rich man envies the rich and wants to be richer. Poor people envy the rich and want to be rich too. He who writes envies people who write and wants to write better. He who has much experience envies the one who has more experience and desires to have more than him. People are not satisfied with bread, clothing, and shelter. The secret spring of envy for someone else's car, house, suit, money, etc., produces desires of bettering oneself, acquiring more and more things, dresses, suits, virtues, so as not to be less than others, etc. The most tragic thing of all this is that the cumulative process of experiences, virtues, things, money, etc., strengthens the pluralized ego, intensifying them the intimate contradictions, the horrifying wounds and cruel battles within us. All that is pain and cannot bring true joy to the grieving heart, all it produces is an increase of cruelty in our psyche, a multiplication of pain, discontent, each time more profound. The pluralized ego always finds justifications even for the worst of crimes, and to that process of envying, acquiring, accumulating, obtaining, even when it is at the expense of others' work, is called evolution, progress, advancement, etc. People have their conscience asleep and do not realize that they are envious, cruel, covetous, and jealous, and when for some reason they do realize all this, they justify themselves, they condemn and search for evasions but do not understand. Envy is difficult to discover due to the concrete fact that the human mind is envious. The structure of the mind is based on envy and acquisition. Envy begins at school desks. We envy the best intelligence of our classmates, the best grades, the best suits, the best dresses, best shoes, best bicycle, etc. The teachers who are called to mold the personality of pupils should understand what the infinite processes of envy are and establish within the psyche of their students an adequate foundation for understanding. The mind, envious by nature, only thinks in the function of more. I can explain better, I have more knowledge, I am more intelligent, I have more virtues, more sansifications, more perfections, more evolution, etc. All the functionalisms of the mind are based on more. The more is the intimate secret spring of envy. More is the comparative process of the mind. All comparative processes are abominable. For example, I am more intelligent than you, so and so is more virtuous than you, so and so is better than you, wiser, kinder, more beautiful, etc. The more creates time. The pluralized ego needs time to be better than the neighbor, to demonstrate to the family that he is very genial and can be someone in life, to show his enemies or those whom he envies that he is more intelligent, more powerful, stronger, etc. Comparative thinking is based on envy and produces that which is called discontent, uneasiness, bitterness. Unfortunately, people go from one opposite to another opposite, from one extreme to another. They do not know how to walk along the center. Many struggle against discontent, envy, covetousness, jealousy, but the struggle against discontent never brings true joy to the heart. It is urgent to understand that the true joy of the tranquil heart is not bought or sold, and that it is only born in us with absolute naturalness and in a spontaneous way when we have understood in depth the very causes of discontent, jealousy, envy, covetousness, etc. Those who want to obtain money, a magnificent social position, virtues, satisfactions of all types, etc., with the purpose of obtaining true contentment are totally mistaken, because all of that is based on envy, and the path of envy can never lead us to the harbor of a tranquil and contented heart. The mind imprisoned in the pluralized ego makes a virtue of envy and even gives itself the luxury of putting delicious name on it, such as progress, evolution, the longing for improvement, the struggle for dignity, etc. All of this produces disintegration, intimate contradictions, secret struggles, problems with difficult solutions, etc. It is difficult to find in life someone who is truly integral in the most complete sense of the word. It is totally impossible to obtain total integration while the pluralized ego exists within us. It is urgent to understand that within each person exists three basic factors: first, personality; second, the pluralized ego; third, the psychic material, that is, the very essence of the person. The pluralized ego clumsily wastes the psychological material in atomic explosions of envy, jealousy, greed, etc. It is necessary to dissolve the pluralized ego with the purpose of accumulating within the psychic material for establishing a permanent center of conscience in our interior. Whoever does not possess a permanent center of conscience cannot be integral. Only a permanent center of conscience gives us true individuality. Only a permanent center of conscience makes us integral. Chapter 15: Simplicity. It is urgent and indispensable to develop creative understanding, because it brings true freedom of living to human beings. Without understanding, it is impossible to obtain a real critical faculty of profound analysis. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should lead their students along the path of self-critical understanding. In our last chapter we already broadly studied the processes of envy, whether they are religious, passionate, etc. We should have full consciousness of what envy really is, because it is only by understanding in depth and in an intimate way the infinite processes of envy that we manage to do away with jealousies of all types. Jealousy destroys marriages, friendships, and provokes religious wars, fratricidal hatreds, murders, and sufferings of all types. Envy with all of its infinite shades hides behind sublime purposes. There exists envy in he who, having been informed about the existence of sublime saints, Mahatmas, or Gurus, desires to also become a saint. There exists envy in the philanthropist that exerts himself to surpass other philanthropists. There exists envy in every individual that covets virtues because it was reported to him, because in his mind there is data on the existence of sacred individuals filled with virtues. The desire of being a saint, of being virtuous, has envy as its basis. The saints with their virtues have caused much harm. That brings to mind the case of a man who considered himself very holy. On a certain occasion, a starving and wretched poet knocked at his door to place in his hand a lovely verse especially dedicated to the saint of our story. The poet only awaited a coin with which to buy food for his exhausted and aged body. The poet imagined everything except an insult. Great was his surprise when the saint, with a pitiful look and wrinkled brow, closed the door, telling the unfortunate poet, "Get out of here, my friend, out, out. I do not like these things, I detest flattery. I do not like the vanities of this world, this life is an illusion. I follow the path of humility and modesty." The unfortunate poet, who only desired a coin, instead received an insult from the saint, a word that hurt, a slap, and with his heart in pain and the lyric in pieces he went through the streets of the city slowly. 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 The new generation should rise on the basis of real understanding, because this is totally creative. Memory and remembrance are not creative. Memory is the grave of the past. Memory and remembrance are death. True understanding is the psychological factor of total liberation. The remembrances of the memory can never bring us true liberation, because they belong to the past and therefore, they are dead. Understanding is not a thing of the past nor of the future. Understanding belongs to the moment in which we are living here and now. Memory always brings an idea of the future. It is urgent to study science, philosophy, art, and religion, but studies should not be trusted to the fidelity of memory because memory is not faithful. It is absurd to store knowledge in the grave of memory. It is stupid to bury in the grave of the past the skills that we should understand. We can never pronounce ourselves against studying, wisdom or science, however, it is absurd to store the living jewels of knowledge in the rotted grave of memory. It is necessary to study, investigate, and analyze, but we should meditate profoundly in order to understand at all the levels of the mind. A truly simple man is profoundly understandable and he has a simple mind. The important thing in life is not what we have accumulated in the grave of our memory, but what we have understood not only on the intellectual level but also in the different unconscious, subconscious areas of the mind. Science and knowledge should be converted into immediate understanding. When knowledge and studies have been transformed into real creative understanding, then we can understand all things immediately because understanding becomes immediate, instantaneous. Complications do not exist in the mind of a simple man because all complications of the mind are due to the memory. The cunning ego that we carry within is accumulated memory. The experiences of life should be transformed into true understanding. When experiences are not transformed into understanding, when experiences continue in the memory, they constitute the putrefaction of the grave over which burns the luciferic and fatuous flame of the animal intellect. It is necessary to know that the animal intellect totally deprived of all spirituality is merely the verbalization of memory, a sepulchral light burning over a funeral slab. A simple man has his mind free of experiences because these have become conscience, they have been transformed into creative understanding. Death and life are found intimately associated. Only by the seed dying will the plant sprout, only by experiencing death will understanding be born. This is a process of real transformation. A complicated man has his memory full of experiences. This shows a lack of creative understanding because when experiences are entirely understood in all levels of the mind, they cease to exist as experiences and are born as understanding. It is necessary to experience first of all, but we should not remain in the field of experiences because then the mind complicates itself and becomes difficult. It is necessary to live life intensely and to transform all experiences into real creative understanding. Those who mistakenly assume that to be understanding, simple and plain means to abandon the world, become beggars, live in isolated huts and use loincloaks instead of elegant suits are totally mistaken. Many hermits, many beggars have very complicated difficult minds. It is useless to withdraw from the world and live as hermits if the memory is full of experiences that condition the free flow of thoughts. It is useless to live as hermits, wanting to lead the life of saints, if memory is stuffed with information that has not been duly understood or made conscious in the distinct nooks, corridors, and unconscious regions of the mind. Whoever transforms intellectual information into true creative understanding and whoever transforms the experiences of life into true in-depth understanding, has nothing in the memory, he lives from moment to moment filled with true fullness. He has become simple and plain even though he might live in luxurious residences inside the perimeter of urban life. Children under 6 years of age are full of simplicity and true interior beauty due only to the living essence of life expressing itself through them in total absence of the psychological ego. We should reconquer our lost infancy in our heart and in our mind. We should reconquer innocence if we really want to be happy. Experiences and studying transformed into in-depth understanding do not leave a residue in the grave of memory, but allows us to become plain, simple, innocent, happy. In-depth meditation on experiences and acquired knowledge, the profound self-criticism, the intimate psychoanalysis, transforms everything into profound creative understanding. This is the path of real happiness born from wisdom and love. Chapter 16 Killing. To kill is evidently and undoubtedly the most destructive and most corrupt act that is known in the world. The worst form of murder consists in destroying the life or our fellow men. Dreadfully horrible is the hunter who with his shotgun murders innocent creatures of the forest, but 1,000 times more monstrous, 1,000 times more abominable is he who murders his fellow men. One not only kills with machine guns, shotguns, cannons, pistols, or atomic bombs, one can also kill with a look that wounds the heart, a humiliating look, a look full of contempt, a look filled with hate, or one can kill with an ungrateful action, with a black action, or with an insult or a wounding word. The world is full of ungrateful patricides and matricides who have murdered their fathers and mothers, whether it is with their looks, their words, or their cruel actions. The world is full of men who without knowing have murdered their wives, and of wives who without knowing have murdered their husbands. Not only that, in this cruel world in which we live, the human being kills what he loves most. Man does not live of bread alone but also of various psychological factors. There are many husbands who would have been able to live longer if their wives had allowed them, and many wives who would have lived longer if their husbands allowed them. There are also many fathers and mothers who would have been able to live longer if their sons and daughters had allowed them. The illness that leads our beloved ones to the grave has as its causa causorum words that kill, looks that hurt, ungrateful actions, etc. This decrepit and degenerated society is full of unconscious murderers who boast of being innocent. Prisons are full of murderers, but the worst type of criminals boast of being innocent and go free. No type of murder can have any justification. No problem is solved in life by killing another person. Wars have never solved any problem. Nothing is solved by bombing defenseless cities and murdering millions of people. War is something that is disgusting, most gross and abominable. Millions of stupid, unconscious, asleep human machines go to war with the purpose of destroying so many other millions of unconscious human machines. Often a planetary catastrophe in the cosmos or an extremely bad position of stars in the sky is enough for millions of men to go to war. Human machines are not conscious of anything, they act destructively whenever a certain type of cosmic wave secretly moves them. If people would awaken conscience, if at school students were educated wisely, leading them to a conscious understanding of what enmity and war is, another day would dawn. No one would go to war and the catastrophic waves of the cosmos would be used in a different manner. War smells of cannibalism, life inside caves, bestialities of the worst kind, a bow, an arrow, a spear, an orgy of blood. In any light it is incompatible with civilization. All men in war are fearful, cowards, and the heroes filled with medals are precisely the most fearful and the most coward. A person who commits suicide also seems to be very brave, but he is a coward because he was afraid of life. A hero, at heart, is a person who commits suicide, who in an instant of supreme terror commits the folly of suicide. The madness of suicide is easily confused with heroic bravery. If we carefully observe a soldier's conduct during war, his ways, his look, his words, his steps in battle, we can see his total cowardice is manifested. Teachers of school, colleges, and universities should teach their students the truth about war. They should guide their students to consciously experience that truth. If people had full conscience of what the tremendous truth about war is, if teachers knew how to educate their students wisely, no citizen would let themselves be led to the slaughterhouse. Fundamental education should be imparted immediately in all schools, colleges, and universities because it is precisely at school desks where one should work for peace. It is urgent for new generations to make themselves fully conscious of what savagery and war are. In schools, colleges, and universities, enmity and war should be understood in depth in all its aspects. New generations should understand that old people with their rancid and clumsy ideas always sacrifice young people and take them like oxen to the slaughterhouse. Young people should not let themselves be convinced by militarist propaganda nor by old people's reasons, because one reason opposes another reason and one opinion another opinion, but neither reasoning nor opinions are the truth about war. Old people have thousands of reasons to justify war and take young people to the slaughterhouse. The important thing is not the arguments over war but experiencing the truth of what war is. We do not pronounce ourselves against reason nor against analysis, we only want to say that first of all, we should experience the truth about war and then we can give ourselves the luxury of reasoning and analyzing. It is impossible to experience the truth about not killing if we exclude intimate, profound meditation. Only very profound meditation can lead us to experience the truth about war. Teachers should not only give intellectual information to their students but should also teach them how to use the mind, how to experience the truth. This decrepit and degenerated race thinks of nothing but killing. This matter of killing repeatedly is only typical of a degenerated human race. The agents of crime propagate their criminal ideas via the television and cinema. Children of this generation receive daily from the television, children's stories, cinema, magazines, etc., a strong poisonous dose of murders, shooting matches, terrible crimes, etc. One cannot switch on the television without seeing words filled with hatred, bullets, and perversity. The governments of the earth are not doing anything against the propagation of crime. The minds of children and young people are being led by the agents of crime along the path of crime. The idea of killing is already so propagated, so diffused via the cinema, novels, etc., that it has become totally familiar to all the world. The rebels of this new generation have been educated for crime and kill for the pleasure of killing, they delight in seeing others die. This is what they have learnt on television, at the cinema, in novels, comics, and magazines. Crime reigns everywhere and governments do nothing to correct the instinct of killing from its very roots. It is up to teachers in schools, colleges, and universities to strongly manifest their indignation and move heaven and earth to correct this mental epidemic. It is urgent that teachers of education sound the alarm and ask all the governments of the earth for the censure of cinema, television, etc. Crime is multiplying terrible due to all these spectacles of blood, and at the rate we are going the day will come when no one will be able to walk freely in the streets without fear of being murdered. Radio, cinema, television, and magazines of blood have given such propagation to the crime of killing, they have made it so agreeable to weak and degenerated minds that the heart does not need to be tempted to put a bullet into someone or to stab another person. Because there is so much propagation of the crime of killing, weak minds have been too familiarized with crime, and now they even give themselves the luxury of killing as imitation of what they saw at the cinema or on television. Teachers who are the educators of people are obliged, in fulfillment of their duty, to struggle for the new generations, asking the governments of the earth for the prohibition of spectacles of blood, and finally the cancellation of all types of films and murders, robberies, etc. The struggle of teachers should also extend itself to bullfighting and boxing. The bullfighter is the most coward and criminal type. The bullfighter wants all the advantages for himself and kills to entertain the public. The boxer is the master of murder who, in his sadistic manner, hurts and kills to entertain the public. These types of spectacles of blood are barbaric 100%, and they stimulate minds, directing them to the path of crime. If we really want to struggle for peace in the world, we should begin a marathon campaign against spectacles of blood. While there exists destructive factors inside the human mind, there will inevitably be war. Inside the human mind there exists factors that produce war. These factors are hate, criminal instincts, militarist ideas propagated by television, radio, cinema, etc. The propaganda for peace, the Nobel Peace Prizes become absurd while there exists within man the psychological factors that produce war. Actually, many murderers have the Nobel Peace Prize. Chapter 17 Peace does not come through the mind because it does not belong to the mind. Peace is the delicious perfume of a tranquil heart. Peace is not a matter of projects, international police, United Nations, organizations of states, international treaties, or invading armies that fight in the name of peace. If we really want true peace, we should learn to live like a guard in time of war, ever alert and vigilant, with a quick and ductile mind, because peace is not a matter of romantic fantasies or beautiful dreams. If we do not learn to live in a state of alertness from moment to moment, then the path which leads to peace becomes impossible, narrow, and after having become extremely difficult, it finally ends in a dead-end alley. It is necessary to understand, urgent to know, that the real peace of a tranquil heart is not a house where we arrive and find a beautiful maid happily waiting for us. Peace is not a goal, a place, etc. To pursue peace, seek it, make projects around it, fight in its name, make propaganda about it, establish organizations to work for it, etc., is totally absurd because peace is not of the mind. Peace is the marvelous perfume of a tranquil heart. Peace is not bought nor sold, neither can it be acquired with a system of appeasement, special controls, police, etc. In some countries, the national army goes through the fields, destroying towns, assassinating people, shooting supposed bandits, all this they say, in the name of peace. The result of such actions is the multiplication of savagery. Violence generates more violence, hatred produces more hatred. Peace cannot be conquered. Peace cannot be the result of violence. Peace comes to us only when we dissolve the ego, when we destroy within us all those psychological factors that produce war. If we want peace, we must contemplate, we must study, see the entire picture and not only a corner of it. Peace is born within us when we have radically changed in an intimate way. Checkups, pro-peace organizations, peace treaties, etc., is a question of detail, points in the ocean of life. They are isolated fractions of the entire picture of existence that can never solve the problem of peace in its radical, total, and definite way. We should look at the picture in its complete form. The problem of the world is the problem of the individuals. If the individuals does not have peace within society, the world will live in inevitable war. School, college, and university teachers should work for peace unless they leave savagery and violence. It is urgent and indispensable to show students of the new generation the path to follow, the intimate path that can take us with precise accuracy to the real peace of a tranquil heart. People cannot understand fully what true inner peace is and only desire not to be disturbed or bothered, even when they, on their own account, assume the right to hinder, bother, and make bitter the lives of their fellow human beings. People have never experienced true peace and only have absurd opinions, romantic ideals, and mistaken concepts about the latter. For thieves, peace would be to steal without the police crossing their way. For smugglers, peace would be to be able to smuggle their goods everywhere without being stopped by the authorities. For those who prey on people, peace would be to be able to sell at an expensive price, exploiting left and right, without being stopped by government inspectors. For prostitutes, peace would be enjoyment in beds of pleasure, freely exploiting men without health authorities or the police intervening in their lives. In his mind, each person forms 50,000 absurd fantasies about peace. Each person tries to raise around himself a selfish wall of false ideas, beliefs, opinions, and absurd concepts about what peace is. Each person wants peace his way, according to his cravings, likes, habits, mistaken customs, etc. Each person wants to lock himself within a fantastic protective wall, with the purpose of living his own mistakenly conceived peace. People fight for peace, they desire it, they want it, but they do not know what peace is. People only want not to be hindered in order to be able to do their mischief calmly and at ease. That is what they call peace. It does not matter what mischief people do, each person believes what he is doing is good. People find justification even for the worst of crimes. If the drunkard is sad, he drinks because he is sad. If the drunkard is happy, he drinks because he is happy. The drunkard will always justify the habit of alcoholism. All people are like this. They find justification for every crime. Nobody considers himself perverse. All people boast of being just and honest. There are many vagabonds that mistakenly suppose that peace is to live, very tranquil and effortlessly without working, in a world full of marvelous romantic fantasies. There are millions of wrong opinions and concepts about peace. In this painful world in which we live, each person seeks his fantastic peace, the peace of his opinions. People want to see in the world, the peace of their dreams, their special type of peace, although within, each person carries in his interior the psychological factors that produce wars and enmity of all kinds. In these times of word crisis, everybody who wants to become famous founds a pro-peace organization, makes propaganda, and becomes a paladin of peace. We must not forget that many political foxes have won the Nobel Peace Prize even when there exists an entire cemetery on their account, and they have in one form or another secretly ordered the assassination of many people when they have seen themselves in danger of being eclipsed. There are also many true masters of humanity who have sacrificed themselves, teaching everywhere on earth the doctrine for the dissolution of the ego. These masters know by personal experience that only by dissolving the Mephistopheles that we carry within, does peace of the heart arrive within us. While hatred, covetousness, envy, jealousy, the spirit of acquisition, ambition, anger, pride, etc., exist within each individual, wars will inevitably exist. We know many people in the world who boast of having found peace. When we have studied these people in depth, we have been able to see that they do not even remotely know peace and that they merely locked themselves up within some consoling and solitary habit, or within a special belief, etc. However, truly these people have not even remotely experienced what true peace of the tranquil heart is. Really, these people have only made up an artificial peace, which, in their ignorance, they confuse for the real peace of heart. It is absurd to seek peace within the mistaken walls of our prejudices, beliefs, preconceptions, desires, habits, etc. While the psychological factors that produce enmities, disagreements, problems, and wars exist within the mind, true peace will not exist. Real peace comes from legitimate beauty, wisely understood. The beauty of a tranquil heart exhales the delicious perfume of true inner peace. It is urgent to understand the beauty of language. It is necessary for our words to carry the substance of sincerity. We should never use disharmonious, gross, and absurd words. Each word should be a true symphony. Each phrase should be pregnant with spiritual beauty. It is as bad to speak when one should be silent as it is to be silent when one should speak. There are unlawful silences and infamous words. There are times when talking is a crime and there are times when keeping silent is another crime. One should talk when one is supposed to talk and be silent when one should be silent. Let us not play with words because they are a serious responsibility. Each word should be weighed before being pronounced because each can produce in the world much usefulness and much uselessness, much benefit or much harm. We should watch our gestures, manners, dress, and all types of actions. May our gestures, dress, way of sitting at the table, behavior at dinner, manner of treating people in our living room, in the office, on the street, etc., be always full of beauty and harmony. It is necessary to understand the beauty of kindness, to feel the beauty of good music, to love the beauty of creative art, to readjust our manner of thinking, feeling, and acting. Supreme beauty can only be born in us when the ego has died in a radical, total, and definite manner. We are ugly, horrible, disgusting, as long as the psychological ego is alive within us. Fullness of beauty is impossible while the psychological ego exists within us. If we want real peace, we should reduce the ego to cosmic dust. Only thus will there be inner beauty within us. From that beauty there will be born within us the charm of love and the true peace of the tranquil heart. Creative peace brings order within oneself, eliminates confusion and fills us with true happiness. It is necessary to know that the mind cannot understand what true peace is. It is urgent to understand that the peace of a tranquil heart does not come to us through effort or from belonging to any society or organization dedicated to making propaganda for peace. Real peace comes to us in a totally natural and simple way, when we reconquer innocence in the mind and in the heart, when we become like delicate and beautiful children, as sensitive to everything beautiful as well as to everything ugly, to everything good as well as to everything bad, to all that is sweet as well as to all that is bitter. It is necessary to reconquer the lost childhood, as much in the mind as in the heart. Peace is something vast, huge, infinite, not something formed by the mind. It cannot be the result of a whim nor the product of an idea. Peace is an atomic substance that is beyond good and evil, a substance that is beyond all morality, substance that emanates from the very core of the Absolute. Chapter 18 Truth. From childhood and youth there begins the calvary of our miserable existence with mental twists, intimate family tragedies, vexations in the home and at school, etc. It is clear that in childhood and youth, with few exceptions, all these problems do not manage to affect us in a really profound way, but when we have become mature people the questions begin. Who am I? Where do I come from? Why do I have to suffer? What is the aim of this existence? Etc. Every person on the path of life has asked himself these questions. Everyone at some time has wanted to investigate, inquire, find out the why of so many sorrows, troubles, struggles, and sufferings, but unfortunately we always end up imprisoned in some theory, in some opinion, in some belief, in what the neighbor says, in what some decrepit old man replied, etc. We have lost our true innocence and the peace of a tranquil heart, and because of this we are not capable of directly experimenting the truth in all its harshness. We depend on what others might say, and it is clear that we are on the wrong path. The capitalist society radically condemns the atheists, those who do not believe in God. The Marxist-Leninist society condemns those who do believe in God, but, in essence, both things are the same, a matter of opinions, people's whims, mental projections. Neither credulity or incredulity or skepticism means having experienced the truth. The mind can give itself the luxury of believing, doubting, of forming opinions, conjecturing, etc., but that is not experiencing the truth. We can also give ourselves the luxury of believing in the sun or of not believing in it and even doubting of its existence, but the king star will continue giving light and life to everything existing without giving the least importance to our opinions. Behind blind belief, behind incredulity and skepticism hide many shades of morals and many mistaken concepts of false morals in whose shadow the ego is strengthened. The capitalist type of society and the communist type of society each has in its own manner and according to its whims, prejudices and theories, its special type of morals. What is moral within the capitalist bloc is immoral within the communist bloc and vice versa. Morals depend on customs, on the place, on the era. What is moral in one country is immoral in another country, and what in one era was moral is immoral in another era. Morals do not have any essential value. Analyzing them in depth, they are 100% stupid. Fundamental education does not teach morals. Fundamental education teaches revolutionary ethics, and that is what the new generations need. Since the terrifying night of the centuries, in all the ages, there were always men who withdrew from the world to search for the truth. It is absurd to withdraw from the world to search for the truth, because the truth is found within the world and within a man here and now. Truth is the unknown from moment to moment, and it is not by separating ourselves from the world nor by abandoning our fellow men that we can discover it. It is absurd to say that all truth is half truth and that all truth is half error. Truth is radical, and it is or it is not. It can never be halves, it can never be half error. It is absurd to say that truth is of time and that what was at one time is not in another time. Truth has nothing to do with time. Truth is not temporary. The ego is time, and so it cannot know the truth. It is absurd to assume conventional, temporary, relative truths. People confuse concepts and opinions with that which is truth. Truth has nothing to do with opinions or with so-called conventional truths, because these are only unimportant projections of the mind. Truth is the unknown from moment to moment and can only be experienced in the absence of the psychological ego. Truth is not a matter of sophisms, concepts, opinions. Truth can only be known through direct experience. The mind can only form opinions, and opinions have nothing to do with the truth. The mind can never conceive the truth. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should experience truth and show the path to their students. Truth is a matter of direct experience, not a matter of theories, opinions, or concepts. We can and we should study, but it is urgent to experience for oneself and in a direct manner what truth there is in each theory, concept, opinion, etc. We should study, analyze, inquire, but we also need with urgency, without delay, to experience the truth contained in everything that we study. It is impossible to experience the truth while the mind is disturbed, convulsed, distressed by opposing opinions. It is only possible to experience the truth when the mind is quiet, when the mind is in silence. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should point out to their students the path of profound internal meditation. The path of profound internal meditation leads to stillness and silence of the mind. When the mind is quiet, empty of thoughts, desires, opinions, etc., when the mind is in silence, truth comes to us. Chapter 19 Intelligence. We have been able to verify that many teachers of universal history in the Western world often ridicule Buddha, Confucius, Mohammed, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, Moses, Krishna, etc. Undoubtedly we have also been able to verify time and again the sarcasm, the mockery, the irony hurled by teachers against ancient religions, against the gods, against mythology, etc. All of this is precisely a lack of intelligence. In schools, colleges, and universities, religious topics should be treated with more respect, with a great sense of veneration, with true creative intelligence. Religious forms contain eternal values and are organized according to the psychological and historical needs of each nation, of each race. All religions have the same principles, the same eternal values, and are only differentiated by their own religious form. It is not intelligent for a Christian to ridicule the religion of Buddha, the Hebrew religion and Hindu religion, because all religions rest on the same foundations. The satire of many intellectuals against religions and their founders is due to Marxist poison that in these times is intoxication all weak minds. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should orientate their pupils on the path of true respect for their fellow men. The bore who, in the name of a theory of any type, ridicules temples, religions, sects, schools, or spiritual societies is, by all means, perverse and despicable. On leaving the classroom, students have to deal with people of all religions, schools, and sects, and the fact of not even knowing how to maintain the proper composure in a temple is not intelligent. On leaving the classroom after 10 or 15 years of study, young people find themselves as slow and asleep as the rest of human beings, as full of vacuity and lack of intelligence as the first day that they entered school. It is imperative for students to develop amongst other things the emotional center, because the intellect is not everything. It is necessary to learn to feel the intimate harmonies of life, the beauty of the solitary tree, the singing of a bird in the forest, a symphony of music and the colors of a beautiful sunset. It is also necessary to feel and profoundly understand all the horrible contrasts of life, such as the cruel and merciless social order of this age in which we live, the streets filled with unhappy mothers who with their malnourished and starving children beg for a piece of bread, the ugly buildings where thousands of poor families live, the repugnant roads where thousands of cars circulate propelled with fuel which harms organisms. The student who leaves the classroom has to face not only his own selfishness and his own problems, but also the selfishness of all people and the multiple problems of human society. Gravest of all is that the student who leaves the classroom, although having had intellectual preparation, does not have intelligence. His conscience is asleep. He has deficient preparation for the struggle with life. The time has arrived to investigate and discover what is that which is called intelligence. Dictionaries and encyclopedias are incapable of seriously defining intelligence. Without intelligence there can never be radical transformation nor true happiness, and it is very rare to find truly intelligent people in life. The important thing in life is not only to know the word intelligence but to experience in ourselves its deep meaning. Many are those who boast of being intelligent. There is no drunkard who does not boast of being intelligent, and Karl Marx, believing himself intelligent too, wrote his materialist farce that has cost the world the loss of eternal values, the shooting of thousands of priests of different religions, the rape of Christian, Buddhist nuns, etc., the destruction of many temples, the torture of thousands and millions of people, etc. Anyone can boast of being intelligent, the difficulty is to truly be intelligent. It is not by acquiring more bookish information, more knowledge, more experiences, more things to dazzle people with, more money to buy judges and policemen, etc., that one will obtain intelligence. It is not with that more that one is able to have intelligence. Those who assume that intelligence can be conquered with the process of more are absolutely mistaken. It is urgent to understand in depth and in all the areas of the subconscious and unconscious mind that the pernicious process of more is due to the fact that deep down hides very secretly the beloved ego, the myself, who desires and always wants more and more to fatten and strengthen itself. This Mephistopheles that we carry within, this Satan, this ego, this self says, I have more money, more beauty, more intelligence than him, more prestige, more astuteness, etc. Whoever wants to truly understand what intelligence is should learn to feel it, should live it and experience it through profound meditation. Everything that people accumulate in the rotten grave of the unfaithful memory, intellectual information, experiences of life, are always fatally translated in terms of more and more, so that they never get to know the deep meaning of everything that is accumulated. Many people read a book and then store it within the memory, satisfied of having accumulated more information, but when they are called to answer for the written doctrine in the book they read, it happens that they do not know the profound meaning of the teaching. However, the ego wants more and more information, more and more books even when it has not lived the doctrine of any of them. Intelligence is not obtained with more bookish information, or with more experience, or more money or more prestige. Intelligence can blossom in us when we understand the whole process of the ego, when we understand in depth all that psychological automatism of the more. It is vital to understand that the mind is the basic center of more. In fact, more is the same psychological ego which demands, and the mind is its fundamental nucleus. Whoever wants to be truly intelligent should resolve to die not only at the superficial, intellectual level but also in all the subconscious and unconscious areas of the mind. When the ego dies, when the ego is totally dissolved, the only thing that is left in us is the real being, the true being, the much coveted and very difficult, authentic intelligence. People think that the mind is creative. They are mistaken. The ego is not creative and the mind is the basic nucleus of the ego. Intelligence is creative because it is of the being, it is an attribute of the being. We should not confuse the mind with intelligence. Those who assume that intelligence is something that can be cultivated like a greenhouse flower, something that can be bought like nobility titles or possessing an excellent library are radically and absolutely mistaken. It is necessary to deeply understand all the processes of the mind, all the reactions, the psychological more which accumulates, etc. Only in this way will the ardent flame of intelligence burst forth in us in a natural and spontaneous way. As the Mephistopheles we carry within dissolves, the fire of the creative intelligence manifests itself gradually within us until it shines in a burning manner. Our true being is love, and from such love is born real and authentic intelligence which does not belong to time. Chapter 20 Vocation. With the exception of totally handicapped people, every human being has to serve a purpose in life. The difficult thing is knowing what each individual is good at. If there is something truly important in this world, it is to know ourselves. Rare is he who knows himself, and even when it seems incredible, it is difficult to find one person in life who has developed a sense of vocation. When someone is fully convinced of the role he has to perform in life, he then makes out of his vocation an apostleship, a religion, and becomes by fact and his own right an apostle of humanity. Whoever knows his vocation, or whoever is able to discover it for himself, goes through a tremendous change. He does not seek success anymore. Little is his interest in money, fame, and gratitude. His pleasure is then in the joy it gives him, having responded to an intimate, profound, unknown call or his own internal essence. The most interesting thing of all these is that the vocational sense has nothing to do with the ego. Although it appears strange, the ego abhors our own vocation because the ego only desires substantial monetary earnings, position, fame, etc. The sense of vocation is something that belongs to our own inner essence. It is something very internal, very profound, very intimate. The vocational sense leads man to undertake with true intrepidity and disinterest the most tremendous projects, risking all types of sufferings and calvaries. It is then normal that the ego abhors the true vocation. The sense of vocation leads us in fact along the path of legitimate heroism, even when we have to stoically endure all types of infamies, treacheries, and slander. The day a man can tell the truth, I know who I am and what my true vocation is, from that instant he begins to live with true uprightness and love. A man like this lives in his work and his work in him. In fact, there are only very few men who can talk like this with true sincerity of heart. Those who speak like this are the select, the ones who have the sense of vocation in a superlative degree. To find our true vocation is undoubtedly the most serious social problem, the problem that is found at the very foundation of all of society's problems. To find or discover our true, individual vocation is, as a matter of fact, equivalent to discovering a very precious treasure. When a person undoubtedly finds with entire certainty his true and legitimate function, he makes himself with this sole fact, irreplaceable. When our vocation corresponds totally and in an absolute way to the position that we occupy in life, we then perform our job as a true apostleship, without any covetousness and without a desire for power. Then the job, instead of causing in us covetousness, boredom, or a desire to change jobs, brings us true, profound, intimate joy even when we have to patiently endure painful burdens. In practice we have been able to verify that when the position does not correspond to the individual's vocation, then he only thinks in terms of more. The mechanism of the ego is more. More money, more fame, more projects, etc., and as is natural, the subject often becomes hypocritical, exploitative, cruel, merciless, intransigent, etc. If we study bureaucracy in detail, we can verify that it is rare in life that a job corresponds to individual vocation. If we study in detail the proletariat's different trade unions, we can prove for ourselves that only in very rare occasions does a job correspond to an individual's vocation. When we carefully observe the privileged classes, whether they are from the Eastern or Western world, we can prove the total lack of the vocational sense. The so-called rich kids now carry out armed assaults, rape defenseless women, etc., to kill boredom. Not having found their place in life, they go around disoriented and become rebels without a cause for a change. The chaotic state of humanity in these times of world crisis is horrifying. Nobody is happy with their work because the position does not correspond to the vocation. Job applications pour in because no one has a desire to die of hunger, but the applications do not correspond to the vocation of those who apply. Many drivers should have been doctors or engineers. Many lawyers should have been ministers, and many ministers should have been tailors. Many shoe shiners should have been ministers, and many ministers should have been shiners, etc. People are in places that do not correspond to them, that have nothing to do with their true, individual vocation. Due to this, the social machinery functions terribly. This is similar to an engine that is manufactured with parts that do not correspond to it, and the result inevitably has to be disaster, failure, and the absurd. In practice we have been able to verify up to the hilt that when one does not have a vocational disposition to be a guide, religious instructor, political leader, or a director of some spiritualist, scientific, literary or philanthropic association, then one only thinks in terms of more and dedicates himself to carrying out projects and more projects with secret purposes that cannot be confessed. It is obvious that when a position does not correspond to individual vocation, the result is exploitation. In these terribly materialistic times in which we live, a teacher's position is being arbitrarily occupied by many merchants who do not even remotely have a vocation for the teaching profession. The result of such infamy is exploitation, cruelty, and a lack of true love. Many people practice the teaching profession with the exclusive purpose of getting money to pay their studies in the faculty of medicine, law, or engineering, or simply because they cannot find anything else to do. The victims of such intellectual fraud are the students. A true vocational teacher is difficult to find today, and it is the greatest joy that students of schools, colleges, and universities are able to have. The vocation of a teacher is wisely translated by a verse of moving prose by Gabriela Mistral titled The Prayer of the Teacher. The teacher says, talking to the divine, to the secret master, "Give me the unique love of my school, that not even the burning of beauty be capable of stealing my tenderness from all moments. Master, make my fervor everlasting and my disenchantment transitory. Uproot from me this impure desire of misinterpreted justice that still disturbs me, the wretched insinuation of protest that rises from me when they hurt me. Let their lack or understanding not hurt me, or the forgetfulness of those whom I taught sadden me. Grant me to be more motherly than mothers, to be able to love and defend like them what is not flesh of my flesh. Give me the capacity to make one of my girls my perfect verse and leave placed in her my most penetrating melody for the time when my lips will sing no more. Demonstrate your gospel to be possible in my time, so that I may not renounce the daily and hourly battle. Who can measure the marvelous psychic influence of a teacher so inspired with so much tenderness because of the sense of her vocation? An individual finds his vocation in one of these three ways: firstly, the self-discovery of a special capacity; secondly, the vision of an urgent need; thirdly, the very rare guidance of parents and teachers who discovered the vocation of a pupil through the observation of his aptitudes. Many individuals have discovered their vocation in a specific, critical moment of their life, when faced with a serious situation that demanded an immediate remedy. Gandhi was ordinary lawyer when, because of an attempt against the rights of the Hindus in South Africa, he cancelled his return trip to India and stayed to defend the cause of his compatriots. A momentary need led him towards the vocation of his life. The great benefactors of humanity have found their vocation when faced with a crisis situation that demanded an immediate remedy. Let us remember Oliver Cromwell, the father of English liberties, Benito Juárez, the forger of the New Mexico, José de San Martin and Simón Bolívar, fathers of South American independence, etc. Jesus the Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, Hermes, Zoroaster, Confucius, Fuji, etc., were men who, in a specific moment of history, knew how to understand their true vocation and felt called by an internal voice that emanated from their innermost being. Fundamental education is called to discover by diverse methods the latent capacity of students. The methods that extemporaneous pedagogy is using in these times to discover the vocation of pupils are undoubtedly cruel, absurd, and merciless. Vocational questionnaires have been elaborated by merchants who arbitrarily occupy the position of teachers. In some countries, before entering primary and vocational colleges, pupils are submitted to the most horrible psychological cruelties. They are asked questions on mathematics, civics, biology, etc. The most cruel thing of these methods are the famous psychological tests, the index of IQ. Intimately related with mental swiftness. According to the type of answer, and according to how they do, the student is then imprisoned in one of the three baccalaureates. First, physics mathematics, out of which come engineers, architects, astronomers, pilots, etc. Second, biological sciences, out of which come pharmacists, nurses, biologists, general practitioners. Third, social sciences, out of which come lawyers, writers, doctors of philosophy, managing directors. The study program of each country is different, and it is clear that the three different baccalaureates do not exist in all countries. In many countries there exists only one baccalaureate, and having completed in the student goes on to university. In some nations the vocational ability of the student is not tested, and he enters a faculty with the desire of having a profession to earn a living, even when this profession does not coincide with his innate tendencies, with his vocational sense. There are countries where the vocational ability of the students is tested, and there are nations where it is not tested. It is absurd not to know how to vocationally orientate students, not to test their genuine abilities and innate tendencies. Vocational questionnaires and all that jargon of questions, psychological tests, IQ indexes, etc., are stupid. Those methods of vocational tests are useless because the mind has its moments of crisis, and if the test is done in one of these moments, the result is failure and disorientation for the student. Teachers have been able to verify that a student's mind has, like the sea, its high and low tides, its plus and its minus. There exists a biorhythm in masculine and feminine glands. There also exists a biorhythm for the mind. At specific times the masculine glands are found in plus and the feminine glands in minus, or vice versa. The mind also has its plus and its minus. We suggest to whoever wants to know the science of biorhythm to study the famous work titled Biorhythm, written by the eminent sage, the Rosicrucian Gnostic, Dr. Arnold Krumheller, Dr. Colonel of the Mexican Army and professor at the Faculty of Medicine in Berlin. We emphatically affirm that an emotional crisis or a state of psychic nervousness, when faced with the difficult situation of an exam, can lead the student to failure during the pre-vocational exam. We affirm that any abuse of the motor center produced perhaps by sports, by an excessive walk, or by artist's physical work, etc., can originate an intellectual crisis even when the mind is found in plus, and leads the student to failure during the pre-vocational exam. We affirm that any crisis related with the instinctive center, perhaps in combination with sexual pleasure or with the emotional center, etc., can lead the student to failure during the pre-vocational exam. We affirm that any sexual crisis, a spell of suppressed sexuality, sexual abuse, etc., can exert a disastrous influence on the mind, leading it to failure during a pre-vocational exam. Fundamental education teaches that the vocational germs are found deposited not only in the intellectual center but also in each of the other 4 centers of the psychophysiology of the organic machine. It is urgent to take into account the 5 psychic centers called intellect, emotion, movement, instinct, and sex. It is absurd to think that the intellect is the only center or cognition. If the intellectual center is examined exclusively with the purpose of discovering vocational attitudes of a specific individual, beside committing a grave injustice that results, for a fact, very damaging to the individual and to society, an error is incurred, because the germs of vocation are not only found contained in the intellectual center, but also found in each of the other 4 psychophysiological centers of the individual. The only obvious path that exists to discover the true vocation of pupils is true love. If parents and teachers join, by mutual agreement, to investigate in the home and at school, to observe, in detail, all the actions of the students, they would discover the innate tendencies of each student. That is the only obvious path that will permit parents and teachers to discover the vocational sense of students. This demands true love from parents and teachers, and it is obvious that if true love does not exist from parents and real vocational teachers, capable of truly sacrificing themselves for their disciples, then such an enterprise is impractical. If governments truly want to save society, they need to expel the merchants from the temple with the lash of willpower. A new cultural age should be initiated, diffusing everywhere the doctrine of fundamental education. Students should defend their rights courageously and demand true vocational teachers from governments. Fortunately, there exists the formidable weapon of strikes, and students have this weapon. In some countries there already exists within schools, colleges, and universities, certain guiding teachers who are not really vocational. The position that they occupy does not coincide with their innate tendencies. These teachers cannot orientate the rest because they cannot even orientate themselves. True vocational teachers capable of intelligently orientating students are needed with urgency. It is necessary to know that due to the plurality of the ego, the human being automatically play diverse roles in the theater of life. Boys and girls have a role for school, another for the street, and another for the home. If one wants to discover the vocation of a young person, one has to observe them at school, at home, and even in the street. This work of observation can only be carried out by parents and true teachers in intimate partnership. Among antiquated pedagogy there also exists the system of observing grades to deduce vocation. The student that excels in civics with the highest grades is then classified as a possible lawyer, and the one who excels in biology is defined as a potential doctor, and he who excels in mathematics, as a possible engineer. This absurd system of deducing vocations is too empirical, because the mind has its highs and lows, not only in the total form now known but also in certain, particular, special states. Many writers who at school were terrible students of grammar excelled in life as true masters of the language. Many noteworthy engineers always had the worst grade in mathematics at school, and multitudes of doctors failed in biology and natural sciences at school. It is unfortunate that many parents, instead of studying their children's aptitudes, only see in them the continuation of their beloved psychological ego, their myself. Many lawyer fathers want their children to continue in the lawyer's office, and many business owners want their children to continue handling their egoistical interests without being the least bit interested in the vocational sense of their children. The ego always wants to ascend, climb to the top of the staircase, make itself felt, and when parents' ambitions fail they want to obtain, through their children, what they could not obtain for themselves. These ambitious parents put their boys and girls into careers and positions that have nothing to do with their vocational sense. Chapter 21. The Three Brains. The revolutionary psychology of the new era affirms that the organic machine of the intellectual animal mistakenly called man exists in a tri-centered or tri-cerebral way. The first brain is enclosed within the cranial body. The second brain concretely corresponds to the dorsal spine with its central medulla and all its nervous branches. The third brain is not specifically placed in any part of the body, it is constituted by the sympathetic nervous plexi and, in general, by all the specific nervous centers of the human organism. The first brain is the thinking center. The second brain is the center of movement, commonly called the motor center. The third brain is the emotional center. It is clearly proved in practice that every abuse of the thinking brain produces excessive waste of intellectual energy. It is then logical to affirm fearlessly that asylums are true cemeteries of intellectually dead people. Harmonious and balanced sports are useful for the motor brain, but the abuse of sports means the excessive waste of motor energies, and the result is often disastrous. It is not absurd to affirm that people who are dead in the motor center exist. Such dead people are known as hemiplegics, paraplegics, people with progressive paralysis, etc. A sense of aesthetics, mysticism, ecstasy, superior music are necessary to cultivate the emotional center, but the abuse of such brain produces a useless waste and a squandering of emotional energy. The existentialists of the new wave, the rock fans, the sensual pseudo-artists of modern art, the morbid, passionate people of sensuality abuse the emotional brain. Even when it seems incredible, death certainly processes itself in thirds in each person. It has been verified up to the hilt that every illness has its basis in any of the three brains. The great law has wisely deposited in each of the three brains of the intellectual animal a definite capital of vital values. To save such capital means, as a matter of fact, to prolong life; to squander said capital produces death. Archaic traditions that have come to us from the terrifying night of centuries affirm that the average human life on the ancient continent Mu, located in the Pacific Ocean, oscillated between 12 and 15 centuries. With the passing of the centuries through the ages, the mistaken use of the three brains shortened life little by little. In the sunny country of Kem, in the old Egypt of the pharaohs, the average human life only reached to 140 years. Actually, in these modern times of petrol and celluloid, in this age of existentialism and rock rebels, the average human life, according to some insurance companies, is barely 50 years. The Marxist-Leninist gentlemen of the Soviet Union, braggarts and liars as usual, are over there going around saying that they have invented very special serums to lengthen life, but the old man Khrushchev is not 80 years old yet, and he has to ask one foot's permission to lift the other. In the center of Asia there exists a religious community made up of old people that do not even remember their youth. The average lifespan of these old people oscillates between 400 and 500 years. The entire secret of long life of these Asiatic monks consists in the wise use of the three brains. The balanced and harmonious functionalism of the three brains means the saving of vital values and, as a logical consequence, prolongation of life. There exists a cosmic law known as the equalization of the vibrations of many sources. The monks of said monastery know how to use said law through the use of the three brain. Extemporaneous pedagogy leads students to the abuse of the thinking brain, whose results psychiatry already knows. The intelligent cultivation of the three brains is fundamental education. In the ancient mysteries of Babylon, Greece, India, Persia, Egypt, etc., students received direct, integral information of their three brains through precept, dance, music, etc., intelligently combined. The theaters of ancient times formed part of the school. Drama, comedy, tragedy, combined with special mime, music, oral teaching, etc., served to inform the three brains of each individual. At that time students did not abuse the thinking brain, and they know how to use intelligently and, in a balanced way, their three brains. Dances of the mysteries of Eleusis in Greece, the theatre of Babylon, the sculpture of Greece were always used to transmit knowledge to disciples. Now, in these degenerated times of rock, the confused and disoriented students walk on the tenebrous path of mental abuse. At present, true creative systems for the harmonious cultivation of the three brains do not exist. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities only address the unfaithful memory of the bored students that wait with anxiety for the hour when they can leave the classroom. It is urgent and indispensable to know how to combine intellect, movement, and emotion with the purpose of taking integral information to the three brains of students. It is absurd to inform one brain. The first brain is not the only one of cognition. It is criminal to abuse the thinking brain of students. Fundamental education should lead students to the path of harmonious development. Revolutionary psychology clearly teaches that the three brains have three types of independent, totally different associations. These three brains have three types of independent, totally different associations. These three types of associations evoke different types of impulses of the being. This gives us, as a matter of fact, three different personalities that do not possess anything in common either in their nature or in their manifestations. The revolutionary psychology of the New Age teaches that in each person there exist three distinct psychological aspects. With one part of the psychic essence we want one thing, with another part, we desire something decidedly different, and thanks to the third part we do something totally opposed. In an instant of supreme pain, perhaps the loss of a beloved one or any other intimate catastrophe, the emotional personality reaches even desperation while the intellectual personality asks itself the why of all this tragedy, and the personality of movement only wants to escape from the scene. These three distinct, different, and many times even contradictory personalities should be intelligently cultivated and instructed with methods and special systems in all schools, colleges and universities. From the psychological point of view, it becomes absurd to exclusively educate the intellectual personality. Man has three personalities that urgently need fundamental education. Chapter 22: Good and Evil. Good and evil do not exist. Something is good when it is convenient and evil when it is not convenient. Good and evil is a matter of egotistical conveniences and whims of the mind. The man who invented the fateful terms good and evil was an Atlantean called Makari Kronvernkazian, distinguished member of the Akhaldan Scientific Society, located in the submerged continent of Atlantis. The elderly archaic sage never suspected the grave harm that he was going to cause humanity with the invention of those two small words. The wise Atlanteans profoundly studied all the evolutive, involutive and neutral forces of nature, but it occurred to this old sage, the idea of defining the first two forces with the terms good and evil. He called the forces of an evolutive type, good, and the forces of an involutive type he baptized with the term of evil. He did not give any name to the neutral forces. Such forces are processed inside man and inside nature, the neutral forces being the point of support and equilibrium. Many centuries after the submersion of Atlantis with its famous Poisdonis which Plato talked about in his Republic, there existed in the Oriental civilization Tecliamishayana, a very ancient priest, who committed the grave error of abusing the terms of good and evil, clumsily using them to base on them a moral. The name of that priest was Armanatura. With the passing of history through countless centuries, humanity grew addicted to these two small words and converted them into the basis of all its moral codes. Nowadays, one finds these two small words even in soup. Actually, there are many reformers that want moral restoration but who, unfortunately for them and this afflicted world, have the mind imprisoned between good and evil. Every moral bases itself on these two small words, good and evil. That is why every moral reformer is, as a matter of fact, a reactionary. The terms good and evil always serve to justify or condemn our own errors. Whoever justifies or condemns does not understand. It is intelligent to understand the development of evolutive forces, but it is not intelligent to justify them with the term good. It is intelligent to understand the processes of the involutive forces, but it is stupid to condemn them with the term of evil. Every centrifugal force can become a centripetal force. Every involutive force can become evolutive. Inside the infinite processes of energy in its evolutive state, infinite processes of energy in its involutive state exist. Inside each human being there exists various types of energy that evolve, involute and transform themselves incessantly. To justify a specific type of energy and condemn another is not understanding. The vital thing is to understand. The experience of truth has been very rare among humanity due to the concrete fact of mental imprisonment. People are imprisoned between the opposites, good and evil. The revolutionary psychology of the Gnostic movement is based on the study of the different types of energy that operate within the human organism and within nature. The Gnostic movement has revolutionary ethics that have nothing to do with the moral of reactionaries nor with the conservative and retarded terms of good and evil. Within the psychophysiological laboratory of the human organism there exists evolutive, involutive and neutral forces that should be studied and profoundly understood. The term good stops understanding of the evolutive energies due to justification. The term evil stops understanding of the involutive forces due to condemnation. To justify or condemn does not mean to understand. Whoever wants to finish with his defects should not justify nor condemn them. It is urgent to understand our errors. To understand anger in all the levels of the mind is fundamental so that serenity and sweetness are born within us. To understand the infinite shades of covetousness is indispensable so that philanthropy and altruism are born within us. To understand lust in all levels of the mind is vital in order that true chastity is born within us. To understand envy in all the areas of the mind is enough so that the sense of cooperation and the joy for others' well-being and progress is born within us. To understand pride in all its shades and degrees is the basis for the exotic flower of humility to be born within us in a natural and simple way. To understand what the element of inertia called laziness is, not in its grotesque forms but also in its more subtle forms, is indispensable so that the sense of activity is born within us. To understand the diverse forms of gluttony and greediness is equal to destroying the vices of the instinctive center such as banquets, drinking sprees, hunting, carnivorousness, fear of death, desires of perpetuating the ego, fear of annihilation, etc. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities advise their students to improve themselves as if the ego could become better. They advise them to acquire specific virtues as if the ego could obtain virtues, etc. It is urgent to understand that the ego never improves itself, that it is never more perfect, and he who covets virtues strengthens the ego. Total perfection is only born within us with the dissolution of the ego. Virtues are born within us in a natural and simple way when we understand our psychological defects not only at the intellectual level but also in all the subconscious and unconscious areas of the mind. To want to improve oneself is stupid, to desire sanctify is envy, to covet virtues means strengthening the ego with the poison of covetousness. We need the total death of the ego not only at the intellectual level but also in all the nooks, regions, areas, and corridors of the mind. When we have absolutely died, only that which is perfect is left in us, that which is saturated with virtues, that which is the essence of our intimate being, that which does not belong to time. Only by understanding in depth all the infinite processes of the evolutive forces that develop inside us in here and now, only by understanding in an integral form the various aspects of the involutive forces that process themselves within us from moment to moment can we dissolve the ego. The terms good and evil serve to justify and condemn but never to understand. Each defect has many shades, secret depths, and profundities. To understand a defect at an intellectual level does not mean to have understood it in the distinct subconscious, unconscious and infraconscious areas of the mind. Any defect can disappear from the intellectual level and continue in the other areas of the mind. Anger disguises itself with the toga of the judge. Many covet not being covetous. There are those who do not covet money but covet psychic powers, virtues, love, happiness here or after death, etc. Many men and women are moved and fascinated in front of people of the opposite sex, supposedly because they love beauty. Their own subconscious betrays them. Lust disguises itself as the aesthetic sense. Many envious people envy saints and do penance and beat themselves also desiring to succeed in being saints. Many envious people envy those who sacrifice themselves for humanity and then wanting to also be great they scoff at those they envy and hurl against them all their defamatory drivel. There are those who feel proud because of their position, their money, their fame, and their prestige, and there are those who feel proud of their humble condition. Diogenes felt proud of the tunnel in which he slept, and when he arrived in the home of Socrates he greeted him, saying, "Trampling your pride, Socrates, trampling your pride." "Yes, Diogenes, with your pride you trample my pride," was Socrates' reply. Vain women curl their locks, they dress and adorn themselves with everything they can to awaken envy in other women, but vanity also disguises itself with the robe of humility. Tradition speaks of Aristippus, the Greek philosopher, who, wanting to demonstrate to the whole world his wisdom and humility, dressed in a very old robe full of holes, he grasped in his right hand the rod of philosophy and went through the streets of Athens. When Socrates saw him coming, he exclaimed, "Your vanity shows through the holes of your clothes, O Aristippus." Many are those who are in misery due to the element of laziness, but there exist people who work very hard to earn a living but who feel laziness in studying and knowing themselves in order to dissolve the ego. There are many who abandon greed and gluttony, but unfortunately they get drunk and go hunting. Each defect is multifaceted and develops and processes itself in a stepwise way from the lowest step of the psychological ladder to the most elevated step. Within the delicious cadence of a verse, crime is also hidden. Crime also dresses itself as a saint, as a martyr, as a chaste person, as an apostle, etc. Good and evil does not exist. Such terms only serve to look for evasives and to elude the profound and detailed study of our own defects. Chapter 23 Maternity. The life of a human begins as a simple cell, subject as is natural, to the extraordinarily speedy time of living cellus. Conception, gestation, and birth are always a marvelous and remarkable trio with which any creature begins life. It is really surprising to know that our first moments of existence we should live in the infinitely small, converted, each of us, in a simple microscopic cell. We begin to exist in the form of an insignificant cell and we end life old, ancient, and overburdened with memories. The ego is memory. Many old people do not live even remotely in the present. Many elderly people live only remembering the past. Every old person is nothing but a voice and a shadow. Every elderly person is a chantum of the past, accumulated memory, and this is what continues in the genes of our descendants. Human conception is initiated with extraordinarily speedy times, but through the different processes of life they become slower and slower each time. For many of our readers it is convenient to remember the relativity of time. The insignificant insect that only lives a few hours in a summer afternoon, seems to have hardly lived, rather it really lives all that a man lives in 80 years. What happens is that it lives swiftly. A man lives in 80 years everything that a planet lives in millions of years. When the zoosperm unites with the egg, gestation begins. The cell with which human life begins contains 48 chromosomes. The chromosomes are divided into genes, 100 of the latter or more centrally constitute that which is a chromosome. Genes are very difficult to study because each is constituted by a few molecules that vibrate with inconceivable speed. The marvelous world of genes consulted an intermediate zone between the tridimensional world and the world of the fourth dimension. The atoms of inheritance are found in the genes. The psychological ego of our ancestors comes to impregnate the fertilized egg. In this era of electrotechnics and atomic science, it is not in any way exaggerated to affirm that the electromagnetic mark left by an ancestor that exhaled his last breath has come to imprint itself in the genes and chromosomes of the egg fertilized by a descendant. The path of life is formed with the tracks of the hooves of the horse of death. During the course of existence, different types of energy flow through the human organism. Each type of energy has its own system of action, each type of energy is manifested in its time and in its hour. We have the digestive function at 2 months of conception, and at 4 months of conception the motor force comes into action, so intimately related with the breathing and muscular systems, going into action. The scientific spectacle of birth and death of all things is wonderful. Many sages affirm that there exists an intimate analogy between the birth of a human creature and the birth of the worlds in the sidereal space. The child is born in 9 months. At 10 months begins the growth with all its wonderful metabolisms and the symmetric and perfect development of conjunctive tissues. When the frontal fontanelle of newborns closes at 2 or 3 years of age, it is a sign that the cerebrospinal system has been left perfectly finished. Many scientists have said that nature has imagination which gives living form to everything that has been and everything that will be. Multitudes of people laugh at imagination and some even call it the lunatic of the house. There exists much confusion around the word imagination, and there are many who confuse imagination with fantasy. Certain sages say that two imaginations exist. The first is called mechanical imagination and the second intentional imagination. The first one is made up of the scrap of the mind and the second corresponds to what is most worthy and decent inside us. Through observation and experience we have been able to verity that there also exists a type of mechanical, morbid, infraconscious, and subjective sub-imagination. This type of automatic sub-imagination functions below the intellectual zone. Erotic images, morbid movies, risque stories with double meanings, morbid jokes, etc., often put to work in an unconscious way the mechanical sub-imagination. In-depth analysis has taken us to the logical conclusion that erotic dreams and wet dreams are due to the mechanical sub-imagination. Absolute chastity is impossible while there exists the mechanical sub-imagination. By any reckoning, it is perfectly clear that conscious imagination is radically different from that which is called subjective, infraconscious, subconscious mechanical imagination. Any representation can be perceived in a self-exalting and dignifying way, but sub-imagination of a mechanical, infraconscious, subconscious, unconscious type can betray us automatically functioning with sensual, passionate, submerged shades and images. If we want in-depth, unitotal, integral chastity, we need to watch not only the conscious imagination but also the mechanical imagination and the unconscious, automatic, subconscious, submerged sub-imagination. We should never forget the intimate relation existent between sex and imagination. Through in-depth meditation we should transform every type of mechanical imagination, every form of sub-imagination and automatic infra-imagination into objective, conscious imagination. Objective imagination is, in itself, essentially creative. Without it, inventors could not have conceived the telephone, the radio, the airplane, etc. A woman's imagination during pregnancy is fundamental for the development of the fetus. It has been demonstrated that every mother can, with her imagination, alter the psyche of the fetus. It is urgent that a woman, during pregnancy, contemplates beautiful paintings, sublime sceneries, and listen to classical music and harmonious words. In this way she can harmoniously work on the psyche of the baby she carries inside her. One has to know how to excuse all the whims and errors of a pregnant woman. Many intolerant men, lacking true understanding, become angry and hurt a pregnant woman. The sorrows of this woman, the afflictions caused by the husband for lack of charity, have repercussions on the gestating fetus, not only physically but also psychically. Bearing in mind the power of creative imagination, it is logical to affirm that a woman, during pregnancy, should not contemplate what is ugly, disagreeable, disharmonious, filthy, etc. The hour has arrived which governments should be concerned about resolving the great problems related to maternity. It is incongruous that in a society that prides itself on being Christian and democratic, it does not know how to respect and venerate the religious sense of maternity. It is monstrous to see thousands of women who are pregnant without any type of support, abandoned by their husbands and society, begging a piece of bread or a job and executing, many times, rough manual jobs in order to be able to survive with the baby they carry within. These infrahuman states of today's society, this cruelty and lack of responsibility of governing officials and of nations, are indicating to us with entire clarity that democracy still does not exist. Hospitals with their maternity rooms have still not solved the problem because women can only go to said hospitals when labor approaches. Collective homes are needed with urgency, true garden cities endowed with halls and residencies for women who are pregnant and extremely poor. Clinics and kindergartens for their children are also needed. These collective homes with lodging for extremely poor women who are pregnant, filled with all types of comforts, flowers, music, harmony, beauty, etc. It would totally solve the great problem of maternity. We should understand that human society is a great family and that someone else's problems do not exist, since every problem in one way or another affects, within its respective circle, all the members of society. It is absurd to discriminate against pregnant women because of their being extremely poor. It is criminal to underestimate them, to scorn them, or to put them aside in homes for poverty-stricken people. In this society in which we live there cannot be children and stepchildren because all of us are human beings and we have the same rights. We need to create true democracy if we really do not want to be devoured by communism. Chapter 24. Human and Personality. A man was born, lived 65 years and dies. But where was he before 1900 and where could he be after 1965? Official science knows nothing about this. This is the general format of all matters on life and death. Axiomatically we can affirm, a man dies because his time is up. There is no tomorrow for the personality of a dead man. Each day is a wave of time, each month is another wave of time, each year is also another wave of time, and all of these waves linked together as a whole make up the great wave of life. Time is round and the life of the human personality is a closed curve. The life of the human personality develops in its time, is born in its time and dies in its time, it can never exist beyond its time. This thing about time is a problem that has been studied by many sages. Undoubtedly, time is the fourth dimension. Euclid's geometry is only applicable to the three-dimensional world, but the world has 7 dimensions and the fourth is time. The human mind conceives eternity as the prolongation of time in a straight line. Nothing can be more mistaken than this concept because eternity is the 5th dimension. Each moment of existence occurs in time and is repeated eternally. Death and life are 2 extremes that touch. A life ends for the man that dies, but another begins. A time ends and another begins. Death is found intimately associated with eternal return. This means that we have to return, to come back to this world after being dead to repeat the same drama of existence. But if the human personality perishes with death, who or what returns? It is necessary to clarify once and for all that the ego is the one who continues after death, that the ego is the one which returns, and comes back to this valley of tears. It is necessary that our readers do not confuse the law of return with the theory of reincarnation taught by modern theosophy. The above-mentioned theory of reincarnation had its origins in the cult of Krishna, which is a Hindu religion of a Vedic type, unfortunately, retouched and adulterated by reformers. In the authentic, original cult of Krishna, only the heroes, the guides, those who already possess sacred individuality are the ones who reincarnate. The pluralized ego returns, comes back rather, this is not reincarnation. The masses, the multitudes return, but that is not reincarnation. The idea of the return of things and phenomena, the idea of eternal repetition is not very ancient, and we can find it in the Pythagorean wisdom and in the ancient cosmogony of the Hindus. The eternal return of the days and nights of Brahma, the incessant repetition of the kalpas, etc., are invariably associated in an intimate way with the Pythagorean wisdom and the law of eternal return and recurrence. Gautama, the Buddha, very wisely taught the doctrine of the eternal return and the wheel of successive lives, but his doctrine was very much adulterated by his followers. Every return implies, of course, the fabrication of a new human personality. This is formed during the first 7 years of childhood. The family environment, the life in the street and school give the human personality its original, characteristic tint. The example or our elders is definitive for the infant personality. The child learns more from example than from precept. The mistaken way of life, the absurd example, the degenerated customs of our elders give the personality of the child that peculiar, skeptical, and perverse tint of the era in which we live. In these modern times adultery has become as common as pie, and so it is quite logical that this originates Dantesque scenes inside homes. There are many children that in these times have to bear, filled with pain and resentments, the lashes and beatings of the stepfather or stepmother. It is clear that in this way the personality of the child develops within the frame of pain, rancor, and hate. There exists a vulgar saying, "Another person's child is not wanted anywhere." Naturally there are also exceptions, but these can be counted on the fingers of one hand, and we even have fingers left over. The disputes between father and mother about matters of jealousies, the crying and laments of the afflicted mother or the oppressed, ruined, and desperate husband leave on the personality of the child an indelible mark of profound pain and melancholy that is never forgotten his entire life. In elegant houses the proud ladies mistreat their servants when the servants go to a beauty salon or put makeup on. The pride of the ladies is mortally wounded. The child that sees all these infamous scenes feels profoundly hurt, whether he be on the side of his proud and haughty mother or from the wretched, vain and humiliated servant, and the result is often catastrophic for the child's personality. Ever since television was invented, the unity of the family has been lost. In other times the husband arrived from work and was welcomed by his wife with much happiness. Nowadays, the woman does not go to welcome her husband at the door because she is busy watching television. Within modern homes, the father, mother, and children seem to be zombies before the television screen. Now the husband cannot talk with his wife about any of the problems of the day, of work, etc., because she looks like a zombie watching yesterday's movie, the Dantesque scenes of Al Capone, the latest fashionable dance of the new wave, etc. The children brought up in this new type of ultra-modern home only think of cannons, pistols, toy machine guns to imitate and relieve in their own way all the Dantesque scenes of crime just as they have seen them on the television screen. It is a pity that this marvelous invention of television is used with destructive purposes. If humanity would use this invention in a dignifying way, whether it be to study natural sciences or to teach the true real art of Mother Nature, to give sublime teachings to people, then this invention would be a blessing for humanity. It could be intelligently used to cultivate the human personality. It is absurd in any count to feed a child's personality with a rhythmic, inharmonious, vulgar music. It is stupid to feed the personality of children with stories of thieves and policemen, with scenes of vice and prostitution, dramas of adultery, pornography, etc. We can see the result of such actions in the rebels without a cause, the premature murderers, etc. It is unfortunate that mothers whip their children, that they beat them, that they insult them with cruel and indecent words. The result of such conduct is resentment, hate, the loss of love, etc. In practice we have seen that children brought up among beatings, lashes, and screams become vulgar people full of boorishness and a lack of every sense of respect and veneration. It is urgent to understand the need to establish true equilibrium within homes. It is indispensable to know that sweetness and severity should be mutually balanced on the two pans of the scale of justice. The father represents severity. The mother represents sweetness. The father personifies wisdom. The mother symbolizes love. Wisdom and love, severity and sweetness mutually balance each other on the two pans of the cosmic scale. Parents should mutually balance each other for the good of the home. It is urgent, it is necessary that all parents understand the need to sow in the child's brain the eternal values of the spirit. It is unfortunate that modern children no longer possess the sense of veneration. This is due to stories of cowboys, robbers, and the police. Television, movies, etc., have perverted the mind of children. The revolutionary psychology of the Gnostic movement, in a clear and precise way, makes an in-depth difference between ego and essence. During the first 3 or 4 years of life only the beauty of the essence manifests itself in the child. Then the child is tender, sweet, beautiful in all his psychological aspects. When the ego begins to control the young personality of the child, all the beauty of the essence starts to disappear and, in its place, come up the psychological defects typical of every human being. In the same way as we should make a distinction between ego and essence, it is also necessary to distinguish between personality and essence. The human being is born with the essence but not with the personality. It is necessary to create the latter. Personality and essence should develop in a harmonious and balanced way. In practice we have been able to verify that when the personality develops in an exaggerated way at the expense of the essence, the result is a rascal. Observation and the experience of many years have allowed us to understand when the essence develops totally without paying attention, in the least, to the harmonious cultivation of the personality, the result is a mystic without intellect, without personality, of noble heart but not adaptable and incapable. The harmonious development of personality and essence gives as a result, brilliant men and women. In the essence we have everything that is ours, in the personality we have everything that is borrowed. In the essence we have our innate qualities, in the personality we have the example of our elders, what we have learned at home, in school, and in the streets. It is urgent that children receive nourishment for the essence and nourishment for the personality. The essence feeds itself with tenderness, limitless affection, love, music, flowers, beauty, harmony, etc. The personality should feed itself with good examples from our elders, with wise teaching at school, etc. It is indispensable that children enter primary school at the age of 7 years after having passed through nursery. Children should learn their first letter playing, so that studying becomes attractive, delightful, and happy for them. Fundamental education teaches that starting in the very nursery each of the 3 aspects of the human personality, known as thought, movement, and action should be taken care of so that the personality of the child develops in a harmonious and balanced way. The matter of creation of the personality of a child and its development is a very grave responsibility for parents and school teachers. The quality of the human personality depends exclusively on the type of psychological material with which it was created and nourished. There exists, among the students of psychology, much confusion surrounding personality, essence, and ego. Some confuse the personality with the essence and others confuse ego with the essence. Many are the pseudo-esoteric or pseudo-occultist schools that have as a goal of their studies the impersonal life. It is necessary to clarify that it is not the personality that we have to dissolve. It is urgent to know that we need to disintegrate the ego, the myself, and reduce it to cosmic dust. The personality is a mere vehicle of action, a vehicle that needed to be created, fabricated. In the world there exist Caligulas, Attilas, Hitlers, etc. Every type of personality, however perverse it may have been, can be radically transformed when the ego is totally dissolved. This matter of the dissolution of the ego confuses and annoys pseudo-esoterists. These people are convinced that the ego is divine, they think that the ego is the same being, the divine monad, etc. It is necessary and urgent to understand that the ego has nothing divine, this is something which cannot be postponed. The ego is the Satan of the Bible, a handful of memories, desires, passions, hates, resentments, concupiscences, adulteries, and inheritance of family, race, nations, etc. Many affirm in a stupid way that within us exists a superior or divine ego or an inferior ego. Superior or inferior are still 2 sections of the same thing. The superior ego and the inferior ego are 2 sections of the same ego. The divine being, the monad, the inner being has nothing to do with any form of ego. The being is the being and that is all, the reason for being of the being is the being. The personality in itself, is only a vehicle and nothing more. Through the personality, the ego, or the being can manifest itself, everything depends on us. It is urgent to dissolve the ego so that the psychological essence of our true being manifests itself through our personality. It is indispensable that educators fully understand the need for harmoniously cultivating the 3 aspects of the human personality. A perfect equilibrium between personality and essence, a harmonious development of thought, emotion, and movement, a revolutionary ethics make up the foundation of fundamental education. Chapter 25 Adolescence. The moment has arrived to abandon completely the false modesty and prejudices related to the sexual problem. It is necessary to understand in a clear and precise way the sexual problem of adolescence of both sexes. At 14 years of age there appears in the organism of the adolescent the sexual energy that flows in an enslaving way through the neurosympathetic system. This special type of energy transforms the human organism, modifying the voice of a man and originating the ovarian function in a woman. The human organism is a real factory that transforms gross elements into refined, vital substances. The foods that we ingest into our stomach pass through multiple transformations and refinements until they definitely culminate in that semi-solid, semi-liquid substance mentioned by Paracelsus with the same of ens seminis, semen entity. That flexible, ductile, transparent liquid, that sperm contains in itself, in potential, all the seeds of life. Gnosticism recognizes in the sperm the chaos, from where life emerges with vehemence. The ancient medieval alchemists such as Paracelsus, Sendivogius, Nicholas Flamel, Raymond Lolio, etc., studied with profound veneration the ens seminis or mercury of the secret philosophy. This vitriol is a true elixir intelligently elaborated by nature within the seminal vesicles. In this mercury of ancient wisdom, in this semen, all the possibilities of existence are really found. It is unfortunate that many young people, because of the lack of true psychological orientation, give themselves up to the vice of masturbation, or they unfortunately deviate onto the infrasexual path of homosexuality. Intellectual information about many subjects is given to children and young people, and they are put on the path of sports whose abuse miserably shortens life. But, unfortunately, when the sexual energy appears with which adolescence begins, teachers as well as parents, based on a false puritanism and on stupid morals, resolve to remain criminally silent. There are criminal silences and there exist infamous words. To keep silent about the sexual problem is a crime. To speak mistakenly about the sexual problem also constitutes another crime. If parents and teachers keep silent, the sexual perverts speak and the victims are the inexperienced adolescents. If the adolescent cannot consult his parents or teachers, he will then consult his classmates that are possibly already deviated onto the mistaken path. The result does not take a long time to be seen, and the new adolescent, following false advice, gives himself up to masturbation, or he deviates onto the path of homosexuality. The vice of masturbation totally ruins the cerebral potency. It is necessary to know that there exists an intimate relation between the semen and the brain. It is necessary to cerebrize the semen. It is necessary to semenize the brain. The brain is semenized by transmuting sexual energy, sublimating it, transforming it into cerebral potency. In this way the semen remains cerebrized and the brain semenized. The Gnostic science studies endocrinology in depth and teaches methods and systems to transmute the sexual energies, but this is a matter that does not fall within the scope of his book. If the reader wants information about Gnosticism, he should study our Gnostic books and enter our studies. Adolescents should sublimate their sexual energies, cultivating the aesthetic sense, learning about music, sculpture, paintings, making excursions to high mountains, etc. How many faces that could have been beautiful are withered? How many brains are degenerated? Everything because of lack of a warning in the appropriate moment. The vice of masturbation, in young men as well as young women, has become more common than pie. The asylums are filled with men and women that ruined their brain with the disgusting vice of masturbation. The destiny of masturbators is the mental hospital. The vice of homosexuality has the rotten roots of this decrepit and perverse race. It seems incredible that in countries such as England that claim to be refined and super-civilized, there exist cinemas where movies of a homosexual nature are freely shown. It seems incredible that it is precisely in England where efforts are already being made to officially legalize marriages of a homosexual nature. In the great metropolis of the world there actually exist brothels and clubs of a homosexual nature. The tenebrous brotherhood of the enemies of woman, nowadays have perverted organizations that shock because of their degenerated fraternity. This about the degenerated fraternity could surprise many readers, but we should not forget that in all the ages of history diverse brotherhoods of crime have always existed. The morbid fraternity of the enemies of woman is, without a doubt, a brotherhood of crime. The enemies of woman always or almost always occupy the key positions within the bureaucratic beehive. When a homosexual goes to prison, he is set free soon due to the opportune influence of key men in the fraternity of crime. If a effeminate person falls into misfortune, he receives financial help very soon from all the sinister personages of the fraternity of crime. The tenebrous members of homosexuality recognize each other because of the uniform that they display. It is shocking to know that homosexuals use a uniform, but that is the way it is. The uniform of homosexuals correspond to every fashion that begins. The homosexuals begin every new fashion. When a fashion becomes common, then they begin another. In this way the uniform of the fraternity of crime is always new. All the great cities of the world have nowadays millions of homosexuals. The vice of homosexuality begins its shameful march during adolescence. Many schools of teenage boys and girls are true brothels of a homosexual nature. Millions of teenage girls resolutely march down the tenebrous path of the enemies of man. Millions of adolescents of the feminine gender are homosexuals. The fraternity of crime among feminine homosexuality is as strong as the fraternity of crime among the masculine gender. It is urgent to radically abandon, in a definite way, false modesty, and frankly point out to adolescents of both sexes all the sexual mysteries. Only in this way can the new generations be led onto the path of regeneration. Chapter 26 Youth. Youth is divided into two periods each of 7 years. The first period begins at 21 years of age and concludes at 28 years of age. The second period is initiated at 28 years of age and ends at 35 years of age. The foundations of youth are found in the home, at school, and in the street. Youth brought up on the basis of fundamental education is in fact edifying and essentially dignifying. Youth brought up on false foundations is, as a logical consequence, a mistaken path. The majority of men use the first part of their life to make the rest of it miserable. Young men, because of a mistaken concept of false manhood, often fall into the arms of prostitutes. The excesses of youth are promissory notes drawn against old age, payable with very high interests in 30 years. Without fundamental education, youth becomes a perpetual intoxication. It is the fever of error, of liquor, and of animal passion. Everything that a man will do in his life is found in a potential state during the first 30 years of existence. Of all the great human actions which we have knowledge of, both in bygone times as well as today, the greater number of them have been initiated before 30 years of age. The man who has reached 30 years of age sometimes feels as if he came out of a great battle in which he has seen a multitude of his companions fall one after the other. At 30 years of age, men and women have already lost all their vivacity and enthusiasm, and if they fail in their first projects, they become filled with pessimism and abandon the match. The illusion of maturity follows the illusions of youth. Without fundamental education, the inheritance of old age is often desperation. Youth is fleeting. Beauty is the splendor of youth, but it is illusory, it does not last. Youth has a vivacious temperament and its judgment is weak. Rare are young people with a strong judgment and vivacious temperament. Without fundamental education, young people become passionate people, drunkards, rascals, sarcastic, concupiscent, lustful, gluttons, covetous, envious, jealous, bullies, thieves, proud, lazy, etc. Youth is a summer sun that is soon concealed. Young people delight in squandering the vital values of youth. Old people commit the error of exploiting young people and leading them into war. Young people can transform themselves and transform the world if they orientated themselves along the path of fundamental education. In youth we are full of illusions that only lead us to disenchantment. The ego takes advantage of the fire of youth to strengthen itself and make itself powerful. The ego wants passionate satisfactions at whatever price, even when old age be totally disastrous. Young people are only interested in surrendering to the arms of fornication, wine, and all types of pleasure. They do not want to realize that to be slaves of pleasure is typical of stupid people but not typical of real men. No pleasure lasts long enough. The thirst for pleasure is the pain that makes the intellectual animal most despicable. The great poet of Spanish tongue, Jorge Manrique, said, "How swift does pleasure fade, when afterwards remembered, causes pain." For, in our opinion, any bygone time was better. Aristotle, speaking about pleasure, said, "When it has to do with judging pleasure, we men are not impartial judges." The intellectual animal enjoys justifying pleasure. Frederick the Great had no inconvenience to emphatically affirm, "Pleasure is the most real good of this life. The most unbearable pain is that produced by the prolongation of the most intense pleasure." Young madcaps abound like weeds. The madcap ego always justifies pleasure. The chronic madcap abhors marriage or prefers to postpone it. It is a serious thing to postpone marriage with the pretext of enjoying all the pleasures of earth. It is absurd to finish with the vitality of youth and then get married. The victims of such stupidity are the children. Many men get married because they are tired. Many women get married out of curiosity, and the result of such absurdities is always deception. Every wise man truly loves with all his heart the woman he has chosen. We should always get married in our youth if we really do not want to have a miserable old age. There is a time for everything in life. It is normal for a young person to get married, but for an old person to get married is stupidity. Young people should get married and know how to form their home. We should never forget that the master of jealousy destroys homes. Solomon said, "Jealousy is cruel like a tomb, its coals are coals of fire." The race of intellectual animals is jealous lyle dogs. Jealousy is totally animal-like. The man that is jealous of his wife does not know who he is dealing with. It is better not to be jealous of her so that we know what type of wife we have. The poisonous screaming of a jealous woman becomes more fatal than the fangs of a rabid dog. It is false to say that where there is jealousy, there is love. Jealousy is never born from love. Love and jealousy are incompatible. The origin of jealousy is found in fear. The ego justifies jealousy with reasons of many types. The ego fears losing the loved one. Whoever wants to truly dissolve the ego should always be willing to lose whatever is loved most. In practice, we have been able to prove for ourselves, after many years of observation, that every libertine bachelor becomes a jealous husband. Every man has been terribly fornicating. Man and woman should be united voluntarily out of love and not out of fear and jealousy. Before the great law, a man should answer for his behavior and a woman for hers. A husband cannot answer for the behavior of his wife, nor can the wife answer for the behavior of her husband. Let each person answer for his/her own behavior and let jealousy be dissolved. The basic problem of youth is marriage. The coquettish girl with several boyfriends remains single because all the boys become disillusioned with her. It is necessary that young girls know how to keep their boyfriend if they truly want to get married. It is necessary not to confuse love with passion. Young men and women do not know how to distinguish between love and passion. It is urgent to know that passion is a poison that fools the mind and heart. Every impassioned man and every impassioned woman could even swear with tears of blood that they are truly in love. After the animal-like passion has been satisfied, the castle of dreams crumbles to the ground. The failure of so many marriages is due to their getting married out of animal-like passion and not out of love. The most serious step that we take during youth is marriage, and as schools, colleges, and universities, young men and women should be prepared for this important step. It is unfortunate that many young men and women get married out of a financial interest or more social conveniences. When marriage is carried out due to animal-like passion, social conveniences, or financial interest, the result is failure. Many are the couples that fail in marriage because of incompatibility of characters. The woman that marries a jealous, angry, furious young man will become the victim of an executioner. The young man who marries a jealous, furious, angry woman clearly lives his life in a hell. For there to be true love between two beings, it is urgent for animal-like passion not to exist. It is indispensable to dissolve the ego of jealousy. It is necessary to disintegrate anger. Absolute unselfishness is vital. The ego harms homes, the myself destroys harmony. If young men and women study our fundamental education and propose to dissolve the ego, it is clear from all angles that they will be able to find the path of perfect marriage. Only by dissolving the ego can there be true happiness in homes. We prescribe to young men and women who want to be happy in marriage, to study in depth our fundamental education and to dissolve the ego. Many parents are frightfully jealous of their daughters and do not want them to have a boyfriend. Such action is absurd 100% because girls need to have a boyfriend and get married. The result of such lack of understanding is secret boyfriends and the ever-present danger of falling into the arms of a seductive suitor. Girls should always have the freedom to have a boyfriend. However, due to their not having dissolved the ego, it is convenient not to leave them alone with the boyfriend. Young men and women should have the freedom to have parties at home. Healthy pastimes do not harm anyone, and youth needs to have pastimes. What harms youth is alcohol, cigarettes, fornication, orgies, licentiousness, bars, cabarets, etc. Family parties, decent dances, good music, trips to the countryside, etc. cannot harm anyone. The mind damages love. Many young men have lost the opportunity of getting married to magnificent women due to financial fears, to memories of yesterday and worries about tomorrow. Fear of life, hunger, and misery and vain projects of the mind become a fundamental course for every nuptial postponement. Many are the young men who decide not to get married until they possess a specific amount of money, their own house, the latest car and hundreds of gadgets more, as if all that was happiness. Unfortunately, that type of men lose beautiful marriage opportunities because of fear of life, of death, of what others will say, etc. Such types of men remain single all their life, or they get married too late when they do not have enough time to form their family and educate their children. Really, everything that a man needs to support his wife and children is to have a profession or a humble trade, that is all. Many young women remain single because of choosing a husband. Calculating, egotistical, mercenary women remain single or fail completely in marriage. It is necessary that girls understand that every man becomes disillusioned with a mercenary, calculating, egotistical woman. Some young women desirous of getting a husband, make themselves up in an exaggerated way. They pluck their eyebrows, curl their hair, put on wigs and false eyelashes. These women do not understand male psychology. Man, by nature, abhors makeup dolls and admires totally natural beauty and the ingenuous smile. A man wants to see in a woman sincerity, simplicity, true, disinterested love, and the ingenuity of nature. Girls who want to get married need to understand in depth the psychology of the male sex. Love is the summian of wisdom. Love nourishes itself with love. The eternal youth is love. Chapter 27 Mature Age. Mature age begins at 35 years of age and ends at 56 years of age. A man of mature age should know how to govern his home and how to orientate his children. In formal life, every man of mature age is head of a family. The man who has not set up his home and made his fortune during his youth and mature age will no longer form it. He is, as a matter of fact, a failure. Those who attempt to set up a home and make their fortune during old age are truly worthy of pity. The ego of covetousness goes to extremes and wants to accumulate riches. A human being needs bread, clothing, and shelter. It is necessary to have bread, our own house, dresses, suits, coats to cover the body, but a human being does not need to accumulate enormous sums of money in order to live. We do not defend wealth nor misery, both extremes are to be condemned. There are many who wallow in the mud of misery, and there are also many who wallow in the mud of wealth. It is necessary to possess a modest fortune, that is to say, a beautiful house with lovely gardens, a sure source of income, always be well dressed, and not to suffer hunger. This is normal for every human being. Misery, hunger, illness, and ignorance should never exist in any country that boasts of being cultured and civilized. Democracy still does not exist, but we need to create it. While there exists a single person without bread, clothing, or shelter, democracy is practically nothing but a beautiful ideal. Parents should be understanding, intelligent, and never be wine drinkers, gluttons, drunkards, tyrants, etc. Every mature man knows through his own experience that children imitate his example, and if the latter is mistaken, it will indicate absurd paths to his descendants. It is truly stupid for a mature man to have several women and live in drinking sprees, banquets, orgies, etc. The responsibility of the entire family falls on a mature man, and it is clear that, if he treads on mistaken paths, he will bring more disorder to the world, more confusion, more bitterness. A father and mother should understand the difference between the sexes. It is necessary for fathers and mothers to strive with all their heart to promote a vital change in every curriculum in schools. A woman should be prepared to form the school desk for the sublime mission that corresponds to her as mother and as wife. It is necessary for parents as well as teachers of schools, colleges, and universities to worry more about bringing to a woman the femininity that corresponds to her. It is stupid to militarize women, to force them to march with drums and flags through the streets of cities as if they were males. A woman should be fully feminine and a man should be fully masculine. The intermediate sex, homosexuality, is the product of degeneration and savagery. Girls who desiccate themselves to long and difficult studies become old and no one marries them. Normally a woman should be dedicated to the home life, but due to the cruelty of this age in which we live, a woman needs to work to eat and live. In a truly cultured and civilized society, a woman does not need to work outside her home in order to live. This thing about working outside the home is cruelty of the worst type. The genererat man of today has created a false order of things and has made woman lose her femininity. He has taken her out of the house and made her a slave. A woman transformed into a tomboy with the intellect of a man, smoking cigarettes and reading the newspaper, half naked with skirt riding above her knees of playing cards is the result of degenerated men of this age, the social blemish of a civilization which is dying. A woman, transformed into a modern spy, a drug-addicted doctor, a sports champion woman, an alcoholic, a denaturalized woman who denies breastfeeding her children so that she does not lose her beauty, is an execrable symptom of a false civilization. The time has arrived to organize the army of world salvation with men and women of goodwill who are truly willing to struggle against the false order of things. The time has arrived to establish in the world a new civilization, a new culture. A woman is the fundamental stone of the home and, if this stone is badly carved, full of ridges and deformations of all types, the result of social life will be a catastrophe. A militarized college of men is absurd, but a militarized college of women, besides being absurd, becomes frightfully ridiculous. It is disgusting to see future wives, future mothers that will carry a child in their bosom, marching like men through the highways of a city. This, not only indicates loss of femininity in the gender, but also points out the sore spot, indicating the loss of masculinity in man. A man, a true man, a fully masculine man, can never accept a militarized parade of women. The masculine scruple, the psychological idiosyncrasy of the male, the mind of man, feels truly disgusted at his type of spectacle that demonstrates human degeneration up to the hilt. We need woman to return home, to her femininity, to her natural beauty, to her primitive ingenuity and her true simplicity. We need to do away with this entire order of things and establish upon the face of the earth a new civilization and a new culture. Parents and educators should know how to bring up new generations with true wisdom and love. Male children should not only receive intellectual information and learn a trade or graduate with a professional degree, it is necessary that men get to know a sense of responsibility and walk along the path of righteousness. Upon the shoulders of a mature man weighs the responsibility of a wife, sons, and daughters. A mature man with a high sense of responsibility, chaste, sober, temperate, virtuous, etc., is respected by his family and by all people. A mature man who scandalizes people with his adulteries, fornications, quarrels, injustices of all types, becomes repugnant to all people and not only causes himself pain but also embitters his relatives and brings pain and confusion to the whole world. It is necessary for a mature man to know how to live correctly in this age. It is urgent that a mature man understand that youth has already passed away. It is ridiculous to want to repeat in maturity the same dramas and scenes of youth. Each period of life has its beauty and one has to know how to live it. A mature man should work with extreme intensity before old age arrives, just as the ant acts in a foreseeable way, carrying leaves to its ant hill before the hard winter arrives. In the same way, a mature man should act with swiftness and foresight. Many young men miserably waste all their vital values, and when mature age arrives they find themselves ugly, horrible, miserable and failures. It is truly ridiculous to see many mature men repeating the madcap actions of youth without realizing that they are now horrible and that youth has left them. One of the greatest calamities of this agonizing civilization is the vice of alcohol. In youth, many people surrender to the vice of drinking, and when mature age arrives they have not formed a home, they have not made a fortune, they do not have a lucrative profession, they live from bar to bar begging liquor, frightfully horrible, disgusting, miserable people. Parents and teachers should pay special attention to young people, honestly guiding them with the healthy purpose of making a better world. Chapter 28 Old Age. In the first 40 years of life a book is given to us, and in the following 30 years a commentary. At 20 years of age a man is a peacock, at 30 a lion, at 40 a camel, at 50 a serpent, at 60 a dog, at 70 a monkey, and at 80, only a voice and a shadow. Time reveals all things. It is a very interesting charlatan he who speaks for himself even when nothing is being asked of him. Nothing is made by the hand of the poor intellectual animal, falsely called man, that sooner or later time does not destroy. Fugit irreparabile tempus, the time that flees cannot be restored. Time brings to public light everything that is now hidden, and covers and hides everything that, at this moment, shines with splendor. Old age is like love, it cannot be hidden even when it disguises itself with the garb of youth. Old age abates the pride of men and humiliates them, but one thing is to be humble and another to fall humiliated. When death approaches, the disillusioned old men of life find that old age is no longer a burden. All men harbor the hope of living a long life and attaining old age, however, old age frightens us. Old age begins at 56 years of age and then processes itself in septenary periods that lead us to decrepitude and death. The greatest tragedy of old people rests not on the very fact of being old but in the foolishness of not wanting to recognize that they are old, and in the stupidity of believing oneself young as if old age was a crime. The best thing that old age has is that one finds oneself very close to the goal. The psychological ego, the myself, does not become better with years and experience, it complicates itself, it becomes more difficult, more laborious. That is why the common saying goes, temper and character all the way to the tomb. The psychological ego of difficult old people consoles itself giving beautiful advice due to its incapacity to set ugly examples. Old people know very well that old age is a very terrible tyrant that prohibits them, under penalty of death, to enjoy the pleasures of crazy youth, and they prefer to console themselves giving beautiful advice. The ego hides the ego, it hides a part of itself and it hides what is not suitable for it. Everything is labeled with sublime phrases and beautiful advice. It is completely demonstrated by observation and experience that when vices abandon us, we like to think that we were the ones that abandoned them. The heart of the intellectual animal does not become better with years, but worse, it always petrifies, and if in youth we were covetous, liars, wrathful, then in old age we will be even more so. Old people live in the past, old people are the result of many yesterdays. The aged totally ignores the moment in which he lives, old people are accumulated memory. The only way of reaching perfect old age is by dissolving the psychological ego. When we learn to live from moment to moment, we arrive at sublime old age. Old age has a great sense of peace and freedom for those who have dissolved the ego. When passions have died in a radical, total, and definitive way, one becomes free from not just one master, but many. It is very difficult to find innocent aged persons in life who no longer possess even the residues of the ego. That type of aged person is infinitely happy and lives from instant to instant. A man or woman, gray-haired in wisdom, an aged person in knowledge, a lord of love becomes as a matter of fact, the lighthouse that wisely guides the current of innumerable centuries. In the world there have existed and actually exist some aged masters that do not even have the last residues of the ego. These Gnostic arhats are as exotic and divine as a lotus flower. A venerable old master who has dissolved the pluralized ego in a radical and definitive way is the perfect expression of perfect wisdom, of divine love and sublime power. An old master who no longer has an ego is, as a matter of fact, the full manifestation of the divine being. These sublime aged, these Gnostic arhat have illuminated the world from ancient times. Let us remember Buddha, Moses, Hermes, Ramakrishna, Daniel, the Holy Lama, etc. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities, and parents should teach the new generations to respect and venerate the aged. That which has no name, that which is divine, that which is real has three aspects: wisdom, love, word. The divine as Father is cosmic wisdom, like Mother is infinite love, as Son is the Word. In the father of a family is found the symbol of wisdom. In the mother of a home is found love, children symbolize the Word. An aged father deserves all the support of his children. A father that is now old cannot work, and it is just that the children maintain his and respect him. An adorable mother that is now aged cannot work, and therefore, it is necessary that the sons and daughters take care of her and love her and make a religion out of this love. Whoever does not know how to love his father, whoever does not know how to adore his mother marches on the left-handed path, on the path of error. Children do not have a right to judge their parents. Nobody is perfect in this world, and those of us who do not have specific defects in one direction have them in another. All of us were out with the same scissors. Some people underestimate paternal love, others even laugh at paternal love. Whoever conducts himself like this in life has not even entered the path which leads to that which has no name. An ungrateful son who abhors his father and forgets his mother is really a true pervert that abhors everything that is divine. The revolution of our conscience does not mean ungratefulness, to forget the father, to underestimate the adorable mother. The revolution of conscience is wisdom, love, and perfect power. In the father is found the symbol of wisdom, and in the mother is found the living source of love, without whose purest essence, it is really impossible to achieve the highest intimate fulfillments. Chapter 29 Death. It is urgent to understand in depth and in all the regions of the mind what death in itself really is. It is only in this way that it is possible to understand fully what immortality is. To see a human body of a loved one put inside a coffin, does not mean to have understood the mystery of death. Truth is unknown from moment to moment. The truth about death cannot be an exception. The ego always wants, as is natural, an insurance of death, a supplementary guarantee, some authority that will take care of assuring us good position and any type of immortality beyond the terrifying grave. The myself does not have many desires to die. The ego wants to continue. The ego is very afraid of death. Truth is not a matter of believing or doubting. Truth has nothing to do with belief or skepticism. Truth is not a matter of ideas, theories, opinions, concepts, preconceptions, suppositions, prejudices, affirmations, negotiations, etc. The truth about the mystery of death is not an exception. The truth about the mystery of death can only be known through direct experience. It is impossible to communicate the real experience of death to someone who does not know it. Any poet can write beautiful books on love, but it is impossible to communicate the truth about love to people who have never experienced it. In a similar way, we say that it is impossible to communicate the truth about death to people who have not lived it. Whoever wants to know the truth about death should investigate, experience for himself, search as is proper. It is only in this way that we can discover the profound meaning of death. Observation and the experience of many years have allowed us to understand that people are not really interested in understanding the profound meaning of death. The only thing that really interests people is to continue in the beyond, and that is all. Many people want to continue through their material goods, prestige, family, beliefs, ideas, children, etc., and when they understand that any type of psychological continuity is in vain, transitory, ephemeral, unstable, then they feel without guarantees, unsure, they are terrified, horrified, they become filled with infinite terror. The wretched do not want to understand that everything that continues, evolves in time. The wretched do not want to understand that everything that continues, fades with time. The wretched do not want to understand that everything that continues becomes mechanical, routine, boring. It is urgent, necessary, indispensable to make ourselves fully conscious of the deep meaning of death. It is only in this way that the fear of ceasing to exist will disappear. Carefully observing humanity, we can verity that the mind is always found bottled up in the known, and it wants that which is known to continue beyond the grave. The mind bottled up in the known can never experience the unknown, what is real, what is true. Only by breaking the bottle of time through correct meditation can we experience the eternal, the atemporal, the real. Those who desire to continue fear death, their beliefs and theories only serve them as narcotics. Death in itself is not terrifying. It is something lovely, sublime, ineffable, but the mind bottled up in the known only moves inside the vicious circle that goes from credulity to skepticism. When we really make ourselves fully conscious of the deep and profound meaning of death, then we discover for ourselves, through direct experience, that life and death constitute an integral, unitotal whole. Death is the depository of life. The path of life is formed with the tracks of the hooves of death. Life is defined energy and defining energy. From birth until death there flows within the human organism different types of energy. The only type of energy that the human organism cannot resist is the ray of death. This ray has an excessively elevated electric voltage. The human organism cannot resist such a voltage. Just as a ray can tear a tree to pieces, in the same way, the ray of death, on flowing through the human organism, inevitably destroys it. The ray of death connects the phenomenon of death with the phenomenon of birth. The ray of death originates very intimate electric tensions in a certain keynote which has a determinant power of combining the genes inside a fertilized egg. The ray of death reduces the human organism to its fundamental elements. The energetic ego, unfortunately, continues in our descendants. That which is the truth about death, that which is the interval between death and conceptions, is something that does not belong to time and that we can experience only through the science of meditation. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should teach their students the path which leads to the experience of what is real, and of what is true. Chapter 30 Experience of Reality. On the solemn threshold of the temple at Delphi was found a sacred inscription, carved out on a living stone, which read as follows: Gnosis te ipsum, know thyself and you will know the universe and its gods. The transcendental science of meditation has as its fundamental cornerstone this sacred saying of the ancient Greek hierophants. If we truly and sincerely want to establish the basis for correct meditation, it is necessary to understand ourselves in all the levels of the mind. To establish the correct basis for meditation means to be free of ambition, egotism, fear, hate, greed for psychic powers, yearning for results, etc. It is clear by any reckoning and beyond all doubt that after establishing the fundamental cornerstone of meditation, the mind stays still and in profound and imposing silence. From the strictly logical point of view, it is absurd to want to experience reality without knowing ourselves. It is urgent to understand fully in all areas of the mind each desire, each memory, each psychological defect, etc. It is clear by any reckoning that during the practice of meditation, one can see on the screen of the mind the sinister procession of all the psychological defects which characterize us, all our happy and sad moments, countless memories, multiple impulses that come from the outside world and from the interior world, desires of all types, passions of all kinds, old resentments, hatred, etc. He who truly wants to establish in his mind the fundamental cornerstone of meditation should pay full attention to the positive and negative values of our understanding and understand them in an integral way, not merely on the intellectual level but also in all subconscious, infraconscious and unconscious regions of the mind. We should never forget that the mind has many levels. An in-depth study of all these values means, as a matter of fact, knowledge of oneself. Any movie on the mind's screen has a beginning and an end. When the parade of forms, desires, passions, ambitions, memories, etc., ends, then the mind becomes still and in profound silence, empty of all kinds of thoughts. Modern-day students of psychology need to experience the illuminating void. The eruption of the void within our own minds allows us to experience, feel, and live an element that transforms. That element is reality. Let us distinguish between a mind that is still and a mind that has been stilled violently. Let us distinguish between a mind that is in silence and one that has been forcibly silenced. In the light of any logical deduction, we must understand that when the mind is violently calmed, deep down and in other levels, it is not still and it struggles to be free. From the analytical point of view, we have to understand that when the mind is forcibly silenced, deep down it is not silenced, it screams and becomes terribly desperate. The true stillness and natural and spontaneous silence of the mind comes to us as a grace, as good fortune, when the intimate movie of our existence on the wonderful screen of the intellect ends. Only when the mind is naturally and spontaneously still, only when the mind is in delicious silence does the eruption of the illuminating void occur. The void is not easy to explain. It is not definable or describable. Any concept that we might utter about it could fail on the principal point. The void cannot be described or expressed in words. This is due to the human language having been created mainly to designate existing objects, thoughts, and feelings. It is not adequate for expressing, in a clear and specific way, non-existing objects, phenomena, and feelings. To try to discuss the void within the limits of a language, limited by the forms of existence, is really beyond doubt, foolish and absolutely incorrect. The void is the no existence and existence is not the void. The form does not differ from the void, and the void does not differ from the form. The form is the void and the void is the form. It is due to the void that things exist. The void and existence complement each other and do not oppose each other. The void and existence merge and embrace each other. When beings of normal sensitivity see an object, they see only the existent aspect, they do not see the void aspect. Every enlightened being can simultaneously see the existent and void aspect of anything. The void is simply a term that denotes the non-substantial and the non-personal nature of all beings and is a sign indicating the state of total detachment and freedom. Lao Tse Tao Te King. School, college, and university teachers should make an in-depth study of our revolutionary psychology and then teach their students the path that lead to the experience of reality. It is only possible to arrive at the experience of reality when all thought has stopped. The eruption of the void allows us to experience the bright light of pure reality. That knowledge, present in reality of the void, without characteristics or color, the void of nature is the true reality, universal kindness. Your intelligence whose true nature is the void, which should not be seen as the void of nothing, but as your very intelligence without shackles, brilliant, universal, and happy, is the conscience, the universal wise Buddha. Your own void conscience and brilliant and joyful intelligence are inseparable. Its union is the Dharmakaya, the state of perfect illumination. Your own brilliant conscience, void and inseparable from the great body of splendor, does not have a birth or death, and is the immutable light, Amitabha Buddha. This knowledge is enough. To recognize the void of your own intelligence as the state of Buddha and consider it as your own conscience, is to continue on the divine spirit of Buddha. Keep your intellect calm without being distracted during meditation, forget that you are in meditation, do not think that you are meditation because when one thinks that he is meditating, this thought is enough to disturb the meditation. Your mind should become empty in order to experience what is real. Chapter 31 Revolutionary Psychology. School, college, and university teachers should profoundly study the revolutionary psychology that the international Gnostic movement teaches. The psychology of revolution in progress is radically different to anything known by this name before. Undoubtedly we can say, without fear of being mistaken, that in the course of the centuries that have preceded us, since the profound night of all ages, never has psychology fallen so low as it actually is in this age of rebels without a cause and the rockers. To make matters worse, the retarded and reactionary psychology of these modern times has lost its sense of being and every direct contact with its true origin. In these times of sexual degeneration and total deterioration of the mind, not only is it impossible to accurately define the term psychology, but also the fundamental subject of psychology are truly unknown. Those who mistakenly suppose that psychology is the latest contemporary science are really confused because psychology is a very ancient science which has its origins in the old schools of archaic mysteries. To the snob, the cunning ultramodern type and socially retarded, it is impossible to define that which is known as psychology because with the exception of this contemporary age, it is obvious that psychology never existed under its own name. Due to certain reasons it was always suspected of subversive tendencies of religious or political nature, and because of this, it was forced to disguise itself with multifarious trappings. Since ancient times, psychology has always played its role, intelligently disguised by trappings of philosophy in different scenes in the drama of life. Since the terrifying night of centuries on the banks of the Ganges, in the sacred India of the Vedas, there have existed forms of yoga that come to be, deep down, pure experimental psychology. The 7 types of yoga have always been described as methods, procedures, or philosophical systems. In the Arab world, the sacred teachings of the Sufis, partly metaphysical and partly religious, are in fact of a purely psychological nature. In old Europe, rotten through and through with so many wars, racial, religious and political prejudices, etc., right up to the end of the last century, psychology disguised itself with the trappings of philosophy in order to go unnoticed. Philosophy, in spite of all its divisions and subdivisions such as logic, the theory of knowledge, ethics, aesthetics, etc., is without a doubt, evident self-reflection, mystic cognition of the being, fundamental perfection of an awakened conscience. The error of many philosophical schools consists in having considered psychology as something inferior to philosophy, as something related only to the lowest and even trivial aspects of human nature. A comparative study of religions permits us to come at the logical conclusion that the science of psychology has always been intimately associated with all religious principles. Any comparative study of religions demonstrates us that within most orthodox sacred literature of various countries and at different periods there are wonderful treasures of psychological science. In-depth investigations in the field of Gnosticism allows us to find that wonderful compilation of several Gnostic authors known as Philokalia. It comes from the earliest times of Christianity and is still used in our time in the Oriental Church, especially for the instruction of monks. Undoubtedly and without any fear of deceit we can emphatically affirm that Philokalia is essentially pure experimental psychology. In the ancient schools of mystery of Greece, Egypt, Rome, India, Persia, Mexico, Peru, Assyria, Chaldea, etc., psychology has always been related to philosophy, to real objective art, to science and religion. In ancient times psychology was cleverly hidden behind the graceful forms of sacred dancers or behind the enigma of strange hieroglyphs or beautiful sculptures, poetry or tragedy and even behind the delicious music of temples. Before science, philosophy, the arts and religion parted to live independent lives, psychology was the sovereign ruler of all the ancient schools of temples. When the school initiates closed their door due to the Kali Yuga or Dark Age in which we still live, psychology survived in the symbolism of several esoteric and pseudo-esoteric schools of the modern world, and especially in Gnostic esotericism. Profound analysis and in-depth investigation allows us to understand very clearly that the different systems and psychological doctrines that existed in the past and that exist today can be divided into two categories. First, the doctrines that are just as many intellectuals suppose them to be. Modern psychology belongs, in fact, to this category. Second, the doctrines that study man form the point of view of the revolution of conscience. The latter are truly the original and most ancient doctrines, only they allow us to understand the living origins of psychology and their profound meaning. When all of us have understood in an integral way and in all the levels of the mind how important the study of man is from the new point of view of the revolution of conscience, then we will understand that psychology is the study of principles, laws, and facts intimately related to the definitive and radical transformation of the individual. It is imperative that school, college, and university teachers understand in an integral way the critical times in which we live and the catastrophic state of psychological disorientation in which the new generation find itself. It is necessary to direct the new wave to the path of the revolution of conscience, and this is only possible through the revolutionary psychology of fundamental education. Chapter 32 Psychological Rebellion. Those who have dedicated themselves to traveling through all the countries of the world with the purpose of studying in detail all the human races have been able to prove to themselves that the nature of this poor intellectual animal, mistakenly called man, is always the same, whether it be in old Europe or Africa, tired of so much slavery, in the sacred country of the Vedas, in the West Indies, in Austria, or in China. This fact, this shocking reality which surprises every studious man can be especially verified if the traveler visits schools, colleges, and universities. We have arrived at the age of mass production. Now everything is produced on assembly lines and on a grand scale, mass-produced planes, cars, luxury items, etc. Even though it seems ridiculous, it is true that training schools, universities, etc., have also become intellectual factories of mass production. In these times of mass production, the only objective in life is to find economic security. People are afraid of everything and look for security. Independent thought in these times of mass production is almost impossible because the modern type of education is based on mere convenience. The New Age lives very satisfied with this intellectual mediocrity. If someone wants to be different, distinct from the others, the whole world disqualifies him, the whole world criticizes him, he is thought out, he is denied jobs, etc. The desire of obtaining money to live and enjoy oneself, the urgency of being successful in life, the search for economical security, the desire of buying many things to show off in front of others, etc., stops pure, natural and spontaneous thought. It has verified totally that fear blunts the mind and hardens the heart. In these times of so much fear and search for security, people hide in their caves, in their burrows, in their corners, in the place where they believe that they can have most security, least problems, and they do not want to come out of there. They are terrified of life, they are afraid of new adventures, new experiences, etc. This must talked about modern education is based on fear and the search for security. People are frightened, they are afraid even of their own shadow. People are terrified of everything. They fear coming out of old established norms, being different from other people, thinking in a revolutionary way, breaking with all prejudices of a decadent society, etc. Fortunately, there live in the world a few sincere and understanding people who truly want to examine all the problems of the mind profoundly. However, in the greater majority of us, the spirit of nonconformity and rebellion does not even exist. There exist two types of rebellion which are already duly classified. First, violent psychological rebellion. Second, profound psychological rebellion of intelligence. The first type of rebellion is reactionary, conservative and retardate. The second type of rebellion is revolutionary. In the first type of psychological rebellion we find the reformer who mends old suits and repairs the walls of old buildings so that they will not crumble. He is the regressive type, the revolutionary of blood and liquor, the leader of military uprisings and coups. He is the man with a shotgun on his shoulder, the dictator who enjoys taking all those who do not accept his whims and theories to the firing squad. In the second type of psychological rebellion we find Buddha, Jesus, Hermes, the transformer, the intelligent rebel, the intuitive, great paladins of the revolution of conscience. Those who only educate themselves with the absurd purpose of scaling magnificent positions within the bureaucratic beehive, of ascending, of climbing to the top of the ladder and making themselves heard. They lack true depth, they are stupid by nature, superficial, empty, 100% rascals. It has already been proven up to the hilt that when true integration of thought and feelings does not exist in a human being, even when we have received a great education, life becomes incomplete, contradictory, boring, and tormenting because of innumerable fears of all types. Undoubtedly, and without fear of making a mistake, we can affirm emphatically that without integral education life becomes damaging, useless and harmful. The intellectual animal has an internal ego which is unfortunately made up of separate entities that are fortified with mistaken education. The pluralized ego that each of us carry within is the fundamental cause of all our complexes and contradictions. Fundamental education should teach the new generations our psychological didactic for the dissolution of the ego. Only by dissolving the various entities that which on the whole constitute the ego, can we establish in ourselves a permanent center of individual conscience, then we shall be integral. While there exists inside each of us the pluralized ego, not only do we embitter our life for ourselves but we also embitter the lives of others. What is the use of studying law and become lawyers if we perpetuate fights? What is the use of accumulating much knowledge in our mind if we continue to be confused? What is the use of technical and industrial skills if we use them for the destruction of our fellow men? It is useless to receive instruction, to attend classes, to study if in the process of daily living we are miserably destroying one another. The aim of education should not be to only produce each year new job searchers, new types of rascals, new boors that do not even know how to respect their neighbor's religion, etc. The true objective of fundamental education should be to create true, integrated men and women and therefore, conscious and intelligent men and women. Unfortunately, teachers of schools, colleges, and universities think of everything but think least of all in awakening the integral intelligence of those whom they are educating. Any person can covet and acquire titles, medals, diplomas, and even become very efficient in the mechanistic field of life, but this does not mean being intelligent. Intelligence can never be mere mechanical functionalism. Intelligence can never be the result of simple book knowledge. Intelligence is not the capacity of reacting automatically with sparkling words to any challenge. Intelligence is not mere verbalization of memory. Intelligence is the capacity of directly receiving the essence, the real, what truly is. Fundamental education is the science which allows us to awaken this capacity in ourselves and in others. Fundamental education helps each individual to discover the true values that emerge as a result of profound investigation and understanding of oneself. When self-knowledge does not exist within us, then self-expression becomes egotistical and destructive self-affirmation. Fundamental education is only concerned with the awakening of each individual, the capacity of understanding oneself in all the areas of the mind, and not simply to surrender it to the complacency of the mistaken self-expression of the pluralized ego. Chapter 33. Evolution, Involution, Revolution. In practice we have been able to verify that in materialistic schools as well as in spiritualist schools people are completely bottled up in the dogma of evolution. Modern opinions on the origin of man and his past evolution are deep down, cheap sophistry, they do not resist a profound critical study. In spite of all of Darwin's theories being accepted as truths on blind faith by Karl Marx and his much referred dialectic materialism, modern scientists know nothing about the origins of man, they have proved nothing. They have experienced nothing directly and lack accurate, specific, and precise proofs on human evolution. On the contrary, if we take human history, say the last 20 or 30,000 years BC, we will find precise proofs, unmistakable signs of a superior type of man, incomprehensible to modern people and whose presence can be demonstrated through multiple testimonies, ancient hieroglyphs, ancient pyramids, exotic monoliths, mysterious papyri and diverse, ancient monuments. As for prehistoric man, those strange and mysterious creatures of an aspect so similar to the intellectual animal and nevertheless, so different, so mysterious, and whose illustrious bones are found deeply hidden sometimes in archaic deposits of the glacial or pre-glacial period, modern scientists know nothing precise about them through direct experience. Gnostic science teaches that the rational animal, as we know him, is not a perfect being, he is not yet a man in the complete sense of the word. Nature developed him to a certain point and then abandoned him, leaving him in complete freedom to continue his development or lose all his possibilities and degenerate. The laws of evolution and those of involution are the mechanical axis of all nature and have nothing to do with the intimate self-realization of the being. Inside the intellectual animal there exists tremendous possibilities that can be developed or lost. It is not a law that these possibilities develop themselves. Evolutive mechanics cannot develop them. The development of such latent possibilities is only possible in well-defined conditions, and this demands tremendous individual super efforts and efficient help on the part of those masters who have already done the work in the past. Whoever wants to develop all his latent possibilities to become a man should enter the path of the revolution of conscience. The intellectual animal is a grain, a seed. From that seed the tree of life can be born, the true man. That man whom Diogenes was looking for at noon with a lit lamp through the streets of Athens and whom he unfortunately could not find. It is not a law that this grain, that this very special seed, will be able to develop. It is normal and natural for it to be lost. The true man is as different from the intellectual animal as the ray is from the cloud. If the grain does not die, the seed will not sprout. It is necessary, it is urgent that the ego, the myself, dies so that the man is born. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should teach their students the path of revolutionary ethics. Only in this way is it possible to achieve the death of the ego. Emphatically, we can affirm that the revolution of conscience is not only rare in this world but more and more rare every time. The revolution of conscience has three perfectly defined factors: first, death; second, birth; third, sacrifice for humanity. The order of the factors does not alter the product. To die is a matter of revolutionary ethics and dissolution of the psychological ego. To be born is a matter of sexual transmutation. This matter corresponds to transcendental sexology. Whoever wants to study this theme should write to us and get to know our Gnostic books. Sacrifice for humanity is universal conscious charity. If we do not want the revolution of conscience, if we do not make tremendous super efforts to develop the latent possibilities that will take us to intimate self-realization, it is clear that the said possibilities will never develop. Those who achieve self-realization, those who are saved are very rare, and there does not exist injustice in that, because why should the poor intellectual animal have what it does not want? A radical, total, and final change is needed, but not all the beings want that change. They do not desire it, they do not know about it, and they are told about it but they do not understand, they are not interested. Why should they be forcibly given something that they do not want? The truth is that before the individual acquires new faculties or new powers that he does not even remotely know about and which he still does not possess, he should acquire faculties and powers that he mistakenly thinks he has, but in reality, he does not have. Chapter 34. The Integral Individual. Fundamental education in its true sense is the profound understanding of oneself. All the laws of nature are found within each individual. Whoever wants to get to know all the marvels of nature should study them within himself. False education is only concerned with enriching the intellect and that anyone can do. It is obvious that with money anyone can have the luxury of buying books. We do not pronounce ourselves against intellectual culture, we only pronounce ourselves against unhinged, mentally accumulative eagerness. False intellectual education only offers subtle ways out to run away from oneself. Every erudite man, every intellectual addict always has marvelous evasions available that allow him to run away from himself. Rascals result from intellectualism without spirituality, and these have led humanity to chaos and destruction. Technology can never enable us to know ourselves in an integral, unitotal way. Parents send their children to school, college and university or polytechnic, etc., for them to learn a skill so that they may have some profession, for them to be able to finally earn a living. It is obvious that we need to know a skill, to have a profession, but that is secondary. What is fundamental, what is primary is to know ourselves, to know who we are, where we come from, where we are going, what the objective of our existence is. In life there is everything: happiness, sadness, love, passion, joy, pain, beauty, ugliness, etc. And when we know how to live life intensely, when we understand it on all the levels of the mind, we find our place in society, we create our own skill, our particular way of living, but the contrary is false 100%. A skill by itself can never originate an in-depth understanding, a true understanding. Today's education has been a complete failure because it gives exaggerated importance to skills, to professions, and obviously those underlying skills transform man into a mechanical robot. It destroys his best possibilities. To cultivate capacity and efficiency without the understanding of life, without knowledge of oneself, without a direct perception of the process of the ego, without a thorough study of the proper way of thinking, feeling, desiring and acting, will only serve to increase our own cruelty and selfishness, those psychological factors that produce war, hunger, misery, and pain. The development of skills alone has produced mechanics, scientists, technologists, atomic physicists, dissectors of poor animals, inventors of destructive arms, etc. The only thing that all those professionals, all those inventors of atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, all those dissectors that torture nature's creatures, all those rascals are really only good for is war and destruction. Those rascals do not know anything, they do not understand anything about the total process of life in all its infinite manifestations. General technological progress, transport systems, calculating machines, electric lighting, lifts inside buildings, electric brains of all types, etc., solve thousands of problems that process themselves on a superficial level of existence, but it introduces in the individual and in society multitudes of broader and more profound problems. To live exclusively on the superficial level without taking into account the different areas and more profound regions of the mind means, as a matter of fact, to attract upon ourselves and our children misery, tears, and desperation. The greatest need, the most urgent problem of each individual is to understand life in its integral, unitotal way, because it is only in this way that we are in a position of satisfactorily solving all our particular intimate problems. Technological knowledge by itself can never solve all our psychological problems, all our profound complexes. If we want to be true men and women, integral individuals, we should psychologically explore ourselves. We should profoundly know ourselves in all the areas of thought, because technology without a doubt becomes a destructive instrument when we do not truly understand the entire process of existence, when we do not know ourselves in an integral way. If the intellectual animal truly loved, if he understood the entire process of life, he would never have committed the crime of splitting the atom. Our technological process is fantastic, but it has only managed to increase our aggressive power to destroy one another. Terror, hunger, ignorance, and illness reign everywhere. No profession, no technology can ever give us that which is called plenitude, true happiness. Each person in life suffers intensely in his trade, in his profession, in his routine way of living, and things and occupations become instruments of envy, murmuring, hate, bitterness. The world of doctors, the world of artists, of engineers, of lawyers, etc., each of these worlds are full of pain, murmuring, competition, envy, etc. Without the understanding of ourselves, a mere occupation, skill, or profession leads us to pain and the search for escape. Some find escape routes through alcohol, the pub, or the cabaret, others want to escape through drugs, morphine, cocaine, marijuana, and others through lust and sexual degeneration, etc. When we want to reduce our whole life to a trade, a profession, a system of making more and more money, the result is boredom, nuisance, and the search for escape. We should become complete, integral individuals, and that is only possible by knowing ourselves and dissolving the psychological ego. Fundamental education, at the same time that it stimulates the learning of a trade to earn a living, should also carry out something of more importance. It should help man to experience, to feel in all its aspect and in all the levels of the mind the process of existence. If someone has something to say, let him say it, and that of saying it is very interesting, because in this way every person creates for himself his own style, but to learn others' styles without having directly experienced life for oneself in an integral way only leads to superficiality. Chapter 35 The Machine Man. The machine man is the most unhappy beast that exists in this valley of tears, but he has the pretentiousness and even the insolence to call himself the king of nature. Nas te ipsum, man, know thyself. This is an ancient golden proverb written on the invincible walls of the temple at Delphi in ancient Greece. The man and woman of our times, that poor intellectual animal that mistakenly classifies himself as man, has invented thousands of very complicated and intricate machines. He knows very well that to be able to use a machine one sometimes needs long years of study and training, but when it comes to himself he totally forgets this fact, even though he himself is a machine more complicated than all the ones that he has invented. There is no man that is not filled with totally false ideas about himself. The most serious of all is that he does not want to realize that he really is a machine. The human machine does not have freedom of movement. It only functions through multiple and varied, internal influences and external shocks. All movements, actions, words, ideas, emotions, feelings, desires of a human machine are provoked by external influences and by multiple, strange, and difficult internal causes. The intellectual animal is a wretched talking puppet with memory and vitality, a living doll that has the silly illusion that it can do when in reality it cannot do anything. Consider that the doll is alive, falls in love, speaks, walks, desires, wages, wars, etc. Consider that this doll can change owners at any moment. You should consider that each owner is a different person, a person who has his own criteria, his own form of enjoyment, feeling, living, etc. Any owner wanting to obtain money will push certain buttons and then the doll will dedicate itself to business. Another owner, half an hour later or several hours later, will have a different idea and will make his doll dance and laugh. A third will make him fight, a fourth will make him fall in love with a woman, a fifth will make him fall in love with another woman, a sixth will make him fight with a neighbor and create a problem for himself and the police, and a seventh will make him change his address. In fact, the doll in our example has done nothing, but he thinks that he has. He has the illusion that he does when in fact he cannot do anything, because he does not have an individual being. Undoubtedly everything occurs just as when it rains, when it thunders, when the sun warms us, but the poor doll thinks that he can do. He has the silly illusion that he has done everything, but in reality he has done nothing. Their respective owners have amused themselves with the poor, mechanical doll. This is the way the poor intellectual animal is, dear reader, a mechanical doll, just as in our illustrative example. He thinks he does when in fact he does nothing. He is a flesh and blood puppet controlled by a legion of energetic, subtle entities who as a whole constitute that which is called the pluralized ego. The Christian gospel classifies all those entities as demons and their true name is legion. If we say that the ego is a legion of demons that control the human machine, we are not exaggerating. This is the case. The machine man does not have any individuality, he does not possess the being, only the true being has the power to do. Only the being can give us true individuality, only the being transform us into true men and women. Whoever wants to truly stop being a simple mechanical doll should eliminate each of these entities that as a whole constitute the ego. Each of these egos play with the human machine. Whoever wants to truly stop being a simple mechanical doll has to start by admitting and understanding his own mechanicalness. He who does not want to understand nor accept his own mechanicalness, he who does not want to correctly understand this fact can no longer change. He is an unfortunate, a wretch. It is better for him to tie a millstone around his neck and hurl himself into the sea. The intellectual animal is a machine, but a very special machine. If this machine manages to understand he is a machine, if he is guided well and if circumstances allow him, he can stop being a machine and transform himself into a man. Before anything else, it is urgent to understand deeply and in all the levels of the mind that we do not have true individuality, that we do not have a permanent center of conscience, that in a specific moment we are one person and in another moment, another person. Everything depends on the entity that controls the situation at any given instant. What originates the illusion of unity and integrity in the intellectual animal is partly the sensation of having a physical body, partly his name and surname, and partly memory and mechanical habits implanted in the memory by education or acquired by simple and silly imitation. The poor intellectual animal will not be able to stop being a machine, we will not be able to change, acquire true individual being and transform himself into a real man, as long as he does not have the courage to eliminate, through in-depth understanding and in a successive order, each of those metaphysical entities which as a whole constitute the ego, the myself. Each idea, passion, vice, affection, hatred, desire, etc., has its corresponding entity, and the mass of all of those entities is the pluralized ego of revolutionary psychology. All those metaphysical entities, all those selves which as a whole constitute the ego, do not have a true bond between them. They do not have coordinates of any type. Each of those entities depends totally on circumstances, change of impressions, happenings, etc. The screen of the mind changes colors and scenes at each instant. Everything depends on the entity that at any given instant controls the mind. On the screen of the mind, the different entities that in their entirety constitute the psychological ego pass through in a continuous procession. The diverse entities that constitute the pluralized ego associate themselves, they dissociate themselves from certain special groups according to their affinities, they quarrel among themselves, they argue, they avoid each other, etc. Each entity of the legion called self, each small self, believes itself to be everything, the total ego. It does not even remotely suspect that it is only the least part. The entity that today swears eternal love to a woman is displaced later on by another entity that has nothing to do with such an oath, and then dreams crumble to the floor and the poor disillusioned woman cries. The entity that today swears fidelity to a cause is displaced tomorrow by another entity that has nothing to do with such a cause, and then the person withdraws. The entity that today swears fidelity to Gnosis is displaced tomorrow by another entity that hates Gnosis. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should study this book of fundamental education and for humanitarian purposes have the courage to guide students on the wonderful path of the revolution of conscience. It is necessary that students understand the need to know themselves in all the areas of the mind. A more efficient, intellectual orientation is needed. It is necessary to understand what we are, and this should begin from the desks at school. We do not deny that money is needed to eat, to pay the rent of the house and dress ourselves. We do not deny that intellectual preparation is needed, a profession, a way of making money, but that is not all, that is secondary. The first and fundamental part is to know who we are, what we are, where we came from, where we are going, what is the purpose of our existence. It is unfortunate to continue as automatic dolls, miserable mortals, machine men. It is urgent to stop being mere machines, it is urgent to become true men. A radical change is needed, and this should begin precisely with the elimination of each of those entities which as a whole constitute the pluralized ego. The poor intellectual animal is not a man, but he has within him a latent state all the possibilities to transform himself into a man. It is not a law the development of those possibilities, the most natural thing is for them to be lost. Only through great super efforts can such human possibilities be developed. There is much to be eliminated and there is much to be acquired. It is necessary to do an inventory to find out how much is surplus and how much we are lacking. It is clear that the pluralized ego is unnecessary. It is something useless and harmful. It is logical to say that we have to develop certain powers, faculties, and capabilities that the machine man attributes to himself and believes he has, but in fact, he truly does not have. The machine man believes he has true individuality, awakened conscience, conscious willpower, the power to do, and he has none of these. If we want to stop being machines, if we want to awaken conscience, to have true conscious willpower, individuality, and the capacity to, it is urgent to start by knowing ourselves and then dissolving the psychological ego. When the pluralized ego is dissolved, only the true being remains within us. Chapter 36 Parents and Teachers. The most critical problem of education is not the students of primary, secondary schools or universities, but the parents and teachers. If parents and teachers do not know themselves, if they are not capable of understanding a boy or girl, if they do not know how to understand in depth their relationship with boys and girls who start living their lives, if they are only concerned with cultivating the intellect of those who they are educating, then how can we create a new type of education? The child, the student goes to school to receive conscious guidance, but if the teachers are of narrow criteria, conservative, reactionary, retardatory, so will the student be. Educators should re-educate themselves, know themselves, review all their knowledge and understand that we are entering a new age. Education is transformed by transforming the educators. To educate the educators is more difficult, because everyone who has read a lot, everyone who has a title, everyone who has to teach, everyone who works as a schoolteacher is already the way he is. His mind is bottled up in 50,000 theories that he has studied and he would not change, he just never learns his lesson. Teachers should teach how to think, but unfortunately they are only concerned with teaching what students should think about. Parents and teachers live full of terrible financial, social and emotional worries, etc. Parents and teachers are mostly occupied with their own conflicts and sorrows. They are not seriously interested in studying and solving the problems that boys and girls of the new age pose to them. There exists tremendous mental, moral, and social degeneration, but parents and teachers are full of anxiety and personal concerns and only have time to think of the economic aspect of children, in giving them a profession so that they will not die of hunger, and that is all. Contrary to general belief, the majority of parents do not truly love their children. If they loved them, they would struggle for the common interest, they would be concerned with the problems of education with the purpose of achieving a true change. If parents truly loved their children, there would be no wars, the family and nation would not stand out above the world as a whole, since this creates problems, wars, damaging divisions, infernal situations, for our sons and daughters to live in. People study, they prepare themselves to become doctors, engineers, lawyers, etc., and on the other hand they do not prepare for the most critical and most difficult task, to be parents. That family selfishness, that lack of love for our fellow humans, that policy of family isolation is absurd 100% because it becomes a factor in deterioration and constant social degeneration. Progress and true revolution are only possible by throwing down those famous Chinese walls that separate us, that isolate us from the rest of the world. All of us are one family and it is absurd for us to torture one another and to only consider as family the few people that live with us. The selfish snobbery stops social progress, divides human beings, creates wars, privileged castes, economical problems, etc. When parents truly love their children, walls and the abominable armors of isolation will crumble into dust, and then the family will cease to be an egotistical and absurd circle. Once the selfish family walls have fallen, then there exists fraternal communion with all the others' fathers and mothers, with teachers, with the whole of society. The result of true fraternity is true social transformation, real revolution of education for a better world. The educator should be more conscious, he should gather all the parents together and speak to them clearly. It is necessary that parents understand that the task of education should be carried out on the firm basis of mutual cooperation between parents and teachers. It is vital to tell parents that intellectual training is necessary but that it is not everything. Something more is needed. It is necessary to teach boys and girls to know themselves, to get to know their own errors, their own psychological defects. Parents have to be told that children should be conceived out of love and not out of animal passion. It is cruel and merciless to project our animal desires, our violent sexual passions, our morbid sentimentalism and bestial emotions on our descendants. Sons and daughters are our own projections and it is criminal to infect the world with bestial projections. Teachers of schools, colleges, and universities should gather all the parents in a meeting room with the sound purpose of teaching them the path of moral responsibility with regards to their children and with regards to society and the world. Educators have the duty of re-educating themselves and guiding fathers and mothers. We truly need to love in order to transform the world. We need to unite to raise, among all of us, the wonderful temple of the new age which in these moments is being initiated amongst the Augustan thunder of thought. Chapter 37 Conscience. People confuse conscience with intelligence or with intellect, and the very intelligent or intellectual person is called a conscious person. We affirm that conscience in man, beyond any doubt and without any fear of fooling ourselves, is a very particular type of understanding of internal knowledge, totally independent of all mental activity. The faculty of conscience permits us the knowledge of ourselves. Conscience gives us integral knowledge of what is, where it is, what is really known, what is certainly ignored. Revolutionary psychology teaches that only man himself can know his own conscience, and whether it exists or not at a given moment. Man himself and nobody else but himself can become aware for an instant that before that moment, he was not really conscious, that he had his conscience asleep. He will then forget that experience or keep it as a memory, as the memory of a strong experience. It is urgent to know that the conscience in the rational animal is not something continuous or permanent. Normally, the conscience in the intellectual animal called man sleeps profoundly. Rare, very rare are the moments in which the conscience is awake. The intellectual animal works, drives cars, marries, dies, etc., with his conscience totally asleep, and only in very exceptional moments does it awaken. A human being's life is a life of dreams. However, he believes he is awake and will never admit that he is dreaming, and that his conscience is asleep. If someone was to awaken, he would feel terribly ashamed of himself, he would immediately understand his tomfoolery, his own ridicule. This life is frightfully ridiculous, horribly tragic, and rarely sublime. If a boxer in the middle of a fight was to awaken all of a sudden, he would feel ashamed before the honorable public and would flee from the horrible spectacle before the astonishment of the asleep and unconscious multitudes. When a human being admits he has his conscience asleep, you can be sure he has already begun to awaken. The reactionary schools of old-fashioned psychology that deny the existence of the conscience and even declare the term useless, reveal a most profound state of sleep. The henchmen of such schools sleep very profoundly in a practically infra and unconscious state. Those who confuse the conscience with psychological functions, thoughts, feelings, motor impulses, and sensations, are in fact very unconscious and they sleep profoundly. Those who admit the existence of the conscience but flatly deny the different degrees of consciousness, revel lack of conscious experience and sleep of the conscience. Every person who has, at least once, momentarily awakened, knows very well by personal experience that different degrees of observable consciousness exist in oneself. First, time, how long did we remain conscious? Second, frequency, how many times have we awakened consciousness? Third, amplitude and penetration, what was one conscious of? Revolutionary psychology and the ancient philokalia affirm that through super efforts of a special kind, consciousness can be awakened and made continuous and controllable. Fundamental education has the aim of awakening the conscience. 10 or 15 years of study in school, college, and university are useless if when leaving the classrooms we are sleeping machines. It is not an exaggeration to affirm that through some great effort, the intellectual animal can become conscious of himself for at least a couple of minutes. Clearly, today there are rare exceptions, that we must seek with the torch of Diogenes. Such rare cases are represented by the authentic men, Buddha, Jesus, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, etc. These founders of religions possessed continuous consciousness. They were great enlightened men. Normally, people are not conscious of themselves. The illusion of being conscious in a continuous way is born from the memory and all processes of thought. A man who practices a retrospective exercise to remember his entire life can truly remember the number of times he married, how many children he begot, who his parents were, his teachers, etc. However, this does not mean awakening of consciousness. This is simply remembering unconscious actions and that is all. It is necessary to repeat what we have said in preceding chapters. There are 4 states of conscience: sleep, waking state, self-consciousness and objective consciousness. The poor intellectual animal mistakenly called man lives in 2 of these states only. One part of his life goes by in sleep and the other, in the wrongly called waking state, which is also sleep. A man who sleeps and dreams, believes that he awakens by merely returning to the waking state, but in reality, during this waking state he continues dreaming. This is similar to sunrise. The stars become hidden due to the sunlight, but they continue to exist even when the physical eyes cannot perceive them. In normal life, a human being knows nothing of consciousness of himself and much less of objective consciousness. Nevertheless, people are proud and everyone thinks he or she is conscious of himself or herself. The intellectual animal firmly believes that he has consciousness of himself and under no circumstances would he accept to be told that he is asleep and that he lives unconscious of himself. There are exceptional moments when the intellectual animal awakens, but these moments are very rare. They can occur in an instance of great danger, during an intense emotion, in some new circumstance, in some new unexpected situation, etc. It is truly a disgrace for the intellectual animal not to have any control over those fleeting states of consciousness and that he cannot evoke them and make them continuous. Nevertheless, fundamental education affirms that a man can achieve control over consciousness and acquire self-consciousness. Revolutionary psychology has methods, scientific processes, to awaken conscience. If we want to awaken conscience, we need to start examining, studying, and then eliminating all those obstacles that appear on the path. In this book we have taught the path to awakening conscience starting from school desks. Samael Aun Weor